Chapter 513. The battle between Zhang and Li had attracted many people to spectate. While Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng were Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were both famed outside. Their battle was a major event of the vast ocean world that was neither major nor minor. Other than their seniors, there were even other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters present. It was just that these people had arrived a little later, basically arriving together with the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect. However, they had really not been able to estimate that such a change would actually occur in this battle. Looking at the calm Yan Zhaoge who sat unmoving amidst the light of water, many guesses arose within everyone's hearts as they discussed spiritedly. Even if he really is a descendant of the Sacred Evil sect, he is probably the strongest sacred son in the history of the Sacred Evil sect. While 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers might not represent invincibility, looking at how he wields something heavy as though it were light, Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng might really not be his match. How long do you think Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng can last? It's hard to say. Still, they should be able to force out some information from him. The two of them might have a chance of victory if they join forces, but they would definitely not be willing to do so. This is only natural. While the bystanders discussed, the expressions of Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng both turned calm and focused, casting aside all distracting thoughts as they stabilized their minds. The comparatively calm and silent Zhang Haocheng made the first move at this moment. A silhouette flickered above his head, 9 spirit flowers appearing, runes inscribed within the deep sea as they shook the surrounding area. The next moment, Zhang Haocheng bowed slightly before straightening again, vanishing from the spot. Yan Zhaoge saw a streak of water-blue light penetrating through the deep sea, resembling a light dragon as it lunged over towards him. The flowing light change of Water Crystal Palace's supreme martial art, the 6 dragon form transformations, was executed by Zhang Haocheng, its essence being displayed to the point of perfection. Seeing Zhang Haocheng make a move, Li Sheng halted, his heart rather heavy. At the very least, Zhang Haocheng was indeed superior to him somewhat in terms of mental state. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he looked at the water-blue light dragon assaulting over towards him, able to feel the surrounding sea roaring and shaking as well. At this moment, Zhang Haocheng seemed to have transformed into the Lord of the Sea as with a single move, the great sea shook, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified, infinite seawater condensing, its essence chi abundant to the point of resembling steel as it pressured over towards Yan Zhaoge. There was a force pressing down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. At this moment, the seawater transformed into countless light dragons that spread out in every direction and attacked him together. All the spectators wore solemn expressions. The moment an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Facing Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haocheng went all out. With a simple first move, he displayed all of his power, telling everyone why he could be ranked first amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts, why he could surpass cultivation levels and slay the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Lin Kuan. Every single one of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present, even the Dragon Slayer sect's Elder Yu, felt that they might not be able to defeat Zhang Haocheng at the early Essence Talisman stage. Fu Enchu's gaze similarly flickered with a strange light as she now had a direct understanding of the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, not underestimating them in the slightest. Even placed in the 8 extremities world, this person is an expert amongst experts of the same cultivation level, one of the peak figures. Seeing Zhang Haocheng make his move, the vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt rather excited. Perhaps he might be able to defeat that Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding as well, very deep. Saying thus, he raised his right hand, pushing forward with his palm. Within his palm, there seemed to exist a mass of chi that resembled chaos, indescribably profound and profound. As soon as Yan Zhaoge struck out with his palm, the countless light dragons formed of the surrounding seawater instantly shattered together, resembling bubbles as the encirclement instantly collapsed. The water-blue light dragon formed of Zhang Haocheng's fist intent had originally possessed a majestic aura, overturning rivers and overturning seas. At this moment, however, it seemed to have been grasped within Yan Zhaoge's palm, trapped within a single inch of space. Everyone, including Li Sheng, looked at this scene in shock. Looking first at Zhang Haocheng and then at Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoge said, you come as well, the two of you together. I have no intention of looking down on you. On the contrary, as the battle in which I bid farewell to the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, I want to go all out and fight. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The two of you will probably not have a time in your lives where you can join hands to face an enemy, whether it be in the past or in the future. Now might be your only chance. Do you want to give it a try? Perhaps it will be fun for you. Li Sheng stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge blocked Zhang Haoqing with his right hand, smiling as he did not speak. Good. Just a single move. Li Sheng's gaze shone with a cold light as he roared. In an instant, he vanished. As for a brutal black saber light, it hacked through the vast sea, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. The great sea was directly split into two, all things being extinguished where the saber light passed. The seawater was not forced apart by the saber light. Instead, everything that obstructed its advance was completely destroyed. The sixth saber of the seven seas dragon-slaying saber, the strongest saber that martial practitioners beneath the martial saint realm could grasp. It was not as majestic and imposing as Zhang Haoqing's, possessing both offense and defense, not revealing any flaws. This saber of Li Sheng's only pursued a single thing: to kill the opponent. Within this saber, other than ultimate destructive power, there was nothing else. In the vast ocean world, the maximum offensive power that an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster could attain. Zhang Haoqing wanted to retract his move, but discovered that he was being held back by Yan Zhaoge's palm force, unable to retreat. He sucked in a deep breath, letting go of everything as he pushed on with all his might. As the water-blue light dragon roared, the scales of its entire body pulsed, as though its reverse scale had been touched as it descended into a frenzied rage, wanting to destroy everything, breaking through the very heavens. The six dragon transformations, the heaven-shattering transformation with the greatest offensive power. Two violent forces simultaneously assaulted towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, but the stance of his right palm suddenly changed. That chaos abruptly expanded, extinguishing all. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and earth had opened at this moment, the myriad scenes no longer existing. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment, chaos mightily exploded. It was as though all things had been subsumed within chaos before chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. Beneath this palm, it was invincible. The water-blue light dragon, extinguished. The black saber light, extinguished. The two heavens-favored sons of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, were simultaneously sent flying backwards. Water Crystal Palace's elder Dong was greatly shocked as he hurriedly caught Zhang Haoqing, only to see him spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body limp. Greatly enraged, he swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, only to hear Zhang Haoqing say anxiously, "He showed mercy. He wanted to fight one against two." It was not arrogance, but that we overestimated our own capabilities. Li Sheng, who had been caught by Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect, sighed as well. We were only heavily injured, our cultivation bases not crippled. He was helping us. In battling with him, there were boundless profundities that I cannot explain clearly, unable to describe. We can only experience it ourselves, comprehend it ourselves. The difference between our levels and his is just too great. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Haoqing similarly looked at Yan Zhaoge, his expression complex as it finally transformed into admiration. Everyone gazed shockingly at Yan Zhaoge, who had defeated Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng with a single move. Yan Zhaoge laughed leisurely. The 10 spirit flowers above his head bloomed, the process that had paused earlier beginning anew. The numerous runes merged, gradually transforming into immeasurable radiance that illuminated the entire Great Sea. Chapter 514. Thanks to the Shady Knight League for adding the first chapter. Please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. Yan Zhaoge was completely enveloped within the sea of light. Above his head, numerous runes gathered together to form a profound spirit talisman. The talisman looked extremely simple, but it seemed to contain infinite principles that were difficult to describe. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at it. This was his true martial spirit talisman. Once this talisman was formed, he would officially step into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, the Essence Talisman above his head suddenly changing in appearance. It was no longer that simple, no longer that profound, instead becoming something that could be described with words, resembling the vast sky, the vast clear sky. In the next moment, the elemental talisman changed again. Its entire body seemed to be formed by a coiling azure dragon. As the radiance flickered, it looked like a dragon shuttling through the clouds. The elemental talisman changed again and again, turning into scarlet and purple flames that gathered together to form a pill cauldron. A single essence talisman contained myriad phenomena, myriad variations, manifesting the essence of the many martial arts that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in, encompassing all phenomena. Finally, with just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, this essence talisman was kept above his head, the radiance surrounding his body also gradually retracted. As the radiance dissipated, everyone in the outside world could finally see Yan Zhaoge's appearance clearly. While Yan Zhaoge was just sitting there calmly, seemingly not having changed at all, everyone here knew that this youth who had appeared before them was already an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Indeed, as he had expected, the threshold to Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster was not a question of whether or not he could cross it. Instead, it was a question of whether or not he wanted to cross it. He stopped when he wanted to and left when he wanted to. He followed his heart. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's youthful features now, the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world all felt a chill run down their spines. This was not the work of a person with profound skills who could retain their youthful looks, nor was it the use of a mysterious technique to restore their youthful looks. It was just that his appearance and his true age were the same. Ever since the vast ocean world had come into existence after the Great Calamity, when had such a young Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster ever appeared? At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Wait! Let alone an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, is there such a young Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster? Thinking about it carefully, everyone was speechless. Fu Enxiu looked at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly. Yan Di, other things aside, in terms of cultivation speed, your son has truly surpassed you. Although I did not surpass your record as the youngest Martial Grandmaster, you also did not reach the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level at the age of 25, right? Speaking of which, Zhaoge is still a bit away from his 25th birthday. Your son has really surpassed his teacher. How difficult was it to become an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster? Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters were all figures who stood at the peak of the pyramid. There were many martial artists who were unable to reach that height in their entire lives. Their lifespans were exhausted, and they grew old, helplessly walking towards the end of their lives. For Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, due to their increased longevity, it was not uncommon for them to outlive their disciples and grand disciples of lower cultivation bases. Their disciples and grand disciples were already in their later years, but even though they were older, compared to their much longer lifespans, they were still middle-aged, or even young. It was just that an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster as young as Yan Zhaoge was still shocking. Whether it was Fu Enxiu of the Eight Extremities world or the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, they all felt rather complex emotions. Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, who had just been defeated by Yan Zhaoge, were even more stunned into silence. That elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect regained his wits after a while, frowning slightly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Is he a disciple of the Sacred Evil sect? If he is, he definitely cannot be left alive. But if he isn't, where exactly did such a figure pop out from? I have never heard of him before. Suddenly appearing now, what exactly is it for? Is he friend or foe? Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace and the other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts present were all filled with doubt at this moment. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enxiu looked indifferently at them. Everyone now noticed that while Yan Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, He had still not left that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrow. Also, there was a figure indistinctly visible within that water vein. Everyone felt even more apprehensive at this moment. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, the people of the Dragon Slayer sect and Water Crystal Palace felt rather conflicted. Their most outstanding descendant having been defeated by Yen Zhaoge, becoming a stepping stone for Yen Zhaoge's fame to spread throughout the vast ocean world, the reputation of their sects having been damaged. This caused them to feel extremely displeased. However, the two in question, Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, did not seem so resentful, as they instead seemed a little like they were willing to concede defeat. As a result, their fellow disciples could not really flare up. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm as he said mildly as he looked at them, "This Yen said earlier that I have come here to do something. After I have done that, I will naturally be leaving. It looks like the arranged battle between the two of you will not be able to continue now. I also feel a little regretful. Still, with your talent and strength, I believe that you should have gained something from it. If the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect still want to make a move, that is fine too. I will take them all on. Still, speaking of this, those who are determined to find trouble with me should be arriving soon." As Yen Zhaoge said this, he laughed lightly, his gaze sweeping across those of Spirit Rhino Island. They instantly shuddered in unison. Yen Zhaoge smiled, "I do not really understand the sacred evil sect that you speak of. My uncle and I are both from beyond the seas, not being part of your 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects. I indeed have a goal in coming out this time. Still, what I am looking for is not Water Crystal Palace or the Dragon Slayer sect, but Changli Mountain." Everyone's hearts jolted slightly as they all fell into deep thought. After communicating with those of the Spirit Returning sect, Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, also feeling rather hesitant. Changli Mountain was on good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Elder Dong frowned, asking, "Still, are you friend or foe of Changli Mountain? Are you going to the Directionless Sea this time to seek revenge?" Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling, "That will have to wait until I have arrived at Changli Mountain before I know. Still, barring any accidents, I should be a friend and not an enemy." Hearing his words, those of the forces of good virtually unconsciously relaxed greatly. Meanwhile, the hearts of those of the forces of evil involuntarily tightened in unison as their gazes that were on Yen Zhaoge instantly turned even more guarded. Yen Zhaoge was not too concerned about this as he sat in the meditative position amidst the light formed of the sweet pouring raindrow. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect narrowed his eyes into slits as he suddenly asked, "You are looking for Changli Mountain? In that case, the ones who are looking for you are Spirit Rhino Island?" Yen Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "That's right." Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong asked, "Why are they looking for you?" As he said this, the hearts of the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters here all jolted slightly as they swiveled their heads and gazed into the distance. Yen Zhaoge smiled, "Oh, he's here. Let him speak for himself." Extremely powerful fluctuations of power, a will that caused a chill to run through the hearts of everyone here, appeared in the distance over the Great Sea. Chapter 515. Majestic power fluctuations appeared in the distance over the Great Sea, rapidly approaching the place where Yen Zhaoge and the others were. Virtually at the same time that they sensed its existence, that majestic will had already arrived close by, its speed so fast that it left one tongue-tied. Fu Enshu looked at Yen Zhaoge, whose expression was as per usual as he nodded slightly. "This is the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island that I mentioned to you before. I didn't know its name back then, but after asking around, it should be called Spiritual Light Flashing. Its speed is extremely fast, shifting in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, resembling a streak of light flashing by. It is only slower than breaking through space, but it looks like it ignores spatial distance, moving in an instant." Fu Enshu frowned. In terms of movement speed alone, no martial art in her memory was able to achieve this. The lineages of the 8 extremities world that were most proficient in speed were the current Heavenly Thunder Hall and the already destroyed Black Wind Mountain. However, as Fu Enshu saw it, even the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Black Wind Mountain might not be able to achieve this. The vast ocean world is indeed a place that encompasses all things, possessing a unique flair, Fu Manchu pondered as she said. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, seeing a middle-aged man already appear before them. Standing amidst the deep sea, this middle-aged man seemed to have merged as one with the great sea as it was hard to tell them apart. Streams of light flickered around his body, as if they had turned into mirrors, each reflecting a different scene. The mirror light traversed the great sea, seemingly splitting it into many different regions. Those who were in one region could only feel their vision blurry as they were actually unable to clearly see those in other regions. This man looked to be around 40 years of age, but those who knew him all knew that, unlike Yan Zhaoge, his actual age was much older than what he appeared to be. There was no martial practitioner of the vast ocean world present who did not recognize him. One of the 7 pillars of good, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Fong Kansas. He was also a bigwig ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, one of the most powerful and influential figures at the peak of the vast ocean world's pyramid. While Yan Zhaoge had never seen Fong Can before, he had seen Fong Can's second son, Fong Xiaohong. The two of them bore at least a 60% resemblance in appearance. Fong Can's gaze swept the area, falling on Yan Zhaoge. The Spirit Rhino Island disciples who had not entered the barrier along with Fong Xiaohong, Yang Chufan and the others had already described Yan Zhaoge's appearance to Fong Can after returning to the island. Fong Can gazed at Yan Zhaoge, his face expressionless. A hesitant look appeared on Zhang Haocheng's face as he said slowly, "Island Master Fong, this young Master Yan should not be a descendant of the sacred evil sect." There might have been some misunderstanding. Fong Can swiveled his head to look at Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong. Is Water Crystal Palace going to protect him? Elder Dong hesitated slightly before hearing Fong Can say, even if Water Crystal Palace is protecting him today, there are still some debts that have to be settled with this kid. Looking at Yan Zhaoge once more, he asked slowly, my Spirit Rhino Island disciples Fong Xiaohong, Yang Chufan, Kai Ziki and Zhang Ping, where are they now? It was fine for the other 3, but hearing Fong Xiaohong's name, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all began muttering amongst themselves. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all focused their attention on Yan Zhaoge. Fong Xiaohong's group of 4 had already been nowhere to be seen for a very long time. Still, they still held on to the faint hope that Fong Xiaohong and the others had only been captured by Yan Zhaoge and were still alive. Yan Zhaoge could also basically guess their thoughts. Because the corpses of Fong Xiaohong's group of 4 had all been destroyed by him, it was only natural that they would not be able to find them. Still, Yan Zhaoge had not used dead people as hostages. Looking at Fong Can, Yan Zhaoge smiled, your son and his fellow disciples wanted to kill me. Their skills were inferior, and they all died at my hands. Fong Can's breathing halted slightly. The streams of light traversing the Great Sea began to ripple, their violent momentum seemingly wanting to break the Great Sea apart. While the other vast ocean world martial practitioners all had their guesses, looking at Yan Zhaoge now, they were all rather speechless. Before clashing with Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, while Yan Zhaoge had slain Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had still unconsciously thought that the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster Fong Xiaohong had died at Fu Manchu's hands. However, after seeing Yan Zhaoge's battle with Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners already understood that facing Yan Zhaoge, only death awaited Fong Xiaohong. And if Zhang Haocheng and the others had known beforehand that Fong Xiaohong had died at Yan Zhaoge's hands, they would probably have thought twice about battling Yan Zhaoge. Similarly, at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early Essence Talisman stage, Fong Xiaohong was stronger than the sea-flipping owl Lin Kuan who had died at Zhang Haocheng's hands. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, Fong Can nodded slowly, good, very good. Before his words had landed, he directly raised his palm, the surrounding radiance congregating together, descending towards Yan Zhaoge. Fu Manchu frowned slightly, raising her sword to meet Fong Can's. Vast and mighty while also possessing a vigorous aura that resembled one with the heavens and the earth, the sword instantly caused Fong Can's eyelids to twitch. What a brilliant sword, Dao, but your cultivation base is inferior to mine. The radiance condensed on his palm turned from silvery white to jade green, circulating amidst the great sea as Fu Manchu's limitless heavenly sword missed. The jade light still shot towards Yan Zhaoge. Sword in her right hand, Fu Manchu flipped her left palm, purplish-red flames leaping about, instantly forming a sea of flames which still shot towards the jade light. Numerous essence talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays, coming together to form a white altar which enveloped Fu Manchu's body, causing her attacks to grow fiercer with her left palm and her right sword. Still, there were many damaged areas on the white altar, causing it to appear rather mottled. However, even though she had yet to recover from her injuries, Fu Manchu still did not change her stubborn personality as she replaced defense with offense, blocking Fang Can's spirit rhino palm that was aimed at Yan Zhaoge. So you are injured. This only shows that you overestimate your abilities. Fang Can's face was expressionless as his palm changed, no longer going for the nimble route as it instead directly descended towards Fu Manchu with a palm. Streams of radiance guarded Fang Can's body, instantly transforming into the image of a giant. It was precisely the true martial avatar that Fang Can had cultivated after stepping into the transcending mortality stage. His cultivation base was higher than Fu Manchu's in the first place, and Fu Manchu's old injuries had yet to fully recover. As they clashed head-on, Fu Manchu instantly emitted a muffled groan. Just as Fang Can was about to increase his power a step further, a palm suddenly extended from the side, also clapping towards his spirit rhino palm, its momentum majestic as it resembled the sky itself. An early essence talisman martial saint can possess such strength? No wonder Hong and the others fell to the hands of this little beast. While Fang Can was shocked, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He looked coldly at the attacking Yan Zhaoge. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if the evil saint appears, he will still not be able to protect you. What I have done is what I have done. I don't mind admitting it. For example, your son was killed by me. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, while it does not affect the final result, it was not done by me. Don't try to frame me for it. Usually, those who slander me don't have a good ending. Chapter 5:16. Fang Can was angered to the point of laughing, shameless boasting. After laughing, his gaze turned even colder. Whether or not you are a descendant of the evil saint, this old man will still slay you with my palm today. The spirit rhino avatar formed of his martial true intent had no eyes on its face, only having a single vertical eye on its forehead. As this eye opened, it seemed to penetrate through the heavens and the earth, viewing all the profundities of one's heart. Looking at Fang Can, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. His attainments in this spirit rhino palm are also much stronger than his son's. They are truly not on the same level. Having stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago, Fang Can's cultivation base was already stronger than Yan Zhaoge's. As he flashed his spirit rhino avatar at this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Manchu were like transparent before him. Let alone the changes in martial arts, even a single thought of his was vaguely seen through by Fang Can's. Yan Zhaoge had many methods to deal with Fang Zhaohong's spirit rhino palm, but they all seemed rather futile when used against Fang Can's. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge could be unafraid of being seen through as he could directly suppress him head-on with his overwhelming power. However, with his opponent being Fang Can, the difference in pure strength between the two sides would be reversed. Forcibly clashing with him would only be seeking trouble for himself. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge could strengthen his various variations to the maximum, such that Fang Zhaohong would be completely unable to predict them. However, Fang Can's spirit rhino avatar was able to project the variations of Yan Zhaoge's various techniques. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge executed the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist, his mind as deep as the deep ocean as no ripples arose as Fang Zhaohong was completely unable to detect the changes within it all. However, Fang Can was still able to find some clues from within. This was also where Fang Can's confidence in taking down Yan Zhaoge lay. The difference in their cultivation bases was just too great. Still, Fang Can was also secretly shocked. Just an early essence talisman cultivation base. If Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, would his spirit rhino avatar still be able to see through him? Fang Can didn't even dare to think further on this question. Speaking of which, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster should clearly be able to kill an early essence talisman martial grandmaster with a casual slap of his. Why had it become like this? The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners did not interfere as they just stared dazedly at this scene. While he had already seen Yan Zhaoge's strength before, facing the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Fang Jun, he actually still had the strength to retaliate. He still felt it to be inconceivable. However, that was as far as he could go. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haoqing, Li Sheng and the others all felt rather regretful. The most frightening thing for a person with astonishing talent was to provoke someone who was much stronger than him before he had truly matured, and as a result, die prematurely. Yan Zhaoge was the strongest genius they had ever seen. Sadly, having encountered the full power of the transcending mortality Fang Can at the early essence talisman stage, his future had been extinguished prematurely. As the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world saw it, even if Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, he would still have a chance of escaping if he met with the upper threshold. However, with how young Yan Zhaoge was, he really couldn't ask for more. It was just a pity that he didn't know how far he would be able to reach in the future. Fang Can also had the same thought in his mind. Therefore, he was even more decisive in his actions. Such an enemy with limitless potential must not be left alive. Yan Zhaoge's expression was very calm as he gazed heavily at Fang Can, not panicked in the slightest. It was fine if his method of dealing with Fang Zhaohong was useless. There were still plenty of other methods. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed, his usually calm gaze suddenly turning manic. The vertical eye between the brows of Fang Can's spirit rhino avatar flickered, its radiance also turning chaotic. Ha! Staring at Yan Zhaoge, Fang Can felt greatly curious, because he suddenly discovered that projecting the variations in Yan Zhaoge's techniques and his thoughts was no longer as easy as before. The originally orderly state before him suddenly became chaotic and disorderly at this moment, crazed and unbridled. It was as if a normal person had suddenly become a madman. For a normal person, you could analyze them based on the bits and pieces of their daily life, deducing what they were thinking about and summarizing their patterns. However, for a madman, it would be very hard for you to understand what exactly he was thinking and what he would do at a given moment. This was what Fang Can was currently feeling, innumerable threads tangled together as it was hard to find any clues within. Even Fu Enshu, noticing the changes in Yan Zhaoge by the side, was exceptionally bemused. A rather distorted, frenzied smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Within his heart, there was still a final trace of clarity, just that it was concealed amidst his madness as Fang Can was still unable to see through it. One of the 6 spirits' demonic fists, the Qilin demonic fist. The Qilin, a beast of virtue, was upright and authoritative, suppressing all evil, being the most upright. However, the Qilin demonic fist was the exact opposite, walking the most frenzied, most violent path as it was even more frenzied than the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist. However, amidst the frenzy, it conformed with the laws of the heavens as it possessed great power, resembling that violent power of destruction when all things lost their order. It was just that this fist art was not to Yan Zhaoge's liking. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge occasionally dabbled in the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist, this Qilin demonic fist was cast aside. However, this did not mean that Yan Zhaoge was not proficient in this fist art. Currently, while Yan Zhaoge was still using martial arts like the heavenly broad creed palm, his mental state had changed from the calmness of the ocean-stabilizing spirit fist to the frenzied chaos of the Qilin demonic fist. Fang Can had been wholeheartedly projecting the thoughts of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu as well as the changes in their techniques. Due to Yan Zhaoge's sudden chaos, he had nearly been dragged into it as well. His mind seemed to have suddenly sprouted a bunch of weeds as he felt incomparably vexed. Fang Can snorted coldly, stabilizing his mind as he patiently began to unravel the cocoon. Gradually, unceasingly sorting through the chaos and dispelling the bewildering fog, he finally saw that final trace of clarity and rationality within Yan Zhaoge's mind. "There is no point in dragging things out," Fang Can said with an icy expression on his face, "the person you are waiting for will not be able to come." As if to prove his judgment, everyone suddenly felt intense fluctuations of power emanating from the distance. Two auras that were even more powerful than Fong Can's clashed intensely in the direction of the distant bewildering maze sea, the aftershocks of their collision affecting the deep-sea corridor. One of the streaks of sword chi revealed its sharpness as a voice resounded from the distance, "Evil Saint, you have indeed arrived." Everyone was very familiar with that sword chi. That was the Sword Dao legacy of Myriad Sword Pool of the Seven Pillars of Good. That powerful force originated from the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Hearing the voice, the expressions of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all changed somewhat as they simultaneously looked towards Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenchu. Their originally dubious attitudes all changed slightly now. Could they really be of the sacred evil sect? Fong Can struck out towards Yan Zhaoge with a palm. "If this old man wants to kill you, how would I not be on guard against the evil saint?" It was precisely for this moment that I specifically invited the floating sinking sword of Myriad Sword Pool to come out. Seeing that Fong Can had already seen through the profundities of the Qilin demonic fist, Yan Zhaoge immediately ceased his cultivation technique, his gaze regaining its calm and rationality. "It was not him that I was waiting for," Yan Zhaoge smiled leisurely. Yan Zhaoge smiled leisurely. With just a thought, the deep-sea corridor began shaking intensely, as though some powerful existence was currently awakening. Chapter 517. Yan Zhaoge did not look forward to the appearance of the evil saint at all. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoge was currently laughing coldly within his heart. This evil saint is up to no good, wanting to use me as a spear to fish in troubled waters. In this world, other than Fu Wenchu, it was naturally the sacred evil sect itself who knew best whether Yan Zhaoge was a descendant of the sacred evil sect, especially their chief, the evil saint Lin Qiancheng. If he made a move now, it would be equivalent to him being a hindrance to them, making Yan Zhaoge the scapegoat. Yan Zhaoge just glanced out of the corner of his eye and met the gazes of Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haocheng, Elder Dong and the others, knowing that they who had originally been dubious were now 70 to 80% convinced. Watching Yan Zhaoge and Fong Can's clash now, those of the forces of evil increasingly looked like they were watching a good show. Meanwhile, those of the forces of good looked at Yan Zhaoge even more warily and warily. As they saw it, a proud and flamboyant person like Yan Zhaoge would generally disdain disguising himself. However, if he intentionally denied and concealed his identity as a descendant of the sacred evil sect, that meant that he definitely had a greater, more sinister plot. Fong Can roared coldly, "Crooked devils, the facts are all there, not allowing you to quibble. We have long since been prepared. Today shall be the day of your death." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haocheng and the others felt uneasy even as they muttered to themselves. The deep-sea corridor shook intensely at this moment, a powerful aura seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. Everyone simultaneously gazed at that water vein condensed of sweet pouring raindrops, able to feel that the powerful fluctuations originated precisely from there. Fong Can's gaze was stern as the vertical eye on the forehead of his spirit rhino avatar looked over, yet was unable to see through the radiance within the water vein. It was just that he vaguely realized something from that powerful aura. A bad feeling arose within Fong Can's heart. Who is that? The Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, or soul-shocking box of Soul-Shocking Island? Could it be that everything has been a trap from the start? Fong Can was shocked and uncertain. However, feeling that that power seemed to be in the midst of awakening from its slumber, he was unwilling to retreat just like that. With an enraged roar, his palms transformed into an all-encompassing jade light, condensing into a single line, bypassing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenchu who had always been fighting with him, shooting towards that pure white water vein. Yan Zhaoge's expression was composed as he attacked from the side with a palm, saying mildly, "It's the evil saint over at the bewildering maze sea? I don't know. As for me, I don't need anyone else to do anything. You can't do anything to me." Fong Can's palms suddenly changed, sweeping towards Yan Zhaoge once more. The attack on the water vein just now was clearly a diversion. Regardless of what was in the water vein, Fong Can was already prepared to retreat and observe the situation. With only a single strike, Fong Can's target was naturally Yan Zhaoge who had killed his son. This time, he attacked with all his strength. The green light condensed into a line, and its speed was so fast that almost no one could see the trajectory of the green light. Hallucinations even appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if the world in front of them was distorting, and everything was being absorbed by the green light, turning into a thin line. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he even had the leisure to smile at Zhang Haocheng, Li Sheng and the others. As I said earlier, I came to the deep-sea corridor because I have something to do. Amidst his words, that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops shook mightily. Amidst the radiance, a figure flew out from within, arriving before Yan Zhaoge in an instant. The jade light formed of Fong Can's palm force attempted to bypass this figure. However, that figure raised his palm, spreading his fingers as it seemed to encompass the jade sea of the heavens, vast to the point of being boundless. The jade light evaded left and right, yet was unable to bypass this person's palm, finally mightily striking it. The figure swayed slightly, but seemed completely unaffected. Fong Can stared, seeing that it was shockingly a stone statue. Broken rocks unceasingly fell off the surface of the stone statue, not having been injured by Fong Can's palm force, instead having fallen off naturally. The stone skin shattered and fell off, revealing a white jade-like skin that emitted a smooth luster. Everyone exclaimed in shock in unison. That terrifying power to the extreme originated from this terrifying body. The stone statue was that of an old man with a thin face. However, accompanied by the unceasing falling of the stone skin, his features rapidly became younger, showing signs of returning to his youth as he finally appeared to be similar in age to Yan Zhaoge. When the stone skin had completely shattered and fallen off, the figure of a youth was revealed, his features handsome and his figure tall. Yan Zhaoge roared, "Command!" A strange light flickered within this youth's pupils, each condensing into a rune that was exactly the same as the true essence talisman that Yan Zhaoge had formed when he had stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. The light talisman vanished in a flash. This youth roared towards the heavens, directly breaking through the vast sea and shaking the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful will and power shocked even the floating sinking sword and the evil saint who were battling intensely in the distant bewildering maze sea. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at the stunned Fong Can. "Whatever the evil saint is, it has nothing to do with me. Did I say that I was waiting for him? What I was waiting for was this clone of mine." Within the barrier of the bewildering maze sea, the stone statue that Yan Zhaoge had obtained was shockingly the mortal shell of a martial saint expert who had passed away in meditation. This martial saint expert had been exceptionally talented and had also cultivated in a special cultivation art such that after his death, all of his power had been sealed within his mortal shell as not the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. Death and death were reborn, the two extremities reversed as life and death converged at a single point. While this person himself could not be revived, his old, decaying fleshly body had returned to its youth, resembling the nascent embryo of a newborn infant. Finally, this unique miraculous body that was blessed by the heavens was created. It was both a mortal shell and a spirit embryo. If other martial saints obtained this mortal shell, they would be able to refine it into their clone, being born as a martial saint, tyrannical to the extreme. While Yan Zhaoge was not a martial saint, he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture. Myriad phenomena returning to their original state, without beginning and without end, without before and without after, he could accomplish miracles that other martial grandmasters could not. After having stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm, having been completely cleansed by the purest and purest sweet pouring raindrops under the heavens, he would refine this spirit embryo into his clone. In having hurried to the deep-sea corridor, Yan Zhaoge had not intended to seek help from anyone from the very beginning. His preparations were his own methods. With just a thought on Yan Zhaoge's part, the figure before him raised his right hand into a fist, punching out towards Fong Can. While he was bare-handed, as he punched out, it was like a great spear stabbing forward, wanting to directly penetrate the great sea and the blue skies. Where the spear pointed, it was like a massive rock spreading its wings, soaring above the 9 heavens. The roiling Jade Sea was directly ripped apart, the horizon that was connected to the Jade Sea seemingly breaking apart as well at this moment. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, rock ascending 9 heavens. Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kuan. So it's him. After having struck out with that palm of his, Fong Can had already begun retreating, not waiting to see the results. Seeing that his palm had failed, he knew that things were bad. Now, seeing this spear that penetrated the heavens and the earth, Fong Can was greatly shocked as he saw that spear that resembled a great rock spreading its wings, instantly arriving before him. He had executed a supreme martial art, spiritual light flashing, yet had still been caught up by this spear. Chapter 518. In Fong Can's memories, purely in terms of speed, amongst the known martial arts of the vast ocean world, there was only the Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kuan's Northern Ocean Divine Spear, which possessed a godly speed akin to a rock spreading its wings and soaring into the heavens, comparable to his Spirit Rhino Island's spiritual light flash. Ever since the Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kuan had gone missing, believed to have perished, and the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had been lost, the spiritual light of Spirit Rhino Island had appeared, unparalleled in the vast ocean world in terms of speed. But today, the sharpness of the Northern Ocean Divine Spear had once again appeared in the world. Fong Can looked at the spear coming at him in disbelief. Although it was just a shell, it was still the shell of a martial sage. How could it be refined into a clone by a martial grandmaster? Helpless, Fong Can forcibly received the spear of Yan Zhaoga's clone with a palm, the qi and blood of his entire body roiling. He still can't compare to a true martial saint, but he has already reached the peak of the extraordinary realm and is only a step away from becoming a martial saint. Fong Can's heart was heavy, but, however, he could vaguely feel that this was because Yan Zhaoga's clone had just been refined. With the passage of time, this avatar would soon be able to reproduce the glory of the Northern Dark North Marshal Saint Zhuang Kuan in the past. Even now, the power of this attack was difficult for Fong Can to withstand. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flickered, borrowing the recoil from his collision with the Northern Underworld Divine Spear. He was about to once again use the Flash of Inspiration movement technique, quickly fleeing far away from this place. As Yan Zhaoga had said, even if no one interfered, he would not fear Fong Can. Fong Can's figure had just moved when a seven-colored radiance suddenly shone above his head. Looking up, he saw a huge majestic stone pillar smashing down on his head. Standing on the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoga roared as a powerful sealing force pressured down towards Fong Can's. Fong Can had no intention of resisting at all. Right now, he only wanted to escape. He clenched his teeth, and the vertical eye on the forehead of his rhino form flickered with radiance. His huge body turned into a wisp of green light, and like a swimming fish, he constantly searched for the weak points of the sealing power of the Divine Palace's pillars and escaped. The pillar of the Divine Palace had not completely fallen yet. He really did find a gap and wanted to escape from the inescapable net. Yet, obstructed by the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone had already transformed into a great rock, domineeringly chasing after him. The great rock spread its wings, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a flap of its wings, it sent Fong Can back into the range of the pillar. As the pillar of the Divine Palace descended, the jade light revealed Fong Can's figure once more. He stared at Yan Zhaoga with eyes seemingly on the verge of imploding. "Little thief, you." Yan Zhaoga's expression was cold and indifferent. "You want to kill me, and I also want to kill you. Let's see who dies first." Fong Can took a deep breath and shouted sternly, "All right, give me your life, little thief." Amidst his loud roar, this chief of Spirit Rhino Island, who was ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, simply stopped running as his entire body erupted with power, shooting ferociously towards Yan Zhaoga. A spirit bead flew up from the top of his head. The spirit bead shone brightly as if it was reflecting a myriad of scenes in an instant. Numerous silhouettes were projected around Yan Zhaoga, attacking him from all directions. That spiritual pearl was obviously an extremely high-quality spiritual weapon. The treasure of Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Rhino Orb, surpassed even Fong Xiaohong's Jade Light Mirror, as it was an elite amongst high-grade spirit artifacts. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga paid it no heed as he laughed lightly, drawing out a dark green bamboo branch from within his sleeve. While the bamboo branch looked ordinary and unremarkable, it was precisely a treasure that Yan Zhaoga had personally forged. When Yan Zhaoga had been a spirit vessel martial grandmaster that year, the bamboo branch had had 3 segments. Now, however, it had grown once more, seeming as though it could grow on its own as it had turned into 4 segments. Yan Zhaoge tossed it lightly, the dark green bamboo branch landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone picked up the bamboo branch, swinging it towards the spirit rhino orb above Fong Can's head. As the 2 sides collided, the spirit rhino orb instantly emitted a mournful wail as it was sent flying. Greatly shocked, Fong Can hurriedly kept the spirit rhino orb. Lowering his head, he saw that a thin crack had appeared on the orb, causing him great heartache. He looked disbelievingly at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, staring unblinkingly at that dark green bamboo branch. No spiritual chi or power fluctuations could be felt from the bamboo branch at all, as it seemed completely ordinary and unremarkable no matter how one looked at it. However, it was precisely this ordinary bamboo branch that had directly caused a crack to appear on his high-grade spirit artifact, the spirit rhino orb. While the spirit rhino orb did not seem like pure weapons like sabers, swords, and armor, as a high-grade spirit artifact, it was naturally made of extraordinary materials. How could it possibly be so weak? Even other ordinary high-grade spirit artifacts might not be able to leave such a clear crack on the surface of the spirit rhino orb with just a single strike. Fong Can could only feel that the strange things he had encountered today were more than he had in the previous half of his life, completely toppling his understanding of this world. The Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving as he raised the 4-foot-long bamboo branch in his hand, using it as a spear as he executed another Northern Ocean divine spear, stabbing straight towards Fong Can, wanting to pierce a hole through him. Fong Can's figure shifted, his body seemingly instantly transforming into countless silhouettes. However, beneath the spear of the Northern Ocean clone, he advanced courageously, sweeping through all that stood in his way as the silhouettes shattered one after another. The seawater of the nearby region of sea had already been shattered by the power of the 2 sides, a vacuum having been cleared out. The pillar of the divine palace hovered in mid-air, streams of 7-colored radiance resembling silk hanging downwards as they enveloped the surrounding area, resembling a cage. Fong Can resembled a beast trapped in a cage as he was forced to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He felt stifled to the extreme. The Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kun had not left behind any legacies, all of his aura having been retracted within the remnant embryo. After Yan Zhaoge had taken the stone statue away, no traces of it had been left behind at all. When Fong Can had arrived at that foreign dimension afterwards, he had found it completely empty. If he had known that Yan Zhaoge possessed a martial saint corpse, even if he did not believe that a martial grandmaster would be able to refine it, Fong Can would still have been much more cautious. Now, however, he had slammed headfirst into a metal plate, his head bleeding profusely. Fong Can had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would still have other methods besides the martial saint corpse, actually making it impossible for him to flee even if he wanted to. This transcending mortality martial grandmaster's arrogance and ferocity were stimulated as he abruptly erupted, ignoring the attacks of the Northern Ocean clone towards him as he instead shot viciously towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as the Northern Ocean clone's techniques changed, becoming swift and vigorous. The Kunpeng was a kun in water, a peng out of water, and a kun fish in its transformation, its body being several thousand kilometers long as it was massive beyond compare. The extreme speed of the great peng, the immense strength of the kun fish, the majesty of its strength could be counted on one's fingers. Northern Ocean divine spear, Northern Ocean fish. The majestic, tyrannical force directly shattered Fong Can's spirit rhino avatar. Fong Can's entire body shook intensely as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring as he ignored everything else and still shot towards Yan Zhaoge. From the looks of it, he was clearly going all out. Yan Zhaoge roared loudly, the light of thunder flickering within his right eye as he traversed space in an instant. An instant's thunder. Fong Can was greatly shocked. He did not want to perish together with Yan Zhaoge. However, he could not retreat now as he could only grit his teeth and advance. Boom! Fong Can suffered another heavy blow as the terrifying thunderbolts directly pierced through his body. However, Fong Can's palm had also arrived before Yan Zhaoge, wanting to kill him. Who knew that a small black incense burner would suddenly appear within Yan Zhaoge's hand, blocking Fong Can's palm? The majestic palm force was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. Fang Can stared. You. I what? Yan Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as jade light flickered in his other empty hand, the roar of a dragon emerging from the green abyss sword. If you had known that this would happen, don't come and mess with me. Chapter 519. Looking at the earth-devouring burner in Yan Zhaoge's hands, Fang Can felt a chill within his heart. The Northern Ocean clone gave him too much pressure, causing him to be unable to deduce Yan Zhaoge's thoughts. As the various scenes of their earlier clash flashed through his mind, Fang Can discovered that he had fallen into a great net that Yan Zhaoge had woven, being trapped in his own cocoon step by step. The fact that both sides were injured, that both sides could perish together, that both sides were fighting with their lives on the line, was all an illusion. Yan Zhaoge had finished weaving the net, waiting for him to crash into it himself. The green abyss sword transformed into an azure dragon and pierced through Fang Can's chest with a roar. Behind him, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had shockingly already arrived just inches away once more. The shadow of death shrouded Fang Can's heart, but he was even more unwilling. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock as well. He had originally thought that it would be Yan Zhaoge who would die young as a genius, falling at the hands of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Never would he have thought that in the end, it would actually be Fang Can who would be fighting like a cornered beast. And now, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster was shockingly about to perish at Yan Zhaoge's hands. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were all completely dumbfounded as they had never imagined that the situation would actually turn out like this. Their island lord had personally taken action, yet he had actually ended up in such a state. Don't mess around. A Spirit Rhino Island disciple said with a trembling voice, Our Spirit Rhino Island is one of the 7 pillars of the good Tao. By killing our chief, you are destroying yourself from the good Tao of the world. No matter how it usually is, when it comes to fighting against the demonic path, the righteous path will always be united. Hearing these words, the people of Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Wind Sect and the other forces of good all frowned, none of them willing to be the scapegoat for others. However, the gazes with which they looked at Yan Zhaoge were also filled with vigilance and judgment. With the evil saint seemingly blocking myriad sword pool for Yan Zhaoge, those of the forces of good could not help but suspect Yan Zhaoge's identity and stance. Even if Yan Zhaoge did not originate from the sacred evil sect, him slaying the chief of Spirit Rhino Island would undoubtedly be detrimental to the forces of good while benefiting the 6 evil sects. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Elder Dong and the others of Water Crystal Palace were all rather hesitant. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge seemed like he was smiling whilst also not as he glanced at that Spirit Rhino Island disciple, his gaze causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. No matter what happens to me in the future, it is not something that your Spirit Rhino Island can decide. If you have the time to spare, think about what happens to yourselves in the future. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, swiveling his head to look at Fang Can. Fang Can coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body covered in wounds. However, his expression calmed as he said coldly, If you dare to kill me, just wait for the encirclement of Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool and the Blood Dragon Sect. At most, this old man will just leave first and wait for you down below. Before he had finished speaking, a boom resounded as Fang Can's head was smashed apart by a single punch of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. His entire body turned into a rain of blood and exploded in the air. So what if I kill you? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, Why wouldn't I dare? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt a chill within their hearts. They had originally thought that defeating Zhang Haocheng and Li Sheng in a single move would be the mark of this youth shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Who knew that on that very same day, he would actually slay Fang Can, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good and ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts. This was already not just shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, but rather earth-shattering and heaven-shocking. The name of Yan Zhaoge would definitely resound throughout the entire vast ocean world after this day, being known by all, known by all. Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace exchanged looks, their hearts both feeling rather heavy. Such brutal, ruthless, and unbridled methods truly seem like those of the forces of evil. That's not really the case. He has already killed Fang Zhaohong, sowing blood enmity with Fang Can with their irreconcilable enmity. At the end of the day, both sides will have to come to an end. Even if someone mediates between them, they will be able to endure it for a time, but not for a lifetime. What exactly is his relationship with the sacred evil sect? If he really is someone of the forces of evil, the impact would be too great. Now, I instead feel that he is not of the forces of evil. With that clone and such great power, if we were to suddenly kill him in the midst of a great battle with evil, it would not be just Fang Can alone who would die. While those of the forces of good felt uneasy, those of the forces of evil were similarly not having it easy. Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect gazed unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Such a force was too great as it might even affect the overall situation of the vast ocean world. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Li Sheng shook his head slightly, asking Elder Yu, "When will Master arrive?" Elder Yu answered, "He will be arriving soon. I have received news that the Soul Shocking Box has similarly left Soul Shocking Island. It seems like the Chief of Water Crystal Palace and the 9 Dragon Fingers of the Blood Dragon sect have both left their seclusion as well." He sighed, they had no choice but to come. If they did not, the heavens might change. The focus of everyone's attention, Yan Zhaoge, currently had a calm expression on his face as though he had done something insignificant. Yan Zhaoge ignored the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were dazed like wooden chickens by the side, instead swiveling his head to look at Fu Enshu, smiling. "I caused Senior Apprentice Ant to be injured earlier, yet still obstruct the enemy and buy time with me." Fu Enshu had already regained her wits now, but the shocked expression on her face had yet to fade completely as she clicked her tongue in wonder as she looked at Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. "It's nothing much. Instead, it was you who really let me watch a good show. It was truly marvelous." So this was the true foundation of that stone statue. Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right." Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, he smiled, "Senior Apprentice Ant, this show is still not over yet." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge let out a clear roar. The Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, his true essence sweeping along Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu as he was instantly far away. His direction, the bewildering maze sea. The vast ocean world martial practitioners present all came to their senses. Elder Dong and the others grit their teeth, simply following him. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone resembled a great rock, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. Over at the bewildering maze sea, the two sides who had originally already been paying some attention to the battle situation in the deep sea corridor immediately detected the approach of Yan Zhaoge's group. Feeling that powerful aura of the Northern Ocean clone, whether it was the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yan Gang who wielded the floating sinking sword or the evil Saint Lin Qianqing, their movements instantly slowed greatly. This was especially so for the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yan Gang, who was extremely wary of Yan Zhaoge's group as he even had the intention of withdrawing and retreating. While he possessed the floating sinking sword, facing Lin Qianqing and Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone alone, only death awaited him. Still, what caused Yan Gang's heart to jolt slightly was the fact that the Lin Qianqing before him seemed not to have the intention of entangling him and waiting for Yan Zhaoge to attack together with him, as he instead seemed to have the intention of giving up. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already arrived before him. He extended his arms, one in front and one behind, resembling a great spear as he stabbed straight out. Streams of golden and black light congregated, forming an incomparably massive silhouette which bobbed and sank between the heavens and the earth, rising and falling, swift and vigorous. Its target was the evil Saint Lin Qianqing. Chapter 520. First kill a righteous cultivator, then kill a devil cultivator. Yan Zhaoge had never considered such a thought, nor did he need to. Yan Zhaoge snorted disdainfully at Fang Can's words that he would be surrounded and attacked by Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool and the Blood Dragon sect. The righteous and evil sides were in a stalemate, and his existence could break this stalemate. Because of Fang Zhaohong's death, he had fought with Fong Kansas. But before he could confirm that he truly stood on the side of the demonic path, the other righteous path sects would have to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, they would have given the demonic path a chance for nothing. There could only be one reason why Yan Zhaoge had targeted the evil Saint Lin Qianqing. In appearing here, while it seemed like he was expressing goodwill and lending a helping hand to Yan Zhaoge, he was actually pushing the blame of being from the sacred evil sect onto Yan Zhaoge's head. His ulterior motives were as clear as day, as it was equivalent to him having tricked Yan Zhaoge, forcing him to stand on his side. Even as he stirred up the waters, Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that Lin Qianqing himself had some sort of special plan in wanting to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps as Lin Qianqing saw it, while Yan Zhaoge possessed shocking potential and strength, he was still only at the 6th or 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm at the end of the day. Faced with Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island going all out, he would still be unable to resist them at the end of the day. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only join the demonic Dao in order to not die in Fong Can's hands. However, he didn't expect that when he forced a snake into its hole, it wasn't a grass snake, but a true dragon. Having refined the Northern Ocean clone, an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge, had directly counter-killed a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Fong Can of the 7 great heavyweights of good. He had originally thought that this was a pawn that could be cultivated and used, but it turned out to be someone who was on the same level as him in terms of strength. As a result, tragedy befell Fong Can, and Lin Qianqing did not have it easy either. He immediately realized the consequences of what he had done. "Trust me, I don't like to hold grudges, really." Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Qianqing. "If there is any enmity that can be avenged on the spot, I will do so on the spot. A gentleman does not bear grudges that have been kept for a long time, right? You tricked me, so I naturally have to get back at you. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm going to ruin it for you." Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. With but a thought, the Northern Ocean clone directly stabbed out with his spear towards Lin Qianqing. Lin Qianqing's entire body was enveloped in a black fog, his 2 eyes bright like starlight. There was no sound coming from the black fog. Only the star-like eyes flashed slightly. Streams of black chi suffused the air, blocking Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack while he himself rapidly fled into the distance. The true essence of both sides clashed in the air. It seemed lively, but Lin Qianqing was bent on retreating, and the 2 sides did not engage in a true battle of life and death. Such an action, in the eyes of others, inevitably gave rise to many speculations. Those who had already been suspicious of Yan Zhaoge in the first place grew even more suspicious, feeling that Lin Qianqing was intentionally helping Yan Zhaoge, the 2 of them acting. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, was a little hesitant as he did not dare to wield the floating sinking sword with all his might, lest he fall into a trap as he guarded against Yan Zhaoge and Lin Qianqing suddenly joining forces to attack him. Like this, Lin Qianqing was a martial saint at the end of the day. As he did not linger in battle as he only wanted to flee, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone having just been refined would be hard-pressed to keep him there despite its great speed. However, Yan Zhaoge was not despondent as a thoughtful expression instead appeared on his face. Looking at Lin Qianqing's departing figure, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "You cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art, right? Its power is indeed unordinary, its variations unpredictable, making it hard for others to see through your foundation. Like an illusory shadow, it is hard for the attacks of others to hit you. At the same cultivation level, martial practitioners who cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art are extremely hard to kill. Even opponents who are stronger than you would be hard-pressed to kill you. In the vast ocean world, I even suspect that you are the hardest person to kill." Yan Zhaoge said leisurely. "Still, that is under normal circumstances. If this demonic art is not cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, you will be in a state of weakness for a full 9 days out of every month's 30 days. You are at the 1st level of the martial saint realm. Normally speaking, you should be at the 7th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, at most reaching the 8th level." Yan Zhaoge smiled rather maliciously. "When you are in a state of weakness, your devilish art will be unstable, Your body even having your true essence leaking out uncontrollably, exposing your tracks. You better hide well these few days. In the distance, Lin Qianqing's figure did not cease as he vanished into the horizon. However, the minds of all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present wavered for a moment as they seemed to have seen that lofty evil saint's entire body shake as he staggered slightly. Everyone looked at each other. Are we hallucinating? While others might have seen wrongly, Yan Gang, who wielded the floating sinking sword, would definitely not have seen wrongly. There was only one explanation for that. Yan Zhaoge's words were true. The spirits of all the martial practitioners of good rose slightly. Exchanging glances, Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace could both see the shock in the other's eyes. Zhang Haoqing said hesitantly, "If I do not remember wrongly, all these years, when news of the evil saint has not appeared of his own accord, it seems to be on days like the 1st, 5th, 10th, 11th and 15th of the month." Elder Dong closed his eyes, earnestly recalling for a while before he opened them and nodded slowly, "That's right. On the 1st, 5th, or 10th of the month, while not all 9 days are occupied, they are within this range." Zhang Haoqing wrung his hands. "If we had not acted, we would not have known that the evil saint had been in a weakened state at the time. Otherwise, this would have been a good time to deal with him. He would not even have been able to conceal his tracks, missing out on so many opportunities for nothing." It was true that the evil saint was powerful, but what was most troublesome was that his movements were unpredictable, his thoughts hard to grasp. A Water Crystal Palace martial practitioner secretly asked via sound transmission, "Could it be yet another trap, a lie that they have colluded with?" Elder Dong said, "If it is a lie, the evil saint's actions over the long years have all been in preparation for this lie. However, as long as we are cautious enough, this lie will not have much effect. The risks far outweigh the benefits, the returns much lower than the costs." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he sighed lightly, "If it is to help this youth gain his trust, it is also completely not worth it." Zhang Haoqing looked first at Yan Zhaoge and then at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, smiling bitterly. "Even if the two of them are colluding, it is also impossible for this young Master Yan to be of the sacred evil sect. He is able to speak on equal terms with any expert of this world. However, if Yan Zhaoge was not a descendant of the sacred evil sect, where did the forces of good start suspecting him from?" Everyone exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. With such great strength, how could they hope for him to just sit there and wait for death when facing Fong Can? He was not a fool. Even the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, felt a headache coming on. At the end of the day, it was still because Yan Zhaoge was too powerful. If such a person was confirmed to be an enemy, there would be nothing to say. They would just do what they had to do, everyone relying on their own methods. However, if it was a neutral person, forcing him to the side of evil, wouldn't that just be looking for trouble for themselves? Therefore, looking at Yan Zhaoge, they all felt their balls aching for a time. Chapter 521. Looking at the fleeing evil Saint Lin Qianqing, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. The sacred evil sect was strange and mysterious. Not to mention the people of the righteous path, even the people of the demonic path didn't have a good relationship with them. The Dragon Slayer sect, Soul Shocking Island, and other forces of the 6 evil sects were very wary of them. Now that he had exposed Lin Qianqing's weakness, there would be many people who had designs on him. The sacred evil sect had been established for many years, and their whereabouts were secretive. They had never encountered any great tribulations, so they definitely had a considerable family business. Whoever could swallow it up would definitely be of great benefit to them. Of course, Yan Zhaoge himself was also such a fat sheep, his entire body filled with treasures. Still, comparatively speaking, after today, those of the vast ocean world would be very cautious in having designs on him. After all, as compared to the evil saint who had been domineering for many years, Yan Zhaoge who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere was actually even more mysterious as he was unable to be seen through. Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Wind Sect and the other forces of good could only feel their balls aching at this moment. Meanwhile, those of the Dragon Slayer Sect, Green Snake Island and the other forces of evil were currently looking at Yan Zhaoge with conflicted looks on their faces. The most embarrassed person was none other than the sect master of the 10,000 sword pool, Yen Gang. Of the 7 pillars of good, Spirit Rhino Island had always been on good terms with Myriad Sword Pool. Yen Gang had come out of seclusion this time because of Fong Can's invitation. In the end, Yen Zhaoge had virtually killed Fong Can right in front of Yen Gang. Amidst the tragedy of Spirit Rhino Island, Myriad Sword Pool had also suffered a great loss of face. If he wanted to settle the score with Yen Zhaoge, Yen Gang did not have the confidence to take him down. Soul Shocking Island's Island Master and Dragon Slayer Sect Master were both rushing over with the Soul Shocking box. Yen Gang had to be wary of them taking advantage of him. However, if Yen Gang did not stand up for Spirit Rhino Island, it would be an even greater blow to their Myriad Sword Pool's reputation, at the same time causing a rift between them and Spirit Rhino Island. Furthermore, Fong Can's death also meant that Myriad Sword Pool's alliance with Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a blow to their strength, causing them to be at a disadvantage against the other 7 pillars of good. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Yen Gang's mind. At this time, a voice came from afar. "Yen Gang, are you going to continue? This old man is very happy to watch the battle." Yen Gang's expression changed slightly as he recognized the voice of one of the 6 evil paths, the Island Lord of Shocking Soul Island. Although the other party was not a martial saint, he wielded the ancestral sacred weapon, the Soul Shocking Box. His strength was extraordinary, and he was one of the top 3 of the 6 evil paths. Yen Gang gazed at Yen Zhaoge, who laughed. "Don't look at me, I don't know this person either. What he is planning, everyone is clear on it." Of course, he knew that it was nothing more than to curry favor with Yen Zhaoge. With Lin Qiansheng as an example, the island master of Soul Shocking Island did not act rashly. He only stood far away and restrained Yen Gang. Looks of despair appeared on the faces of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners. First, not speaking of whether Yen Gang could defeat Yen Zhaoge, under such circumstances, even if he could, Yen Gang would not be able to make a move. While the relationship between the 2 clans was close, no matter how shameless the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were, they would not dare to ask Yen Gang to take on the immense risk of fighting 1 against 2 just to stand up for them. The humiliation and hatred of their island lord being killed was destined to never be washed away today. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were even beginning to worry about whether Yen Zhaoge might be vicious and merciless enough to finish them off. The face of the Myriad Sword Pool's sect master, Yen Gang, was as grim as still water. He seemed extremely displeased. However, only he himself would know whether he was feeling relieved, no longer having to continue being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yen Zhaoge smiled mildly, seemingly completely ignoring the tense atmosphere before him as he walked leisurely towards the bewildering maze sea with his hands behind his back. The evil saint should have some special motives in wanting to take advantage of the situation. Because I attacked here out of his expectations, he gave up halfway. However, some clues might have been left behind. Are you not interested? Hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, the hearts of Yen Gang and the others all jolted slightly. Yen Zhaoge was not of the sacred evil sect. If Lin Qiansheng had not come here to stand up for those of his lineage, why had he specially rushed here? Just helping Yen Zhaoge to be the scapegoat was clearly not sufficient to trouble this evil saint. After all, no one had known before that Yen Zhaoge was actually powerful to such an extent that he could shake the balance of power in the vast ocean world. In that case, Lin Qiansheng's actions were truly thought-provoking. Amidst their thoughts, they followed Yen Zhaoge's footsteps, moving towards the interior of the bewildering maze sea. Even the powerful, terrifying aura of the chief of Soul Shocking Island who had not appeared before them followed. The Northern Ocean clone brought Yen Zhaoge and Fu Wenshu along. Yen Zhaoge paid attention to the surrounding activity. Since he knew that Lin Qiansheng cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, he had to be exceptionally careful. The traces he had left behind would not be easy to discover. The bewildering maze sea itself possesses the power of confusion which will eliminate many traces. Yen Zhaoge pondered slightly. Still, from the looks of it, he seems to be searching for something. While the others were dubious, they were even more tempted. Something that could cause the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng to be mesmerized by it was naturally extraordinary. Still, having been disturbed by Yan Zhaoge like this, there was naturally no need for him to search for it. Next, he would have to pay more attention to concealing his tracks, lest others take advantage of his weakness to sneak in. Seeing that there were no other clues left, Yan Zhaoge stood where he was and pondered for a while before smiling and shaking his head. He leisurely waved goodbye to the others. "Everyone, I have finished what I have to do here. There is naturally no need for me to stay any longer. Let us meet again." True essence surged within the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone, streams of light transforming into wings that unfurled, sweeping Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along as they instantly flew tens of thousands of kilometers away, vanishing into the distance. The vast ocean world martial practitioners all did not know whether to laugh or to cry, their emotions complex to the extreme as they did not know what to say for a time. It was just that everyone was currently thinking about various things, all of them related to Yan Zhaoge. With his first move, he had slain the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fang Can, of the Seven Pillars of Good, also pointing out the weakness of the chief of the Sacred Evil Sect, Lin Qiancheng, of the Six Evil Sects. Every single thing, shook the heavens beneath the heavens. What kind of changes would this mysterious youth who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere bring to the vast ocean world? Whatever the case, however, even if Yan Zhaoge vanished from this world, he had already become a legend, destined to leave behind a heavy, colorful stroke in the history books of the vast ocean world. Powerful auras approached from other directions. Everyone was jolted awake, knowing that they were the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the chief of the Blood Dragon sect and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect who had hurried over. For a time, the numerous experts of the vast ocean world actually congregated here. Still, very quickly, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect and the chief of Soul Shocking Island were the first to retreat, the evil martial practitioners also remaining vigilant against the forces of good as they retreated. Those of the forces of good did not pursue them. Everyone needed time to digest everything that had happened today as they had to reconsider the future development of the situation as well as their own grand plans. It was instead Yan Zhaoge himself who had stirred up a storm, who was currently feeling rather relaxed and happy. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, Yan Zhaoge was all smiles. "Oh, it is indeed useful. Still, its cultivation base is much higher than mine, and controlling it requires a lot of mental effort. When this clone fights with others, it would not be so convenient for me to act myself." Fu Enshu pointed at him, showing off. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Chapter 522. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's lazy appearance, Fu Enshu shook her head and laughed. After laughing, Fu Enshu asked curiously, "Still, how were you able to refine the mortal shell of a martial saint as your clone while still at the martial grandmaster realm? Even with the help of that sweet pouring raindrops, it should still have been beyond my capabilities." Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. "It should be related to my essence talisman. When I cultivated to the mid-essence spirit stage, I obtained 10 spirit leaves, of which the rune inscribed on the 10th leaf was rather special. That was something that I gained from comprehending the principles of the heavens and the earth during my cultivation. It is profound beyond words, hard to describe. Still, it must have contained some sort of profound principles within, helping me to succeed today." Fu Enshu recalled, nodding slowly, "It is indeed profound. I saw your father's 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers that year, and it was also profound and indiscernible. Still, it didn't seem to be as deep as yours." She sighed in admiration. Spirit leaves and spirit flowers are everyone's fortuitous encounters, yet also a manifestation of one's accumulated understanding of martial arts. Being able to have such a fortuitous encounter is inextricably linked to the foundation that you have normally established. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "I think so too." Seeing his shameless look, Fu Enshu was not vexed. "Right, while I have not supervised your cultivation, I know that you have always been very hard-working." Yan Zhaoge asked, "How are your injuries, senior apprentice ant?" "I fought with someone just now. If I want to completely recover, some time will be needed," Fu Enshu said. "Instead, are we heading to Changli Mountain now?" Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right. Directly passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea now, we will be able to head to the directionless sea without any obstructions." Let alone the fact that Fong Qian was already dead. Even if he was still alive, he would still be powerless to stop Yan Zhaoge from bringing the Northern Ocean clone through the Spirit Rhino Sea. Changli Mountain should have already received news of what happened here in the Deep Sea Corridor and the bewildering Maze Sea. If Bai Jingkong and his wife are still around, hearing the descriptions of my appearance, they should be able to guess my identity. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, from the looks of it, the higher echelons of Changli Mountain should still be tight-lipped. Senior apprentice brother Su became a guest elder there, living together with little June all these years. There have not been much news of them in the vast ocean world, as they were just ordinary solitary practitioners. Fu Enshu looked slightly despondent. As you say, it has already been around 7 to 8 years since they came to the vast ocean world. I wonder how that child Yuzhen is doing now. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head a little. This is really hard to say. We will only know when we have arrived at Changli Mountain. Fu said, Fu, mountain, Yan, mountain, Li, Fu, Tian, Fu, Enshu, Fu. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone transformed into a great rock, grabbing both Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu with its claws as it spread its wings, riding the wind and traveling at a high speed. Fu Enshu did not suffer from any turbulence. Raising his head to look at his Northern Ocean clone, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kun indeed possessed shocking martial prowess. Sadly, he perished midway. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to head to the world beyond worlds in the future. Yan Zhaoge was rather in favor of Zhuang Kun's martial Dao as it had its unique aspects. Now that he had become his Northern Ocean clone, he could similarly cultivate and raise his strength. Yan Zhaoge was calculating what kind of supreme martial arts he should pair with in order to allow the Northern Ocean clone to improve even more quickly. This clone already possessed the body of a martial saint. The martial arts that he had originally cultivated in had been extremely stable, as it would instead not be good for him to change and cultivate in supreme martial arts like the peerless heavenly scripture. Forcibly changing it might just be learning to walk like a child, the gains not making up for the losses. Still, it is not that there is no way. It just needs to be done slowly and gradually. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, his true martial spirit talisman appeared above his head, shining brightly. To Yan Zhaoge, there was another meaning to his ascension into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Strange and graceful talisman characters flashed in his eyes. He raised a palm above his head before flipping it over, slapping downwards. His movements were broad, simple and heavy. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's entire aura was different, as he resembled a descended divinity. Accompanied by the flip of his palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to reverse as the sky smashed downwards. Beneath that palm, it was like the heavens were collapsing. It was precisely one of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Still, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm that Yan Zhaoge executed now seemed somewhat different from before. Above Yan Zhaoge's head, other than the true martial spirit talisman with the peerless heavenly scripture as its foundation, another essence talisman was shockingly gradually condensing. As this talisman manifested, the aura of Yan Zhaoge's Heavenly Broad Creed Palm rose unceasingly, as it actually seemed like the heavens and the earth were about to be overturned. It was not just the heavens and the earth. All the principles of this world seemed to be reversing along with it. Yin and yang, light and darkness, cold and heat, speed and inactivity and so on appeared one after another, with the momentum of being overturned. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm, had been obtained by their founder, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, from analyzing the legacies of the Jade Clear direct lineage of pre-Great Calamity times, having been developed to this day. Meanwhile, this Jade Clear direct lineage martial art that he had unearthed was the cyclic heavenly scripture that was ranked alongside the peerless heavenly scripture and the life creation heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture was of the orthodox direct lineage of the Jade Clear lineage, signifying the overturning of the heavens and overturning the earth. Its fundamental profundities and essential principles were not just the mere overturning of the heavens and the earth, but the reversal of 2 extremities. The principle that it researched was the essence of the power that caused even the heavens and the earth to be overturned. It could similarly be manifested in reversing yin and yang, reversing heaven and earth, intersecting movement and inactivity, reversing heat and coldness, and so on and so forth. The two extremities that seemed opposite were instead intimately combined as one. Grasping the crux of this, a bit of power would be able to overturn the heavens and the earth, thus forming incomparable power. This was the true intent of the cyclic heavenly scripture, a powerful supreme martial art like the cyclic heavenly seal that could reign supreme over all ages, its fame resounding through the ages. In the past, the head disciple of the Jade Clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, had been proficient in this art. He had also possessed a supreme treasure of the same name, the cyclic heavenly seal, which had slain countless experts in that legendary era. The current heavenly Broad Creed Palm of Broad Creed Mountain was actually a variant and derivative of the incomplete cyclic heavenly seal. When Yan Zhaoge had chosen his three supreme martial arts that year, he had not chosen the limitless heavenly sword that he was most familiar with or the immeasurable heavenly saber that his father cultivated instead choosing the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. It had actually been to establish a foundation for this day. While he did not cultivate in it, being proficient in the cyclic heavenly scripture had allowed Yan Zhaoge to achieve twice the results with half the effort when learning the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Whether it was in terms of cultivation speed or comprehension of martial arts, he had far surpassed others. Now, with the foundation established by the heavenly Broad Creed Palm being converted into the cyclic heavenly seal, he would soon be able to attain minor accomplishments in it. Having stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm and condensed his true martial spirit talisman, Yan Zhaoge would now be able to start cultivating in other supreme martial arts besides the peerless heavenly scripture. Chapter 523. Another true martial spirit talisman was slowly condensing above his head. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as his breathing coincided with the principles of the heavenly Tao. Amidst his breathing, a surging power seemed to agglomerate. A person's simple breathing at any time and any place actually contained the principle of one withdrawing and one releasing, the two extremes reversing. The great Tao was simple as it contained infinite profundities. Yan Zhaoge had achieved minor success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture. Even if he did not specially circulate his martial arts, he would secretly accumulate power amidst his breathing, causing his martial arts to grow deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, his cultivation base grew stronger and stronger, as though he was cultivating at every single moment, every single instant. This was indisputably of great benefit to the increase of his cultivation base, allowing him to cultivate much faster than other martial practitioners, saving innumerable amounts of time as well. Under normal circumstances, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it would be for them to make breakthroughs, the more time and effort they would have to expend. However, Yan Zhaoge, who had some success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture, could go against the flow, breaking through this norm. Taoism was supreme, the direct lineage of the three clear lineages. Whether it was the peerless heavenly scripture or the cyclic heavenly scripture, they both possessed boundless miraculous uses. As Yan Zhaoge cultivated, he was brought along by the Northern Ocean clone, traversing the Spirit Rhino Sea and heading to the Directionless Sea. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge took out that dark green bamboo branch of his, appraising it as he pondered. Perhaps it should be called a bamboo cane now. The bamboo joints had already grown to 4, each a foot long. The entire bamboo cane was now 4 feet long, having also become a little thicker than it had been initially. Even this bamboo cane could cause high-grade spirit artifacts to be unable to withstand it, having to retreat in order to avoid it. With it, mid-grade spirit artifacts could now be directly shattered into smithereens. Yan Zhaoge lightly brushed past the dark green bamboo cane, gazing at the faint purple light that flickered on its surface. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge opened the internal crystal furnace, throwing the bamboo cane within once more. Most of the mid-grade spirit artifacts that Yan Zhaoge had obtained earlier had been thrown into the internal crystal furnace, merging with this dark green bamboo cane. Now, Yan Zhaoge was going to throw in high-grade spirit artifacts. Whether it was in the 8 extremities world or the vast ocean world, high-grade spirit artifacts were extremely precious existences. Even for sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or even Water Crystal Palace, the Dragon Slayer Sect, Spirit Rhino Island, the Sacred Evil Sect and Changli Mountain, high-grade spirit artifacts could only barely be allocated to martial grandmasters of the Essence Talisman realm and above, with no excess. For some newly advanced early Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, if they were not proficient in forging artifacts themselves, they would even have to use mid-grade spirit artifacts for a period of time. And if it was an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster amongst solitary practitioners, it was extremely rare for them to possess a high-grade spirit artifact. Being able to possess the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, while still at the Essence Spirit stage like Yen Zhaoge was an exception amongst exceptions. While Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di unceasingly analyzed and strengthened the internal crystal furnace, they were still unable to mass-produce high-grade spirit artifacts now. Yen Zhaoge had once considered for a moment whether he should keep his high-grade spirit artifact with him. Even if he didn't use it, he could share it with others. Still, after thinking about it, Yen Zhaoge still decided to smelt it into his dark green bamboo cane. A spirit rhino orb and a jade light mirror were both thrown into the internal crystal furnace by Yen Zhaoge. The jade light mirror aside, the spirit rhino orb had been the guardian treasure of Spirit Rhino Island. In the end, following Fong Can's death, it had fallen into Yen Zhaoge's hands as well. Not just the death of their chief Fong Can, this high-grade spirit artifact having been lost was also the reason why all of Spirit Rhino Island had been so anxious, unwilling to let the matter rest. Still, Yen Zhaoge ignored them as he happily sent the spirit rhino orb into the internal crystal furnace. If the seniors of the clan find out, don't scold me for being a wastrel, treating a high-grade spirit artifact as firewood, hee. High-grade spirit artifacts possessed extremely high spirituality and also possessed majestic power, such that the internal crystal furnace was even somewhat unable to bear it as it required the assistance of the Northern Ocean clone before it could continue circulating. Just like that, Yen Zhaoge cultivated while forging treasures, being brought along by the Northern Ocean clone as they flew through the horizon. Due to him being distracted, the Northern Ocean clone did not advance quickly. Still, as a martial saint, he was incomparably swift in his movements. Even though he was moving slowly, he still very quickly traversed the Spirit Rhino Sea, arriving at the Directionless Sea. As they neared the border between the Directionless Sea and the Spirit Rhino Sea, Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. A few figures appeared indistinctly up ahead. One of them was clearly the Changli Mountain martial practitioner whom he had met once before, by Jingkong. The great rock retracted its wings, revealing the figures of Yen Zhaoge and Fu Wenchu. The Northern Ocean clone stood quietly behind Yen Zhaoge. Seeing Yen Zhaoge's appearance, Bai Jingkong instead heaved a sigh of relief as he first bowed. "Young Master Yen, I trust that you have been well." Yen Zhaoge smiled, nodding, "I trust that you have been well." Seeing this, the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners beside Bai Jingkong all relaxed as well. After having seen Yen Zhaoge's appearance from various channels, Bai Jingkong had recognized him. With this, they had at least first confirmed that Yen Zhaoge was not of the evil Dao. Also, with their previous relationship, it would also be more convenient for Changli Mountain to interact with him. First, not speaking of what would happen in the future, the strength that Yen Zhaoge had displayed now at the very least was worthy of Changli Mountain expressing goodwill towards them. As for the problem of Spirit Rhino Island, it was not a conflict between good and evil as a whole. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged, it was impossible for Changli Mountain to stand up for them. The relationship between the two sides was not usually that harmonious, with conflicts and friction occurring from time to time. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged and Fong Can having perished, it was not beneficial for the martial practitioners of good to compete with the martial practitioners of evil. However, if Yen Zhaoge was willing to lend a hand, it would be much better than Fong Kansas. Therefore, those of Changli Mountain were very relaxed and friendly. The other Changli Mountain martial practitioners immediately came forward to greet Yen Zhaoge and the others. Yen Zhaoge first introduced Fu Wenchu to them. Fu Wenchu had previously heard that Xue Fei and Shi Jun were doing quite well at Changli Mountain. Now that she was facing the martial practitioners of Changli Mountain, she felt somewhat cordial. "Right, Elder Bai, I wonder if my senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice nephew are currently at your Changli Mountain? Yan Zhaoge was also concerned about the situation of Su Fei and the others. Bai Jingkong said, Mr. Su is currently on the mountain, looking after nephew Shijun's mother. If it's nephew Shijun, he was already out before our clan received news of you. I have already sent someone to contact him. Speaking of this, young Master Yan, you caused such a huge commotion this time that everyone in the entire vast ocean world knows about it. Nephew Shijun will definitely know about it as well. I believe that he will return to the mountain very soon. Yan Zhaoge smiled, Elder Bai overpraises me. If not for Spirit Rhino Island finding trouble with me, I would not have intended to make a move at all. I have always been hoping to come to your side as soon as possible. As they conversed, they returned to Changli Mountain together. From the looks of the other party, Yan Zhaoge knew that after confirming his identity, Changli Mountain would definitely contact Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning Sect very quickly. This was also a good thing. The blame that Fang Can and Lin Qianqing had jointly placed on his head could now be removed. Even if there had been no harm done to him earlier, being made a scapegoat was still something that made him unhappy. Indeed, having arrived at Directionless Island where Changli Mountain was located, they saw a man who resembled a mountain, deep as an abyss and deep as a mountain, standing there waiting for them. The man's face was brimming with a joyous smile. It was precisely Su Fei. Chapter 524. Su Fei first bowed towards Fu Enshu before smiling and hugging Yan Zhaoge. He appraised Yan Zhaoge. Oh, your age. Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded, only a little over a year has passed there. Shui Fei shook his head and laughed. Fu Enshu asked, how is Yuzhen? Zhaoge's judgment is very accurate. The Rainbow Dawn Chalcedony is indeed helpful for sister-in-law Yuzhen's condition. Shui Fei retracted his smile and said with a serious expression, the current situation is much better than before, but sister-in-law Yuzhen has yet to wake up. Su Fei's expression was still comparatively more relaxed. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu also relaxed. On this directionless island, I was pleasantly surprised to find a spirit spring. The spring water is also effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. However, the spring water dried up a few decades ago. Now, only a small amount of spring water is produced. Shui Fei said as he walked, I will now suppress the ice coffin containing sister-in-law Yuzhen's body directly under the spring. I just don't know how long it will take. I must thank the friends of Changli Mountain for allowing us to borrow the spirit spring. Bai Jingkong and the others hurriedly said that there was no need, and Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu expressed their thanks once more. After visiting the chief of Changli Mountain, the other party very considerately did not keep Yan Zhaoge and the others any longer, allowing them to head straight to the spirit spring in the back mountain and check on Yuzhen's situation. After analyzing the spring water for a moment, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, to think that it could be found in this vast ocean world, the ocean scorching spring. It is indeed effective for sister-in-law Yuzhen. Sadly, the spring water has almost dried up, and we can only slowly grind it out now. He sighed. I'm afraid it will take many more years. The sea-scorching spring is not easy to carry around. It needs running water to be effective. Yan Zhaoge looked rather worriedly at Su Fei. I had originally intended to bring you back home, back to the Eight Extremities world this time. Shui Fei smiled and shook his head, it's fine. June and I will continue to stand guard here. Don't worry about us. Yan Zhaoge said, seeing that you are safe and sound now, we can finally rest a little more at ease. Shui Fei asked, how is the current situation in the Eight Extremities world? As this was mentioned, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu exchanged glances, their expressions both turning rather gloomy. Yan Zhaoge picked out the key pieces of information, summarizing them for Su Fei to hear. There were various pieces of news, both good and bad. The invasion of the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain had been repelled, the Flame Devils had been sealed in the East Sea and would not be able to cause trouble for a very long time. Yan Di had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, his might presiding over the entire Eight Extremities world as he presided arrogantly over the entire Eight Extremities world. Yuan Jingfeng's disappearance, Feng Zhuan's heavy injuries, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Liuhua's situation unknown, their fates unknown, caused Xue Fei to knit his brows in worry. The main problem with Grandmaster is that he fell into space-time turbulence. I don't know where he went, so it's difficult to find him. Yan Zhaoge said softly. Still, there is no need to worry too much about his safety. While he has lost an arm, he is still a martial saint and a veteran of the world. He should be able to turn the situation around. Second martial uncle, it'll be fine as long as he recuperates. I've dealt with him before I left, and I can confirm that his life is no longer in danger. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Instead, it's junior apprentice sister Feng and the others whose situation is unknown. They might be facing a life-and-death crisis. Even without those of the Sacred Sun clan making a move, if they were swept into the power of the seal, it would also be a situation of certain death for them. After a long time, Xue Fei exhaled a long, turbid breath. I hope that they can turn the situation around. Yan Zhaoge fell silent. He felt a rare anxiety creeping up from the bottom of his heart, requiring him to control it unceasingly as he warned himself to remain calm and rational. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enchu seemed to have felt something. Still, she did not speak in the end, just letting out a sigh that was hard to understand. Xue Fei changed the topic. Grandmaster is missing, Chief is sealing the Flame Devils in the East Sea, and Senior Apprentice Uncle Feng is still in a deep slumber from his heavy injuries. Then, are the two Grand Elders in charge of the clan now? Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind, saying, Elder Zhang is sitting over the clan. After Second Apprentice Uncle has been sent back to the mountain, he should be helping to look after them and treat their injuries. Elder, he went to the East Sea together with my father. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Fu Enchu, who said, Senior Apprentice Uncle, he battled several great Flame Devils alone, one of which was extremely close to being a Flame Devil King, not inferior to our transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Senior Apprentice Uncle, he slew his opponent, also sustaining injuries. Still, his life should not be in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, the two Grand Elders should be in charge of the clan now, with Senior Apprentice Brother Chang handling the day-to-day affairs on their behalf. The Senior Apprentice Brother Chang that Fu Enchu spoke of was that previous East Sea First Seat Elder, Chang Zheng. In the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shirtai of the Disciplinary Hall had perished. It had been Chang Zheng who had returned from the East Sea, taking over the position of First Seat Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. He was the head disciple of the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. As compared to Shirtai, Feng Zhuan, Fu Enchu and the others, Yan Zhaoge was more unfamiliar with Chang Zheng, who was often not at Broad Creed Mountain. After Chang Zheng had returned to the mountain, it had been Yan Zhaoge's turn to frequently go out, the two not having any direct contact. However, just from what he knew, this Senior Apprentice Uncle Chang was also one of the few peak figures of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation, having stepped into the late Essence Talisman stage even earlier than Fu Enchu. Amongst those of the same generation, only Yan Di, Feng Zhuan and Shirtai were above him. He had been the First Seat Elder of the West Heaven region, the First Seat Elder of the East Sea, all the way to his current position of First Seat Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. Yan Zhaoge asked, I remember that Senior Apprentice Uncle Chang also went to the East Sea? Fu Enchu nodded, that's right. Still, Senior Apprentice Brother Chang should be fine, not having been injured. Su Fei said, in resisting the simultaneous invasion of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds this time, our clan has sacrificed quite a bit. However, as long as we can get through this, the bitterness will be over and the sweetness will begin. Not mentioning anything else, once the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief escapes, there will be no one who can stop him. Yan Zhaoge nodded, just don't be too careless. He exhaled lightly, anyway, we have to hurry back as soon as possible. Fu Enchu said, that's right. Now that you have refined a martial saint clone, having returned to the 8 Extremities world, you will be a force that cannot be neglected. Especially with Junior Apprentice Brother Yan, Old Man Mo, East Huang and Song Wuliang unable to leave the East Sea, an additional martial saint of our clan will be of great use. With the clear Qi robe and you, it will be sufficient for us to pass through this smoothly. waiting for junior apprentice brother Yen to extricate himself from the East Sea. Su Fei smiled, if junior apprentice sister Feng and the others are blessed by the heavens, our clan will still have a high chance of obtaining the extreme Yin crown. Yen Zhaoge nodded silently, I hope that they will be safe. In the following days, Yen Zhaoge and Fu Enxiu remained on Directionless Island, Fu Enxiu recuperating from her injuries while Yen Zhaoge analyzed on the martial Dao while patiently waiting for the lofty prestige mirror to recover. At the same time, he also waited for Shi Jun to return to Changli Mountain. Yen Zhaoge very much hoped to see the already grown Shi Jun unexpectedly, however, Shi Jun did not return. Instead, he received news related to him. What did you say? Yen Zhaoge and Su Fei both looked in shock at Changli Mountains by Jinkong, little Jun, abducted someone's daughter, their whereabouts now unknown. Chapter 525. Outside, Yen Zhaoge had fought a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle with Lin Qiancheng and Fang Can, but he had still avoided exposing his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun as much as possible, fearing that they would be implicated. This was especially so after having come to Changli Mountain this time and learnt that Shi Jun had long since left. Yen Zhaoge rejoiced slightly at his earlier caution. With the flaws of Lin Qiancheng's illusory shadow demonic art having been exposed, he now had to carefully avoid the limelight lest he be encircled. With the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fang Can killed, while there were still many experts, with the sweet-pouring raindew vein that Yen Zhaoge had left behind, they were still at loggerheads with the spirit-returning sect. They would not be able to extricate themselves for a while as they were left in a terrible state. However, Yen Zhaoge did not forget that there was another sacred ground-level power of the vast ocean world that had enmity with him, the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects. The number 1 essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect, Dark Evil Jiang Xiong, had been slain by Yen Zhaoge in the bewildering Maze Sea along with a few other martial grandmasters. The news had been spread by Spirit Rhino Island back then. During the Battle of the Deep Sea Corridor, having learnt that Yen Zhaoge had appeared, the evil shifting sect had hurried over as well. Still, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, they had been a step too late. When the chief of the evil shifting sect had arrived, the Battle of the Deep Sea Corridor had already been concluded. Yen Zhaoge had left after shocking the world. With the Northern Ocean clone present, the chief of the evil shifting sect had not dared to pursue Yen Zhaoge alone as he could only give up resentfully. Yen Zhaoge had still been a little worried earlier that if those of the evil shifting sect knew of his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun, they might make things difficult for Shi Jun. However, he would never have thought that the news he had received had nothing to do with the evil shifting sect at all. Instead, it was that Shi Jun had abducted a female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, vanishing together with her. What exactly is going on? Yen Zhaoge was tongue-tied as he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. It shouldn't be eloping, right? This kid can do it. I think very highly of him. Bai Jingkong, who had come to report the news, could not laugh. The one who has gone missing is the Blood Dragon sect's chief Shinshircheng. The Blood Dragon sect has sent back news. It was that Jun who wanted Shining. Blood sect disciples tried to stop him, but Shi Jun killed 2 of them and heavily injured 1. In the end, Shining was abducted, then Shi Shen, Ing, her Shining, and Shining, he, sh, Xue Fei frowned. How is that possible? Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, looking at Su Fei. According to your description of Shi Jun's character these past few days, it doesn't seem like something he would do. According to Xue Fei, Shi Jun's growth was more or less influenced by his father, Shi Songtao. It wasn't that his personality was becoming more and more like Shi Songtao's, but Shi Jun seemed to be intentionally differentiating himself from his father. This was reflected in Shi Jun's inability to tolerate crimes that committed crimes, to the extent that he abhorred evil as if it were his mortal enemy. It was as if he was trying to prove that he was different from Shi Songtao. As Yen Zhaoge saw it, these effects were still within an acceptable range. Still, he still had to be careful. Shi Jun's personality was sensitive and precocious. His life experiences had given him an urgent desire to prove himself. Fortunately, with Su Fei's guidance over the past few years, Shi Jun's character had been very tough aside from his somewhat impatient personality. Just during Yan Zhaoge's stay at Changli Mountain, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners had all praised him greatly. There weren't many who knew of Yan Zhaoge's relationship with Shi Jun, so this kind of evaluation was basically believable. Yan Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkong. As far as I know, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain is not that harmonious. When Yan Zhaoge had met Bai Jingkong and his wife that year, he had seen them in conflict with the martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, with the other side even attempting to kill them. Bai Jingkong nodded with a sunken expression. That's right. Of the 7 pillars of good, our clan's relationship with the Blood Dragon sect might be the worst. If not for the conflict between good and evil, the 2 sects of the vast ocean world with which Changli Mountain had the worst relationship would be the Blood Dragon sect and the Evil Shifting sect. They could virtually be considered mortal enemies. All these years, if not for the 6 evil sects being their common enemy, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain would have worsened even further. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Therefore, the words of the Blood Dragon sect cannot be trusted. They might just be making use of this as a pretext to find fault with us. His eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light emanating from within. I am more concerned about where my junior apprentice nephew is now. Su Fei said slowly, not being able to distinguish right from wrong. We have to first find Jun, and hear what he has to say. Bai Jingkong smiled bitterly. The problem now is that we cannot find nephew Shi Jun's whereabouts. He glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei, not saying anything. Changli Mountain actually also suspected the possibility that Yan Zhaoge had mentioned. In the worst-case scenario, Shi Jun might have already been killed, with the Blood Dragon sect now being the thief calling the thief. Perhaps they don't know about my relationship with senior apprentice brothers Su and Jun, but the Blood Dragon sect definitely knows that I am at Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's expression had already calmed as he pondered. For the Blood Dragon sect to dare come so brazenly and openly denounce us, they definitely have something to rely on. After all, your Changli Mountain is on extremely good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Either they really have concrete evidence, or... Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. You should pay more attention to the movements of Myriad Sword Pool. Bai Jingkong nodded slowly. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Changli Mountain together, it was equivalent to Water Crystal Palace gaining a powerful ally. The relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool was destined to grow even closer, especially with the alliance between Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island having been weakened. Yan Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkong. Where was the last news of Jun? As long as he was still alive, even if his whereabouts were unknown, it would still be impossible for there to be no traces of him at all. As for the possibility that something had already happened to Shi Jun, it was not that Yan Zhaoge had not considered it before. Still, as long as there was still hope, he would not give up. Bai Jingkong said, in the star-shifting sea. The news originates from the Blood Dragon sect. As he said thus, he took out a jade talisman, infusing his true essence within. Radiance shot out from the jade talisman, condensing into an illusory scene of light. Within the illusory scene, 2 groups of people were seated facing each other within a great hall, the atmosphere extremely tense. A longtime elder of Changli Mountain said in a heavy tone, while Shi Jun is not a disciple of my Changli Mountain, having grown up in my Changli Mountain since young, this old man is very clear on his character. It is definitely impossible for him to be a rapist. The group of people opposite them were naturally those of the Blood Dragon sect. Their leader, an old man, was seething with rage. You still want to protect such a beast? This old man flashed a jade talisman as well. An illusory scene of light similarly appeared on the jade talisman, seemingly having been left behind by what had happened back then. A youth wielding a sword in his right hand viciously stabbed someone to death. Meanwhile, he was carrying another person under his left armpit. It was a woman. After stabbing an opponent to death, even more people surrounded him. This youth brought that woman along as he leapt into an oceanic whirlpool, instantly vanishing from sight. As Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei were separated by 2 layers of light, the scene was inevitably somewhat distorted. Senior apprentice brother Su. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Su Fei nodded. It's June. Chapter 526. Yan Zhaoge continued looking at the image of light as he saw a Changli mountain elder say in a heavy tone, "We can only see the two of them leaving together. What can this prove?" The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. "The daughter of our sect's chief was abducted by someone of your Changli mountain, her fate unknown now. You still dare to speak sarcastically here?" Hearing his words, another Changli mountain elder who appeared to be a middle-aged man snorted exasperatedly. They jumped into the oceanic whirlpool, indeed vanishing without a trace. Still, who knows what happened afterwards? Perhaps they have already fallen into your hands, yet you still come to my Changli mountain to make a fuss, finding fault for no reason. I should be the one to ask you, where are they? The Blood Dragon sect elder was enraged. Good, you want to make a false accusation now? That little bastard surnamed Shi caused a huge disaster. If he did not return to seek your protection, where else could he have run off to? That Changli mountain elder said coldly. As for the cause of this matter, it is still hard to say. Let's just believe what you say for now. There are a total of 3 parties. Shi Jun is not here, nor is Sect Master Shin's daughter. How can the words of only one party be believed? A middle-aged woman of the Blood Dragon sect raised her palm, stopping her enraged fellow disciple before saying, "Your words are right. Please hand over Shi Jun and Ying He so that we can confront them face to face." The Changli mountain elder snorted. "I already said long ago that they have not returned to the mountain." He gazed at the people of the Blood Dragon sect. "We would also very much like to know where they are." A Blood Dragon sect elder said furiously, "We have no intention of beating around the bush with you here. With every second that passes, Ying He will be in more danger. Our 2 sects have indeed had many conflicts in the past. Our sect's disciples were defeated by that brat Shi Jun, and we can't blame him for their lack of skill. However, 2 of our sect's disciples have died under his sword, and Ying He has been kidnapped. There must be an explanation for this result." That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect scanned the people of Changli Mountain before her, saying slowly, "You say that Shi Jun is not here. Then what about his master? You wouldn't say that he is not here as well, right?" The image of the Jade Talisman by Jinkong had brought with him ended here. He sighed and looked at Xue Fei. Sect leader Martial Uncle would like to invite Brother Xue to the main hall. Please forgive me for the reason. Su Fei said, "Elder Bai is polite. Whether or not the words of the Blood Dragon sect are true or false, it is only right that I appear." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Bai Jingkong said, "Young Master Yan, I feel that it would be best if you don't reveal yourself first. You can try searching for nephew Shi Jun in private. If we can find dear nephew Shi Jun faster than the Blood Dragon sect, the situation will definitely be much more beneficial to us. If you act privately, it will not be easy for news of you to leak out." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Bai Jingkong. He understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Although she trusted Shi Jun's character, this matter was very awkward. Out of all the things he shouldn't have done, Shi Jun had really brought Shining away. If anything were to happen, things would not be clear. What was reasonable could easily become unreasonable. Changli Mountain would definitely not give in before the Blood Dragon sect, stubbornly standing their ground no matter what. However, if the fault really lay with Shi Jun and Changli Mountain was in the wrong, Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning sect would not be able to make an appearance. Due to the threat of the 6 evil sects, while there were many internal conflicts amongst the 7 pillars of good, they were still able to get by on the surface. When Hai Jingjie and the others had pursued Bai Jingkong and his wife that year, they had also wanted to slay them in the foreign floating life world with no bystanders present. Hai Jingjie and the other Blood Dragon sect disciples had been killed by Yan Zhaoge. Finally, over at the vast ocean world, they had also gone missing. Bai Jingkong and his wife had not spread the news, only reporting it to the higher echelons of their sect. With killing and kidnapping this time, there were many eyewitnesses as well. The matter seemed to be on the verge of blowing up at any moment. The one who had been kidnapped was also a young and beautiful female disciple. The effects would be even worse as those who heard it would often develop some bad guesses. This was also the reason why the Blood Dragon sect had been so enraged. Especially when the one who had been kidnapped was the daughter of their chief. This was equivalent to a slap on the face of the entire Blood Dragon sect. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Senior apprentice brother Su, you should go take a look first." Su Fei and Bai Jingkong left together, Yan Zhaoge closing his eyes in thought as he muttered to himself, "The anxious looks of the Blood Dragon sect do not seem to be an act." In Changli Mountain's general hall, Su Fei cupped his hands, greeting everyone within. The gazes of those of the Blood Dragon sect seemed as though they wanted to devour him. Su Fei's expression did not change as he said calmly, "While my disciple is mischievous and a little hot-tempered, he is definitely not someone who does not know what is important and what is not. He would also not commit crimes such as rape and plunder." That female elder of the Blood Dragon sect said slowly, "What you mean is that we are slandering you and your disciple?" Su Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. "This Su's evaluation of my disciple is that he has done the right thing." "You say that my disciple has kidnapped someone. This is similarly a one-sided story. How will it convince the masses? In order to ascertain the truth, there is no better way than to find the people involved first. My disciple is currently indeed not at Changli Mountain or Directionless Island. There is even no news of him in the Directionless Sea." Su Fei said in a heavy tone, "You are worried about the safety of your sect's disciple. This Su is similarly worried about that disciple of mine. Following this, I will attempt to find him. Your sect can send someone to accompany me." A Blood Dragon sect elder snorted coldly, "You are quick to deny it. His problem is not just kidnapping. 2 of our sect's disciples died at his hands." Su Fei raised his brows, "While I will offend your sect, if someone from your sect comes to kill this Su can only take it on first before thinking about the future. At that time, I would not have just stood there and allowed myself to be beaten without retaliating." That Blood Dragon sect elder stared. "You..." The middle-aged woman beside him waved her hands before looking straight at Su Fei. "All right, whatever it is, let's first find him. Do you have any clues?" Su Fei said mildly, "If your sect's words are all true and that oceanic whirlpool is indeed where my disciple and your sect's disciples last disappeared, there might be a chance." That Blood Dragon sect female elder directly stood up from her chair. "When do we leave?" Su Fei swiveled his head to look at those of Changli Mountain, whose chief Gao Tianzhong said, "Our sect will not ignore this. We will dispatch someone to accompany you and those of the Blood Dragon sect." "In that case, thank you, Chief Gao." Su Fei nodded, sucking in a deep breath. "I just need to make some preparations. We can set off in an hour." Su Fei returned to the mouth of the ocean-scorching spring, meeting with Yan Zhaoge. After a brief discussion, Yan Zhaoge said, "No matter what, let's first find June." Right. Still, there is something that you need to know, Zhaoge. While the vast ocean world is suitable for qi cultivators to cultivate in, the flow of spiritual qi is still much different at the end of the day. Some strange arts that can be used in our 8 extremities world cannot be used here. Su Fei secretly reminded him via sound transmission, for example, the blood-soul recollection ceremony cannot be used here. Therefore, just finding little June and the daughter of the Blood Dragon sect's chief is still not sufficient. There is still some wrangling to be done. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "As long as June is fine, everything else, whether it is fighting or wrangling, I don't care." "Senior apprentice brother Su, do you have a way to find June?" "I don't have much confidence, but I can try." Saying thus, Su Fei handed a jade sword to Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 527. Yan Zhaoge kept the sword before settling down in Yuzhen within the ocean-scorching spring along with Su Fei before leaving. Su Fei went to rendezvous with those of Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect while Yan Zhaoge found Bai Jingkong, saying, "My senior apprentice Aunt Fu is currently in secluded cultivation recovering from her injuries. Do not disturb her for now. After she has left seclusion, invite her over to the ocean-scorching spring." Bai Jingkong nodded in agreement. As Yan Zhaoge continued, Can you give me a detailed introduction of the situation in the star-shifting sea? I'll find someone for you, Bai Jingkong said. Then, he found a Changli Mountain martial practitioner who was relatively familiar with the star-shifting sea. After earnestly listening to the other party's explanation of the situation, Yan Zhaoge expressed his thanks and took his leave. The star-shifting sea was located to the east of the vast ocean world, its territory densely covered with starlight springs numbering in the tens of thousands. The Starlight Spring was a special landscape. The spring was located at the bottom of the sea, and a large amount of light similar to starlight would occasionally gather, spurting out like a fountain. When it was large enough, it rushed out of the sea and lit up the sky. However, this kind of light flow was not beneficial to humans. Because there were too many starstream light springs in the stellar shifting sea, they erupted one after another. Hence, the stellar shifting sea was enveloped by the light flow all year round. In the star-shifting sea, it was very difficult for human martial artists to cultivate. Hence, to most martial artists, this place was a forbidden land. However, there were also a large number of special products and treasures that attracted people to enter temporarily to search for treasures. Previously, Shi Jun left his mountain and came here. On one hand, he wanted to train himself. On the other hand, he wanted to try and find a way to treat his mother, Ying Yuzhen. After entering the star-shifting sea, the area enveloped by the light would greatly affect a cultivator's perception. At the same time, communication would be inconvenient. According to what the Blood Dragon sect had said, Chief Shen Shicheng's daughter, Shening, had also entered the star-shifting sea to temper herself. Who knew that something had happened to her? Shi Jun and Shening had leapt into the oceanic whirlpool together. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners had gone down to search for them, only to discover that the oceanic whirlpool just so happened to lead to the vein of a starlight spring. No one knew which spring the two had left from, thus their tracks had been lost, making it hard to track them down. If it really leads to a starlight spring, Shi Jun and the others might really be able to shake off the pursuing forces of the Blood Dragon sect. Having arrived at the star-shifting sea, after having inspected the unique characteristics of a starlight spring, Yan Zhaoge pondered, but afterwards, where did they go? If Shi Jun had indeed not fallen into the hands of those of the Blood Dragon sect and was instead safe and sound, the Blood Dragon sect's judgment would indeed be correct. Whether or not Shi Jun was in the right, he would definitely first think of a way to return to Changli Mountain in the directionless sea, looking for his master Su Fei and Changli Mountain to think of a solution together. At the very least, he should contact Xue Fei and explain the situation to him. Now that there was no news of him, it seemed that the current situation did not allow him to do so. Yan Zhaoge pondered, gazing straight at the great sea before him that seemed to be enveloped by a dense fog of light, striding within. As he traveled through it, he would occasionally see starlight shining from the surface of the sea nearby. It was as if the bottom of the sea was the starry sky of the universe. Intermittently, a meteor streaked past, and then the starlight broke through the surface of the water and rushed up to the sky, bringing with it an expanse of light and monstrous waves. The entire star-shifting sea was in such an environment all year round, regardless of day or night. As Yan Zhaoge traversed the star-shifting sea, even as he made sure to conceal his tracks, he was also unceasingly observing the surrounding situation. Within the star-shifting sea, other martial practitioners could still be seen from time to time. There were solitary martial practitioners who had come to try their luck, as well as disciples of the various major sects of good and evil. For the sake of some treasures, there would often be conflict between them, especially between martial practitioners of good and evil. In such a chaotic place, it was the front lines of conflict. What Yan Zhaoge noticed was that the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners he encountered along the way were clearly more numerous than those of the other sections. From the looks of it, they were in groups of 3 to 5, scattered in all directions as they seemed to be in the midst of searching. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself, it looks like Jun has indeed not fallen into their hands yet. Like this, Yan Zhaoge's originally worried heart was instantly put at ease. As long as Shi Jun had not fallen into their hands, he would not have to hold back as he would be able to do many things freely. Yan Zhaoge fiddled with the jade sword that Xue Fei had handed to him, then, where is Jun and now? He has not contacted home all this time. Is it because he is trapped somewhere? According to Xue Fei, Shi Jun possessed a sword as well. When the two swords were close to each other, they would sense each other. The closer they were, the more intense the connection would be. Wielding the jade sword, Yan Zhaoge ventured deep into the star-shifting sea, heading in the direction indicated by the Blood Dragon sect to where Shi Jun and Shining had first vanished. That was a small island. After nearing it, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that there were more Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in the vicinity. There were longtime experts of the sect as well as younger disciples with comparatively lower cultivation bases. From the inside out, they unceasingly searched for clues as to where Shi Jun and Shining had vanished. After observing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge did not discover anything. The small island itself was not small. It was said that on the day of the incident, Shi Jun and those of the Blood Dragon sect had both rested on this island, even having come into contact with each other. Due to the disharmony between Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, they had parted on bad terms, nearly coming to blows. In the end, Shining had appeared and pacified the other Blood Dragon sect disciples. At that time, there had been people of other sects on the island who had witnessed the incident from the side, all of them praising the generous and gentle Shining. Who knew that something would happen that very night? Shi Jun had abducted Shining, killing and injuring 3 Blood Dragon sect disciples. Facing the encirclement of many other Blood Dragon sect disciples, he had brought Shining along as he leapt into the ocean whirlpool and fled. As news of this spread, those of the other sects of good were mostly rather dissatisfied with Shi Jun. Even if the two sides were not on good terms, it would still be fine if he had challenged them to a duel, but abducting someone's wife and daughter still left most people dissatisfied. Instead, those of the forces of evil rejoiced in his misfortune by the side, even fanning the flames as they praised Shi Jun unceasingly. Unable to find any clues on the small island, Yan Zhaoge found a gap and directly entered that ocean whirlpool, not resisting as he allowed the undercurrents of the ocean whirlpool to sweep him along as he sped along at the bottom of the sea. Finally, everything before him was dazzling. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure within the water, knowing that it was the pulse of the starlight spring before him. Yan Zhaoge took out the jade sword, lightly flicking its blade with his finger as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, his true essence roiled on the blade of the sword before he lightly sliced his finger, a drop of blood instantly appearing on the blade. Yan Zhaoge's finger muscles twitched, instantly stopping the bleeding as even a wound could not be seen. That drop of blood that had roiled on the blade of the sword instantly transformed into a thread of blood, traversing every single part of the blade of the sword. The next moment, blood-red light enveloped the entire sword. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, the sword landing within the bright starlight before him before he too entered it. Amidst the roiling radiance, a streak of blood-red light could be seen flashing past, following the starlight for who knows how long before it suddenly shook before flying out from the mouth of a spring. Yan Zhaoge chased after the streak of blood-red light, also flying out from that mouth of the spring, catching hold of the jade sword once more as he scanned the surrounding region of sea. It should be in the vicinity. Chapter 528. The surrounding region of sea was enveloped by blurry starlight. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge's or the Northern Ocean clone's sensory abilities, they were both greatly affected. The range of their senses was basically limited to where they could see. Still, looking down at the jade sword in his hand, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that some changes seemed to have occurred within. This proved that his most crucial first step was not wrong. Shi Jun should have left from this spring. This way, the range of Shi Jun's whereabouts would be greatly reduced as it would no longer be so difficult to find him. Following the guidance of the sword, Yan Zhaoge began searching the vicinity. As he searched, Yan Zhaoge discovered that there were Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners in this area as well. Still, they were no different from those of other places as they were still randomly roaming about like headless flies. While they had enough people, virtually conducting a carpet search, wanting to find 1 or 2 people in an environment like the star-shifting sea, especially 1 or 2 who might be in hiding, no amount of people would be enough. It was really like searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, while he still seemed completely clueless, Yan Zhaoge felt that it was not purely luck that he had been able to find this place. As he silently passed by these blood dragon sect martial practitioners, their discussions also vaguely fell into his ears. Wanting to find someone in an environment like the bewildering maze sea and the star-shifting sea is really too difficult. However hard it is, we still have to find him. That kid injured Elder Chang's grandson and abducted Chief's daughter. We have to dig him out even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. That's right. Let alone a mere disciple of a guest elder of Changli Mountain, even if he was their head direct disciple, we still have to dig him out. Speaking of which, Elder Chang has already left seclusion, hurrying over to the star-shifting sea along with Chief. Gradually narrowing down the range of search with a secret technique, we should be able to dig out the location of that traitor and junior apprentice sister Shin very soon. Hearing these discussions, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Ever since arriving in the vast ocean world, he had always been paying attention to all sorts of information, understanding the people and matters of this world. After arriving at Changli Mountain, he had done an extremely systematic understanding. While the people of the Blood Dragon sect did not speak in detail, Yan Zhaoge was still able to guess their identities. Nian Chen, the Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon sect and the previous chief, the #1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, wielding their sacred artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers. Of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality experts, Nian Chen was ranked 3rd. Of course, this ranking did not include holy weapons. 10 years ago, in order to cultivate in seclusion and seek a breakthrough, Nian Chen stopped dealing with the specific affairs of the sect and passed the position of sect leader to his disciple, Shen Shicheng. Still, Nian Chen's position in the Blood Dragon sect could still be described as one of absolute authority. Those who were not on good terms with the Blood Dragon sect usually did not hold back in their words when facing martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, mocking Shen Shicheng for being their chief, having a grand chief above him. Shen Shicheng himself did not mind, and Nian Chen also trusted him quite a bit. In the past few years, the sect's affairs, big or small, were usually handed over to Shen Shicheng to handle, while he himself concentrated on cultivating. However, from the looks of it, Nian Chen, who was originally in closed-door training, had specially come out to the star-shifting sea this time. Is the Blood Dragon sect disciple that Jun injured Nian Chen's grandson? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Nian Chen's son had died early, leaving behind only a single grandson, Nian Wei. This was something that everyone in the vast ocean world knew about. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge heard those Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners continue. Senior apprentice brother Nian has yet to recover from his injuries, already having to rush about in search of senior apprentice sister Shen. It really must be hard on him. Senior apprentice brother Nian and junior apprentice sister Shen are truly a match made in heaven. In coming to the star-shifting sea this time, it was senior apprentice brother Nian who specially came to escort her. Who would have thought that something like this would actually happen? Senior apprentice brother Nian would naturally be unable to sit still. Senior apprentice sister Shen has been abducted by that traitor for so long, her whereabouts unknown. I'm afraid that, silence. Don't you know that a loose tongue can cause trouble? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips as he heard this. Good fella, the two people with the deepest backgrounds of the Blood Dragon sect's younger generation have been simultaneously flirted with by you. No wonder the Blood Dragon sect has completely exploded. You have standards, I think highly of you. Yan Zhaoge soundlessly passed over the heads of those Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners, his mind drifting as he walked. What Shening resisting an arranged marriage, falling in love with Shi Jun at first sight and eloping with him? What Nian Wei harbored ill intentions, Shi Jun acting bravely for a just cause, saving Shening and escaping, Nian Wei accusing Shi Jun of abducting her. He was of course on Shi Jun's side, his various thoughts naturally being those that were beneficial to Shi Jun. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's first find the person before anything else. Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts that had flown off to who knew where, focusing once more on the jade sword in his hand. The people of the Blood Dragon sect also had a secret technique as they gradually locked onto their location in the vicinity. Yan Zhaoge could not afford to be careless as he had to find the two as soon as possible. Following the guidance of the sword, Yan Zhaoge attempted to find the correct direction and location. Who knew that after searching for a long time, he would still be unable to find anything. Frowning, Yan Zhaoge came to the place where the reaction of the sword was the most intense, sinking to the bottom of the sea and scanning the reefs at the bottom of the sea. However, he still did not discover anything. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge's figure began rising slowly. However, he did not immediately leave the surface of the sea as he instead searched diligently amidst the undercurrents between the bottom of the sea and the surface of the sea. I still haven't found you this time. After a while, Yan Zhaoge smiled, his figure moving along with the flow of the seawater as a whirlpool shockingly appeared before him. It was actually a whirlpool that lay horizontally within the seawater. The surface of the whirlpool strangely stood upright, forming an inconspicuous empty space at the center of the seawater. Here, the reaction of the jade sword was exceptionally intense. Yan Zhaoge broke through the flow of water, stepping into that empty space where there was no water. Then, not halting, he directly stepped into the whirlpool. Passing through the center of the whirlpool, Yan Zhaoge shockingly passed through a formless passageway as he stepped into a foreign dimension. Just having entered the foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as he saw a dense fog that appeared faint purple in the surrounding area. This fog resembled grease, being abnormally sticky as it made it hard for one to advance or retreat within it. Yan Zhaoge tested it out. Advancing forward was easier than retreating, and retreating was not difficult for him. However, if it was a martial grandmaster, it would probably be hard for them to exit the foreign dimension as they would only be able to struggle forward step by step. It looks like June, and the others are indeed trapped here, Yan Zhaoge thought as he broke through the encirclement of the purple fog, officially stepping into the foreign dimension. A massive deep valley appeared before him. Entering it, Yan Zhaoge only took a single glance before he grew wary. It is not just the marks left behind by one or two people. Other than June, and the others, there are others as well. Yan Zhaoge headed downwards, arriving at the bottom of the valley. However, he only saw a complete mess as it seemed to have been swept through by some powerful force. A dense stench of blood emanated over. Carefully appraising it, Yan Zhaoge shockingly saw a few corpses lying on the ground, all of them wearing the clothes of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. Beside one of the corpses was shockingly a damaged spirit artifact. The others were all beyond recognition, having been reduced to broken fingers and remains. Only this person's corpse, protected by the spirit artifact, had not been destroyed. Walking close, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to take a look. It was a youth with 7 sword scars on his chest. Chapter 529. Scanning the surroundings of the deep valley, Yan Zhaoge saw that one of the entrances to the valley had completely collapsed. There seemed to be traces of a mountain flood erupting there, sweeping through the bottom of the valley with a massive destructive force as it buried everyone there. That was not a simple flood, instead resembling the spilling of a starlight spring. However, it was much fiercer than the spring's mouth as the starlight transformed into a flood, extinguishing all that existed before it. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to take a look. Currently, the corpses at the bottom of the valley had already been reduced to broken limbs under the bombardment of the starlight, their bodies riddled with wounds. However, with Yan Zhaoge's vision, he was still able to tell that 2 of them had not died beneath the starlight. Instead, they had already been killed by others before they had been struck by the starlight. One of them was this youth before him whose corpse had been preserved thanks to the protection of the spirit artifact. At first glance, Yan Zhaoge had basically recognized those 7 sword scars on his chest to be the handiwork of the Big Dipper sword. Cleansed by such a flood of starlight, there was basically no possibility of others faking these scars. Was it Shi Jun who did it? Yan Zhaoge's spirits first rose. Shi Jun might have been here earlier, yet had been found by these Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. A battle had erupted between the 2 sides. Shi Jun had killed 2 of them, but had been outnumbered. Perhaps it was a mechanism that Shi Jun himself had set up beforehand, or perhaps the battle had inadvertently caused the Great Starlight Tide. Borrowing the cover of the Great Starlight Tide, Shi Jun had successfully broken out of the encirclement, while the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners here had suffered as they had been devoured by the Great Tide. After carefully inspecting the area once more and confirming that Shi Jun's corpse should not be here, Yan Zhaoge relaxed greatly. The traces here showed that all this had happened not too long ago. Meanwhile, the jade sword in his hand also indicated that he was not far from Shi Jun. If he continued his pursuit, he believed that he would be able to find Shi Jun very soon. However, Yan Zhaoge's expression was rather strange as he looked at that youth whose chest had been left with 7 sword scars. Dying at Shi Jun's hands, he did not seem very old. He should only be a martial scholar, also not having reached the Xiantian stage yet. Not having reached the Xiantian stage yet possessing a low-grade spirit artifact, this person's identity must be extraordinary. Yan Zhaoge was already clear that the artifact forging level of the vast ocean world was roughly on par with that of the 8 extremities world as a whole. Even for a major sect like the Blood Dragon sect, a martial practitioner who had yet to reach the Xiantian stage possessing a spirit artifact was a special exception. Either he had great fortune and obtained it outside by chance, or his family background wasn't ordinary. Yan Zhaoge glanced at this youth, thinking to himself, "It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right?" Lightly patting his head, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched upwards. If this is Nian Wei, given the current situation, he should not be allowed to run around as he pleases. Even if he wants to personally look for Jun, and Shining, there should still be Blood Dragon sect experts following him. Martial grandmasters were still able to retreat from that place just now. This way, those of the Blood Dragon sect outside may also know of the existence of this place. As he pondered, the gaze of the Northern Ocean clone beside Yan Zhaoge flickered slightly. Yan Zhaoge's mind was connected. Someone entered this foreign dimension from the entrance. Furthermore, his cultivation is very high. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge himself could feel the entrance to the foreign dimension shaking intensely. The other party's movements were extremely bold and unrestrained, with no intention of concealing himself. He forcefully tore apart the purple smoke blocking the entrance with his strength and charged in. The newcomer's speed was as fast as the wind, and he soon arrived at the entrance of the omphalos. Curling his lips, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and saw a silver-haired old man currently gazing down menacingly. Seeing the corpse of that youth on the ground, this silver-haired old man instantly let out an enraged howl of grief to the extreme, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from this silver-haired old man, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Nian Chen. The experts of the Blood Dragon sect who wielded the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, would all break off the thumb of their left hand. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on that old man's left hand, seeing that this palm shockingly only had 4 fingers, missing the thumb. He smacked his lips. It really is him. Nian Chen glared at Yan Zhaoge, clearly enraged as he said word by word, "You are Yan Zhaoge?" This grand elder of the Blood Dragon sect had just left seclusion not long ago. Before this, he had always been in secluded cultivation, not paying attention to the affairs of the outside world. It was only recently that he had emerged due to the matter of Shi Jun, Shining, and Nian Wei. After leaving seclusion, he had placed all his attention on finding Shi Jun's whereabouts. Yan Zhaoge's name was really too resounding now. People of the sect would naturally report Yan Zhaoge's deeds and experiences to Nian Chen. However, Nian Chen had always been arrogant and domineering. At this moment, he was even more enraged by Nian Wei's death as he suddenly let out a dragon's roar, streams of blood-red light flying out from his body. The more enraged he was, the more Nian Chen did not underestimate his enemy. Even when the Northern Ocean clone stood silently by Yan Zhaoge's side like a statue, Nian Chen still noticed his existence. The streams of blood-red light transformed into numerous blood dragons in mid-air before condensing to form a massive silhouette. This silhouette had the head of a dragon and the body of a human. It had a single arm, one of its massive claws clearly having 9 fingers. Looking calmly at Nian Chen, Yan Zhaoge chortled, "If I were to make a move, would a martial scholar's corpse still be left behind? You wouldn't think that a low-grade spirit artifact would be able to protect him, right?" Nian Chen extended his hands, light simultaneously lighting up on his 9 fingers as 9 sharp finger sheaths that were crimson as blood and flickered with golden light appeared. Wearing the finger sheaths, Nian Chen's hands resembled the sharp claws of a dragon. He retracted the furious look on his face at this moment, all his fury transforming into coldness. Those 7 sword scars were the handiwork of that little bastard surnamed Sure. However, even if you were not the one who did it, it is definitely related to you. Other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners now appeared beside Nian Chen. One of them was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, shockingly having reached the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Seeing the corpses of Nian Wei and the others at the bottom of the valley, pain as well as deep worry flashed through his eyes. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoge recognized this middle-aged man as the father of the missing Shining, the current chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shen Shicheng. While feeling pained over the deaths of his disciples, Shen Shicheng was also worried about his daughter. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said in a heavy tone, "Young Master Yan Zhaoge, your name has been like thunder in my ears recently. This Shen really did not wish to see you here. It would have been fine if you had stayed at Changli Mountain, but since you have come here, it means that you are definitely related to that Shi Jun." Shen Shicheng shook his head slowly. Shi Jun and his disciple have mysterious origins, and it is the same for you as well. You say that it is very normal for you to come to Changli Mountain. However, that Shi Jun and his disciple are merely guests at Changli Mountain, not being of Changli Mountain itself. It is understandable for Changli Mountain's people to stand up for them, but as a guest as well, why have you appeared here? Shen Shicheng asked in a heavy tone. Young Master Yan has always been open and aboveboard. You wouldn't say that all this is a coincidence, right? Or perhaps you want to deny that the sword scars on my junior apprentice nephew Nian Wei's body were not caused by that Shi Jun? Chapter 530. Yan Zhaoge smiled relaxedly. Of course it isn't a coincidence. I have specifically come to find my junior apprentice nephew. I concealed my tracks earlier because I was worried that you thieves would cry thief. With Jun already in your hands, in consideration of his safety, I was more cautious. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Now that I understand that while his whereabouts are unknown, he is currently not in any danger, I am naturally at ease. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all glared at Yan Zhaoge as Shen Shicheng said slowly, "From the looks of it, you intend to protect your junior apprentice nephew?" Yan Zhaoge raised his right index finger, waving it lightly towards Shen Shicheng and the others. If it really was my junior apprentice nephew who committed a mistake, I have plenty of rules to discipline him. However, if someone tried to frame my junior apprentice nephew, we will have to have a proper talk. A Blood Dragon sect longtime elder said furiously, "The facts are all there, the evidence irrefutable. What else is there to say?" Yan Zhaoge secretly sensed the changes in the Jade Sword as he said nonchalantly, "Irrefutable what? Up until now, it has only been your side of the story." The others of the Blood Dragon sect still wanted to speak, but Nian Chen raised his hands, stopping them. The baleful chi of the 9 blood-red claws shot to the heavens, causing the entire foreign dimension to shake and tremble. "My grandson is dead," Nian Chen glared at Yan Zhaoge, "killed by your junior apprentice nephew." Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at Nian Chen. "So? My junior apprentice nephew should be waiting for death, taking a beating without retaliating, dying at your grandson's hands? If you want to fight, I will accompany you." Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. "I will shoulder the matter of my junior apprentice nephew. I have been unhappy for a long time that my people have been hunted down by you. I am currently busy looking for him. After finding him, I had originally intended to personally go look for your Blood Dragon sect. I cannot be bothered to quibble with those juniors down below. If I want to find someone, it will naturally be the two of you." Yan Zhaoge looked at Nian Chen and Shen Shicheng. "It is an accident now. Still, it is an accident that I like very much." Nian Chen roared furiously, "Good fella. Then I'll take care of you first." He raised his hands, the 9 blood-red fingers leaving his palms and flying into the air before landing on that massive claw of the Blood Dragon avatar above his head. The 9 claws were intertwined with the 9 sharp finger sheaths, and the violent power shook the world. A boundless sea of blood seemed to appear before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, within which countless long dragons rose and fell, bathed in a blood-red light. The aura of a true dragon was mixed with a terrifying and thick fiendish aura, creating an unimaginable pressure. A strong smell of blood almost dyed the entire foreign dimension crimson red. It was as if a group of dragons was enraged and wanted to slaughter the common people. The power of the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, shocked the heavens and shook the earth at this moment. Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar extended its clawing towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's breathing halted slightly as he felt the scene of the heavens and earth before him rapidly shrinking, collapsing with him at its center as it pressed down on him. The dense blood sea roiled unceasingly, countless blood dragons stirring up waves as they simultaneously lunged towards Yen Zhaoge. Nian Chen's voice resounded simultaneously from all directions at this moment, entering Yen Zhaoge's ears. "Youngster, you are too arrogant. Do you think that just having killed a Fang Can, you can rampage unbridled in the vast ocean world? There are many who can kill Fang Kansas. Ignoring you is only because everyone is restraining one another, not wanting to be taken advantage of by others. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Who do you think you are?" Usually, this old man would also think twice before acting. Still, now that this old man's grandson is dead, this old man does not want to consider anything else. "There is only one thing that I am considering right now." Nian Chen resembled a roaring evil dragon. Whoever harmed Wei Er's life, this old man will exterminate their entire clan. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone beside him strode forward, spreading his arms before making a circle. There seemed to be a great spear within his hands before he grabbed its head with one hand and its tail with the other, exerting force as the perfectly straight spear shaft was bent into a semicircle. A vast black sea that flickered with a golden light seemed to appear amidst space. A massive shadow bobbed up and down amidst the sea. Sinking beneath the water, it transformed into a massive black fish that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, resembling land. Emerging from the water's surface, it transformed into a great green rock. With a flap of its wings, it soared tens of thousands of kilometers into the air. As it bobbed up and down, an incomparably terrifying power expanded into the surroundings. Golden and black light intermingled, instantly blocking that surging blood sea and countless blood dragons. Northern Ocean Divine Spear, Kunpeng Hang's wings. The blood dragons rampaged, yet were unable to break through the boundary drawn by the Kunpeng's wings as they were unable to advance any further. The next moment, the Northern Ocean clone's arms shook, the hand that was grabbing onto the spearhead seemingly suddenly releasing its grip. The great spear that had been tensed up mightily erupted, turning from a semicircle to a perfectly straight line once more. With this, an incomparably violent power erupted, rampantly cleaving apart the blood sea. Innumerable blood light shattered, the blood water receding. The scales of the numerous blood dragons shattered as their bodies were broken into pieces, truly tragic. The all-encompassing blood sea was split apart down the middle, Nian Chen and his blood dragon avatar revealed. Yen Zhaoge looked indifferently at Nian Chen. "Whose clan did you say you wanted to exterminate just now?" The flames of fury had already vanished from within Nian Chen's gaze, only hatred and killing intent that seemed to have condensed into tangible form, icy cold and penetrating to the bone. He said coldly, "That is why I say that youngsters really do not know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth." Amidst his words, the blood dragon avatar behind him struck out with another claw, 9 streaks of blood quick as lightning as they bypassed Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, attacking towards him. Nian Chen's voice resembled ice. "Naive brat, do you think that having refined the Northern Ocean martial saint Zhuang Kun as your clone, you yourself have become a martial saint? In this old man's eyes, pinching you to death is not much more difficult than pinching an ant to death. You yourself are the greatest burden of this powerful clone of yours." When two sides clashed, if one side had to protect someone or something at the same time, they would inevitably lose the initiative, giving their opponent a gap to exploit as the attacking side would gain the initiative as well as a massive advantage. Those 9 streaks of blood were of varying speeds, some interfering with and surrounding the Northern Ocean clone while others attacked towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "The naive one is you. You are too slow." Nian Chen's heart shook. The Northern Ocean clone's arms shook, instantly arriving before Nian Chen and the blood dragon avatar. Nian Chen's heart shook intensely. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean Divine Spear was the fastest martial art of this vast ocean world. Meanwhile, the martial arts of his Blood Dragon sect had never been known for speed, and the sacred artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers, was not famed for its speed either. Spear after spear, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth, the Northern Ocean clone attacked towards Nian Chen like a tempestuous storm. Distracted, Nian Chen instead lost the initiative now as he was frenziedly attacked by the Northern Ocean clone. He calmed his heart, wanting to counterattack and regain the upper hand. Who knew that the Northern Ocean clone would suddenly change his stance, suddenly executing a supreme martial art other than the Northern Ocean Divine Spear, a supreme martial art that Nian Chen had never seen before. A supreme martial art that had been lost following the Great Calamity, the Fishrock Divine Claw. Chapter 531. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion, resembling a rock extending its claw, his fingers seemingly ripping space apart at this moment. More importantly, although it was a change of move, the Kunpeng Divine Claw and the original Dark North Divine Spear were perfectly compatible. The Northern Ocean clone's figure did not slow in the slightest as he directly arrived before Nian Chen with a claw. Nian Chen's face was livid. Competing in fist, palm, and claw techniques? The Blood Dragon avatar above Xiao Chen's head had 9 claws sheathed with the sacred weapon, 9 dragon fingers. As the dragons flew, time and space in front of Nian Chen seemed to freeze for a moment. Even the attacks of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone turned sluggish at this moment. Time flowed incomparably slowly as the Northern Ocean clone seemed to be in slow motion. Executing the strongest killing move of the Blood Dragon sect's direct lineage martial arts, the 9 Dragon Slaughtering God Claw, a sharp light flickered in Nian Chen's eyes as he finally obtained a chance to switch from defense to offense. The ferocious 9-fingered Dragon Claw grabbed onto the palm of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Finger against finger, claw against claw, Nian Chen's gaze revealed a ferocious light as he abruptly exerted force with his sacred artifact claw, wanting to cripple one of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's hands. At the same time, the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners with Shen Shicheng at their head also surrounded Yan Zhaoge. Numerous blood dragons traversed and danced in the air, dyeing the heavens and earth into a sea of blood once more as they lunged towards Yan Zhaoge with a ferocious momentum. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as stable as Mount Tai. In the instant that the 9-fingered dragon claw arrived before the Northern Ocean clone, his entire body suddenly trembled intensely. It looked like a giant kun leaping out of the water, or like a rock spreading its wings. Majestic, flourishing chi and blood erupted from the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone's entire body. In the blink of an eye, the claw he stretched out changed again. His 5 fingers retracted and clenched into a fist. Then, he punched towards the center of the 9-fingered dragon claw that could grasp the heavens and the earth. The punch was like a spear thrusting forward. The spear tip pointed straight at the center of the dragon claw's palm before stabbing forward. At this moment, the violent energy broke free from the shackles of time and space of the dragon claw and regained its speed. Nian Chen's expression changed slightly. He instantly deduced that the opponent's Northern Underworld Divine Spear would first pierce a hole through his palm. We've been fooled. Switching to the Kunpeng Divine Claw was just a ploy to lure the enemy. Although Nian Chen was enraged, his reaction was sharp and his judgment was accurate when he fought the enemy. He changed his stance at the last moment, his 9 claws no longer attempting to scratch the Northern Ocean clone's arm as he instead erupted with power prematurely. The tips of the 9 dragon fingers each lit up with a blood-red ball of light. Within each sphere of light, there seemed to be 9 blood dragons entangling with each other. At this moment, they loudly disintegrated. The 9 light spheres all exploded, numerous blood dragons soaring into the air, forming a blood mist which obstructed and delayed the advance of this Northern Ocean Divine Spear of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. At the same time, Nian Chen and his blood dragon avatar quickly retreated, preparing to stabilize their footing before regrouping. On the other side, looking indifferently at the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners who were rushing towards him, Yan Zhaoge suddenly raised a palm. He raised his palm high above his head, then flipped it over and pressed it down. The first to arrive before him was a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect, a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster. The other party's hands formed claws, numerous blood dragons surging from his acupoints, coiling as they transformed into numerous essence talismans. Each dragon coiled to form an essence talisman. The essence talismans formed a massive spirit formation in mid-air, graceful patterns appearing on the spirit formation of 9 dragons congregating. Yan Zhaoge had seen this supreme martial art before. It was precisely the direct lineage of 9 dragons congregating of the Blood Dragon sect. Executed by this essence talisman martial grandmaster, how much more powerful was it than the past essence spirit martial grandmaster Hai Xingjie? However, Yan Zhaoge completely ignored how ferocious the other party's attacks were as he pressed down with his palm and neither hurriedly nor slowly. However, in the eyes of that Blood Dragon sect elder, there was only a single feeling that filled his mind. The heavens had collapsed. He felt as though Yan Zhaoge had become incomparably tall at this moment, standing above the 9 heavens. That was not just a difference in height. Instead, it was more like he was looking down from a higher plane of existence. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the sky smashed downwards, the heavens and the earth about to merge. While his movements seemed neither hurried nor slow, there seemed to be nowhere for him to flee to. Living within these heavens and earth, with the heavens and earth being overturned now, unable to escape, wherever he fled to, it would be hard for him to escape death. This Blood Dragon sect elder knew that with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to truly overturn the heavens with a single palm. This was Yan Zhaoge's palm intent influencing his mind. However, the problem was that while he desperately tried to struggle free, he was still unable to break free of the pressure brought about by this palm of Yan Zhaoge's. At this moment, the supreme martial art of legends of this world, the cyclic heavenly seal, appeared once more in the human realm. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the spirit formation in mid-air naturally collapsed. Numerous talismans shattered one after another, tragic wails resounding from within as it was as though numerous blood dragons had died tragically just like that, being crushed into mincemeat. Shen Shicheng and the others hurriedly halted their forward momentum as they stared shockingly at that Blood Dragon sect longtime elder of their lineage, dazed like a wooden chicken as he stood where he was, having his head smashed apart by Yan Zhaoge's palm as he breathed his last. Those of the Blood Dragon sect were all dazed where they stood. While they knew that Yan Zhaoge himself was a heaven-defying genius who was extremely powerful, being able to directly suppress experts like Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haocheng and the Dragon Slayer sect's Li Sheng at the same cultivation level, never would they have thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually be powerful to this extent. A single palm. Slaying a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster who was an entire cultivation level higher than him with a single palm. While Shen Shicheng was a late essence talisman martial grandmaster, seeing this scene, he could only feel a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The intense battle between the two caused the entire foreign dimension to seem on the verge of collapse, on the brink of destruction. The great earth beneath the deep valley shattered completely. After it had shattered, light flickered. Yan Zhaoge felt that jade sword shake intensely for a moment, its reaction currently weakening slightly. Frowning, he descended towards the light down below. Nian Chen had just wanted to make a move when Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving. While he had been obstructed for a moment by the blood mist that had erupted, he did not cease in his movements. He no longer clenched his fist and punched the palm of the 9-fingered dragon claw. Instead, his fist turned into a claw again. Taking advantage of the fact that the 9 dragon fingers Saint artifact had hastily changed its stance and erupted with its full power, he accurately grasped the moment when his opponent had used up all his strength and had yet to recover his strength. With a Kun Peng's divine claw, he directly grabbed one of his opponent's fingers. Nian Chen's expression changed drastically. A cruel smile surfaced simultaneously on the faces of Yan Zhaoge down below and the Northern Ocean clone before Nian Chen. He, 9-fingered Dragon King Nian Chen. From today onwards you'll be called 8-fingered. The Northern Ocean clone exerted force with his palm, directly breaking a finger of that 9-fingered dragon claw. Nian Chen let out a miserable groan. The blood dragon avatar above his head had one of its 9-fingered claws severed by Yan Zhaoge. On the other hand, his right index finger exploded into a bloody mist with a bang and was crippled. Chapter 532. The Sacred Artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers, all 9 fingers as one. However, one of these fingers was currently grasped by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, shaking unceasingly as it was unable to escape. Nian Chen's eyes looked like they were about to implode as Shen Shicheng and the others were greatly shocked as well. They wanted to make another move, but the foreign dimension they were currently in was already beginning to collapse. The Northern Ocean clone descended, leaping alongside Yan Zhaoge into the flickering radiance down below. Nian Chen roared furiously, ignoring his injuries as he extended his claw once more, clawing towards Yan Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone raised a palm to block it. The two clashed in midair, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone speeding down towards the radiance at the bottom of the valley while Nian Chen was jolted upwards. I already said that I am busy looking for people now. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, still, you can rest easy. This matter is not over yet. I'll leave your remaining 8 fingers with your 2 hands for now. We can slowly play with them later. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone vanish, Nian Chen's furious roar of unwillingness reverberated amidst space. Wanting to pursue them, the surrounding space was shattering unceasingly. Those of the Blood Dragon sect could only first resist these changes and protect themselves. When the commotion had calmed, the radiance before them had long since faded. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were nowhere to be seen. Nian Chen's face was sunken to the point of being terrifying. The surrounding Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners were all filled with despondency as well. Master! Shen Shicheng came to Nian Chen's side. Nian Chen looked at the bloody wound on his right hand and said word by word, I can feel the location of that stolen dragon finger. He and that little bastard with the surname Shi can't run away. Shen Shicheng nodded, I have contacted Chief Yen of Myriad Sword Pool, but I fear that someone from Water Crystal Palace will come as well. Nian Chen said, Water Crystal Palace would prefer for both sides to suffer heavy losses. That Yan Zhaoge has joined Changli Mountain. Do you think that their relationship will still be as close as before? Tell them that my grandson is dead. I must definitely avenge this. Whoever obstructs me will be my mortal enemy. Nian Chen's gaze was both calm and frenzied, spreading the news that this Yan Zhaoge is in the star-shifting sea. He similarly has many enemies. Now that this old man is at the forefront, bearing the greatest pressure, there will be many who will beat him when he's down. The Sacred Evil Sect, the Evil Shifting Sect, the Spirit Rhino Island, even all the martial practitioners of the Evil Dao will watch as this kid joins Changli Mountain. Let's see how many pounds of nails he's made of iron. Beside him, a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect said solemnly, but there is also the possibility of a third party making use of us, Nian Chen said coldly, therefore, contact Myriad Sword Pool. There is no need for them to make a move to deal with this Yan Zhaoge, just having to watch over our backs. I only want revenge, the lives of those 2 brats. If we kill that kid surnamed Yan, everything we obtain will belong to Myriad Sword Pool. Yan Gang may not even need to do anything at all. He can just stand by the side and earn a bountiful harvest. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all hesitated somewhat. Nian Chen's gaze sweeping over them caused all of them to feel a chill as they could only nod silently. Shen Shicheng raised his palm, Nian Wei's corpse appearing, I have secured Wei Er's corpse, not having it destroyed in the foreign dimension. Send someone to keep it well after returning to the clan. Don't bury it yet. I want that Shi Jun's head as a sacrifice to my grandson. Nian Chen's expression eased slightly as he nodded towards Shen Shicheng, I will do my best. Er will be fine. He swiveled his head to look at the great sea before him, his expression turning cold once more, let's chase. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone traversed the layers of radiance together. After a while, the radiance before their eyes gradually faded as they were able to see the scenery clearly once more. What appeared before Yan Zhaoge was shockingly a massive palace. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone. While the Northern Ocean clone did not move, one of his fists was clenched tightly, his palm trembling slightly. Within his palm, he was currently grasping the dragon finger glove that he had wrested away, seemingly having a mind of its own as it struggled unceasingly. The Northern Ocean clone was powerful as he suppressed it, unable to break free of the dragon finger glove. However, facing the Northern Ocean clone, it was still unwilling to submit. Yan Zhaoge sensed for a moment before curling his lips, being incomplete, I am instead unable to refine it. Swiveling his head, he saw the dark reefs behind him. Through the radiance of the mountain valley in that foreign dimension, he had traversed space in a single step, arriving somewhere else. The reefs were damp. Feeling the spiritual chi veins within, Yan Zhaoge determined that he was currently deep underground beneath the rocks of the seabed. A massive cave had been opened up here, vaguely concealed by the power of a barrier. Therefore, even if someone passed by the Great Sea above, they would be hard-pressed to detect that there was another world beneath the reefs at the bottom of the sea. There is indeed a problem, Yan Zhaoge thought. That foreign dimension earlier had been sturdy beyond Yan Zhaoge's expectations. In the battle between the Northern Ocean clone and the 9 dragon fingers, the 2 martial saints, that foreign dimension had lasted for quite some time before it had been destroyed. With the foreign dimension connected to this place would definitely not be simple. Gazing at the dragon finger that the Northern Ocean clone was grasping, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to a realization: the other 8-finger glove have always been in contact with it. This way, the people of the Blood Dragon sect should be able to find their way here. Yan Zhaoge pondered, preparing to suppress it with the Pillar of the Divine Palace. Still, just having taken out the Pillar of the Divine Palace, Yan Zhaoge felt it suddenly shake, nearly breaking free of his control. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. The Pillar of the Divine Palace had already been in his possession for some time now. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's constant diligent refinement of it, he had already gradually reached the point where he could wield it like it was his own arm. He had never encountered such a situation where it seemed like it was about to lose control just now. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on the palace before him. He saw that the exterior of the palace was rather crude, its lines extremely rough as well. While it looked like a palace, it was more like a massive stone house, extremely primitive to the extreme as it was filled with a barbaric air. However, appraising it with Yan Zhaoge's gaze, this stone palace had a wondrous feeling of being completely natural, not having been created by human hands. It was as if the palace had been formed completely naturally, rather than having been created by humans. Yan Zhaoge knew that nature's uncanny workmanship would often produce some strange scenes. For example, mountain rocks that resembled humans whilst also beasts, or resembled certain objects, being bizarre yet remarkably lifelike. While they looked similar to some man-made objects, they were indeed naturally formed. It was just that while the palace before him was said to have been created by humans, it seemed too crude. While it was said to have been created by nature, many man-made details were still present. How should I describe it? Yan Zhaoge walked rather interestedly towards that palace. It is as if the heavens and the earth have a consciousness of their own, imitating a palace constructed by humans. It was very common for humans to imitate nature, but for nature to imitate the creation of humans, this was a little strange. Yan Zhaoge looked at the jade sword within his hand. The sensing power within had weakened considerably. This meant that the distance between Shijun and Yan Zhaoge was currently increasing. Logically speaking, the sword in Shijun's hand should also be able to sense Yan Zhaoge's sword. Now that it was moving away unceasingly, it seemed abnormal. Chapter 533. Please subscribe to the original version, thank you. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before swiveling his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone's finger. After a while, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, arranging for the Northern Ocean clone to keep an eye on it to ensure that it did not escape. Then, Yan Zhaoge played with the Pillar of the Divine Palace that had shrunk to the form of a short stone rod in his left hand, holding that short sword in his right as he strode towards the palace that seemed ordinary yet actually possessed miraculous properties. The entire palace was formed of stone. Carefully observing it, Yan Zhaoge discovered that the stone used to construct the palace was completely the same as the reefs of the cave outside. They were similar to the extent that they could not be distinguished, as it was as if the stone house had grown out of the cave. As Yen Zhaoge entered the palace, the pillar of the divine palace to his left instantly shook intensely. It was as if something was attracting it over. Raising his head and gazing upwards, Yen Zhaoge saw a massive beam at the top of the palace that was exceptionally eye-catching. Because the material of the beam was different from that of the entire stone palace, not having been born in this cave, it looked neither stone nor metal nor wood, making it hard to distinguish. The beam flickered with a seven-colored luster, streams of profound radiance descending from above, resembling numerous ribbons of silk. Looking at this beam, Yen Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Numerous patterns that flickered with radiance surfaced on the surface of the beam, a profound concept emanating from within. Yen Zhaoge laughed loudly. Indeed, it is a beam of the divine palace that year. No wonder the pillar of the divine palace reacted. That beam seemed to be affected by the pillar of the divine palace as well, beginning to shake more and more intensely as the two were attracted to each other. Yen Zhaoge leapt up, arriving beneath the beam and carefully observing it as he gradually came to a realization. So that's how it is. The entire palace originated from this beam of the divine palace. Yen Zhaoge realized. Due to its spirituality, the beam of the divine palace had gradually merged with its surroundings, drawing in the surrounding earth and stone, with itself as the core, gradually forming this simple stone palace. This palace really did not rely on artificial hands, because its creator was precisely this beam. Looking at this beam and then at the pillar of the divine palace in his hands, Yen Zhaoge felt rather emotional. At this moment, he felt as if he was slowly flowing upstream along the long river of time, returning to the era before the great calamity. This was a feeling that came from one's state of mind. It was as if one's spirit was being washed by time. Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath, stabilizing his mind, letting his will break free from that bewildered state. He carefully examined the beam of the Shen Palace. He saw that the surface of the beam was emitting rays of light that gradually formed an intricate formation pattern. The spirit pattern looked extremely profound, hard to understand. However, after appraising it a few times, Yen Zhaoge had a rough idea of what it was. It's used for short-range spatial shifting. Understanding this, Yen Zhaoge could not help but sigh. He now understood why the reaction of the jade dagger had become weaker, and why Shi Jun's position was getting further and further away from him. Shi Jun must have discovered this place. When he was inspecting the beam of the God Palace, he touched the spirit formation and was teleported away by the spirit formation. Yen Zhaoge lightly flicked the wooden beam with his finger before extending it, tapping on that spirit pattern. The rays of radiance instantly retracted, sweeping Yen Zhaoge along as well. The boundaries of space seemed to be in the process of being erased at this moment. Yen Zhaoge smiled, stabbing the shrunken pillar of the divine palace that resembled a short rod onto the surface of the beam. The pillar and the beam instantly shuddered together. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance to exert force, grabbing the dragon finger glove with one hand and the beam with the other. The beam shook mightily as it separated from that stone palace, landing in the Northern Ocean clone's hands. Having lost the beam as its foundation, that spatial shifting formation instantly became unstable. However, Yen Zhaoge had already made use of this chance to disappear amidst the radiance along with the Northern Ocean clone, making use of this spirit pattern one last time to leave this underwater cave. It was just that in the process of spatial shifting, as the pillar of the divine palace came into direct contact with the beam, streams of spiritual qi surged, surging out from the beam. Within Yen Zhaoge's mind, scenes of light suddenly surfaced one after another. Similar to when he had collected the pillars of the divine palace, these images seemed to record everything that the beam of the divine palace had experienced since the calamity, the destruction of the divine palace, and the fall from the ninth heaven as a part of the wreckage, the long years that the beam of the divine palace had experienced, everything it had seen and heard. Most of the scenes did not change at all, merely reflecting the process of this beam of the divine palace being buried deep within the depths of the star-shifting sea of the vast ocean world. As its spirituality gradually recovered, it caused the surrounding earth and rocks to change, finally constructing that stone palace with itself as its center. That had been an extremely long process, bit by bit, minute by minute, change by change. In the initial days, that stone palace had been much cruder and simpler than it was now. As time passed, it had become more and more intricate and intricate. Yan Zhaoge believed that if he did not bring this beam away today, in a few more decades or centuries, that underwater stone palace would be even more intricate and intricate. From the outside, it would seem like it had been meticulously constructed by countless craftsmen. Of the numerous scenes recorded by the beam of the divine palace, what drew Yan Zhaoge's attention was that someone had shockingly already found that underwater cave many years ago. Still, it was not that woman who was related to the extreme Yin crown. Instead, it was a black-clothed middle-aged man. His skin was pale and his expression cold, his cultivation base not as high as that woman's, as he looked like he had yet to enter the martial saint realm. He was probably at the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster or Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster realm. Seeing the beam of the divine palace, this middle-aged man was first astonished before he became infatuated with it. He had also tried to collect the beam of the divine palace, yet had not succeeded. The black-clothed middle-aged man's gaze sobered somewhat as he muttered to himself, "It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong, this is a treasure from before the great calamity. And an incredible treasure at that. It is very likely related to that legendary Heavenly Court's divine palace. It might even be a part of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. A pity, a pity. How exactly can I bring it away from here?" The black-clothed man remained here for many days, yet was unable to collect the beam of the divine palace as he could only helplessly give up in the end. Still, he did not look very despondent. "Whatever, I will first go look for the burial ground of that group of dragons entering the sea. If I can obtain sufficient benefits there and raise my strength, perhaps I will be able to turn things around and take this beam of wood away. Haha, who would have thought that this tiny vast ocean world would actually possess so many fortuitous encounters and supreme treasures? My laborious trip down here was not in vain." Amidst his laughter, the black-clothed man turned and left, exiting the underwater cave. The scenes regarding him ended there. This person left and did not return, not appearing again afterwards. Yan Zhaoge watched this silently, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. Chapter 534. While it had only been an instant, some parts of this black-clothed man's words had left a deep impression on Yan Zhaoge. The burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea, the tiny vast ocean world, making a trip down. At the mention of the burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea, Yan Zhaoge seemed to feel his vigorous essence chi jump slightly. The essence chi of the ice dragon that he had yet to completely refine and absorb within his acupoints. After so many days, having already stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, Yan Zhaoge still possessed a considerable amount of essence chi absorbed from the corpse of the ice dragon. The scene of him obtaining the corpse of the ice dragon and entering the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint seemed to replay before his eyes once more. Is there also the legend of numerous dragons entering the sea in this vast ocean world? Or perhaps clues to the burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea can be found here as well? Yan Zhaoge pondered. Still, he was more concerned about the final words of that black-clothed man before leaving. Coming down. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, not just coming, but coming down from high to low. Where did he come down from? Having already learned of the existence of the world beyond worlds and having learnt that his mother had originated from there, the first thought that arose within Yan Zhaoge's mind was that this black-clothed man might also be from the world beyond worlds. Let alone the fourth level of the martial saint realm, this person's cultivation base was not even at the martial saint realm. Had he left the world beyond worlds and come to this vast ocean world to settle down here? If not, how had he returned to the world beyond worlds? Was it like Xue Chuqing had said, possessing some sort of treasure that could stabilize the cracks between dimensions? Where was this black-clothed man now? Had he already returned to the world beyond worlds? If everything goes smoothly for him, he should still be returning to that underwater cave, taking another look at the great beam of the divine palace. Yan Zhaoge slowly shook his head. Whether or not he gained anything in the burial ground of numerous dragons, whether or not his strength increased, after finishing his business there, he would still have to return here to try again. Yan Zhaoge pondered. From the images left behind by that silhouette, he fell in that underwater cave a very long time ago. It should have already been several hundred years. As time passed, the images transmitted over from the great beam of the divine palace continued to change unceasingly. Browsing through the recorded images of the great beam of the divine palace seemed like a long time, but was actually nothing more than a mere instant. Yan Zhaoge felt that he was currently in the midst of an extremely rare opportunity. Because of the combination of the pillars and the beams of the divine palace, there was a shocking change between the two. It was as if a special environment had been formed. It traced back to the river of time, turning a moment into a long period of time. This was something that would not happen even if one were to touch the pillars or the beams of the divine palace alone. Even if the pillar of the divine palace and the beam of the divine palace met, only this first encounter would produce such a mysterious change. Yan Zhaoge browsed through the images recorded on the great beam of the divine palace while maintaining his breathing and circulating his profound art. He did not lack absolute arts, nor did he lack resources. He only lacked time and accumulation. To Yan Zhaoge, this was undoubtedly the greatest fortuitous encounter he had ever had. As Yan Zhaoge inhaled and exhaled, a martial essence true talisman appeared above his head. Then, shockingly, a second, a third, in the image recorded by the beam of the divine palace, after the man in black disappeared, no one stepped into the underwater cave until two figures suddenly appeared. Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose. One of them was precisely the grown-up Shi Jun. While they had not met face to face before, Su Fei had already shown Yan Zhaoge an image of Shi Jun. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was able to basically recognize him now. Still, Shi Jun, who had arrived at the underwater cave, was injured as well. Previously, he had made use of the Starlight Tide to bury a bunch of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. While he himself had fled underground, he had still been affected a little. Together with Shi Jun was a young woman with outstanding features, gentle and beautiful. She supported Shi Jun as they walked into that stone palace together. Seeing this, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. "Oh, you seem very used to physical contact." "Not bad, not bad, not bad." This girl was probably the daughter of the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shen Shicheng, Shening. Shening supported Shi Jun as he sat down, asking concernedly, "Big brother Shi, are you all right?" Shi Jun waved his hands. "I'm fine." "How are you?" Shening said, "I'm fine as long as you protect me." Shi Jun glanced at Shening. "I had no other choice just now. Otherwise, I would inevitably have been outnumbered. It is just that this way, your fellow disciples probably wouldn't have been able to survive." Shening sighed lightly, her expression downcast. "They wanted to capture and kill you. It was unavoidable that you had to defend yourself. It was just that I could not bear to do so. After all, they were all my fellow disciples. Speaking of this, the cause of this all lies with me. If not for saving me from Nian Wei, you would not have had to come into conflict with those of my sect." Shi Jun said, "You aside, I did not really like the people of the Blood Dragon sect in the first place. That condensed pearl ancient leaf was clearly found by me first, yet your fellow disciples wanted to snatch it away just by relying on their numbers. If not for your mediation, I would have already fought with them at that time. Still, while I did not like Nian Wei and the others, as fellow disciples, logically speaking, I should not have interfered in the matters of your Blood Dragon sect disciples. It was just that he had ill intentions towards you. I really could not stand such actions, finally unable to hold myself back from intervening." Shening raised her head, looking worriedly at Shi Jun. Shi Jun smiled. "Just now, I personally took care of that Nian Wei. I know that he has a grandfather who is the #1 expert of your Blood Dragon sect, one of the top experts even in the entire vast ocean world. However, I do not regret killing a scum like Nian Wei." As Shi Jun said this, he pursed his lips slightly. "I will take responsibility for my own actions. I am not afraid of Nian Wei's grandfather wanting to kill me to avenge his grandson. I am only worried about Master and Changli Mountain being implicated." Shening frowned. Shi Jun was not a pessimistic person. After regulating his breathing for a moment and feeling that his injuries were no longer a problem, He stood up, smiling. Master always says that I have a rash personality. I myself feel that way a little now as well. Honestly speaking, I too feel some lingering fear now that this matter has come to this. Still, I definitely do not regret it. If I could do it all over again, I would still act to save you, just that I might restrain myself a little and try not to kill anyone. Still, that way, it might be me dying at the hands of your fellow disciples instead. Shining muttered. Big brother Shi Jun clapped his hands, saying, someone from Nian Wei's group might have gone out to report the matter. There might be other pursuers very soon. We can talk about future matters in the future. Let's first study this place. Shining nodded. All right. Shi Jun turned to look at that great beam which was clearly different from the rest of the stone palace as he took out a jade sword. Is it master? Or is it senior apprentice Uncle Yen? Next was the scene of them touching the patterns on the great beam, inadvertently activating the formation before being teleported away. The numerous scenes that surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind came to an end here. He lightly rubbed his temples. Thinking back on the scenes that he had just seen, the scenes finally stopped at Shi Jun coming up to touch the great beam of the divine palace and Shining behind him. Yan Zhaoge's face did not look bright as his smile vanished as he pondered silently. His heart jolting slightly, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits as he discovered that the teleportation had already ended. Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, roaring lightly as the essence talismans above his head were already innumerable. As they soared, they transformed into a massive spirit formation. Chapter 535. One essence talisman after another congregated unceasingly above Yan Zhaoge's head, gradually condensing into a massive spirit formation. This spirit formation was precisely the mark of a martial practitioner having stepped into the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-essence talisman stage. The unique boundary formed by the meeting of the pillar and beam of the divine palace this time distorted time, bringing Yan Zhaoge immense benefits. Yan Zhaoge had obtained what he currently lacked the most on his path as a martial practitioner. Time. Having absorbed the powerful essence chi of the ice dragon corpse, knowing that it had yet to be completely refined, his accumulation in this area was just as Yan Di had said, it would be sufficient for Yan Zhaoge to use until he stepped into the transcending mortality stage, or even before he attempted his breakthrough into the martial saint realm. What he needed was just the accumulation of time, allowing him to transform that majestic power for his own use. Perhaps it should be said that Yan Zhaoge temporarily did not lack wealth. What he was considering now was how to spend it freely. Now, with the unexpected changes of the pillar and beam of the divine palace, Yan Zhaoge had successfully broken through yet another bottleneck, stepping into the mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. Currently, there was still an extremely limited amount of time before he had stepped into the early essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. If the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had witnessed his breakthrough into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm earlier knew of this situation, they would probably collectively be rendered speechless once more. Accompanied by the completion of the teleportation, that unique environment from earlier vanished as well. Looking at the beam of the divine palace before him, Yan Zhaoge could not be bothered to refine it, just first subduing it with the help of the pillar of the divine palace. Then, Yan Zhaoge took out that jade sword once more, carefully feeling the changes within. Analyzing the changes within, they indeed grew stronger at this moment. Following the guidance of the jade sword, Yan Zhaoge sped over. His speed was naturally much faster than that of the two. This time, with no one obstructing him, after finding some distance away, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Within the star-shifting sea, two youths were currently advancing with great difficulty. Shi Jun was also paying attention to the changes in the jade sword in his hand, joy appearing on his face as he gazed about. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone descended from the air together. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Shi Jun was instantly overjoyed. Little senior apprentice Uncle Yen. Yan Zhaoge also sighed in relief, a smile appearing on his face. Good, you've grown up. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's appearance clearly, Shi Jun asked secretly via sound transmission, little senior apprentice uncle, there doesn't seem to be any changes at all. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he answered, only over a year has passed on our side. Jun came to a realization as he swiveled his head to look at Shining beside him, introducing, "Miss Shen, this is my senior apprentice uncle Yan Zhaoge. You should have heard of him before." Seeing Yan Zhaoge greet him without the slightest reservations, Jun knew that there was no need for him to hide his identity. Thus, he openly introduced himself. Shining looked rather curiously whilst also fearfully at Yan Zhaoge. Still, she remained extremely polite. "Blood Dragon Sect disciple Shining greets Mr. Yan." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "No need to stand on ceremony." After laughing, Yan Zhaoge asked solemnly, "What exactly happened?" Shen Ying's expression darkened. Jun took a deep breath and said, "Martial Ant, it's like this." He gave a brief account of what had happened. Yan Zhaoge listened without batting an eyelid. It was more or less the same as what he had grasped earlier. Back then, Jun had left Changli Mountain alone to roam the star-shifting sea. In the process, he had encountered a group of people from the Blood Dragon Sect on an island. While Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon Sect could not see eye to eye with each other, no conflict had erupted between them at the time, also not having interacted much with each other. Afterwards, however, Jun had discovered a sacred healing medicine on the island, the condensed pearl ancient leaf. In the process of harvesting it, the people of the Blood Dragon Sect had arrived as well. Seeing the condensed pearl ancient leaf, they had instantly been tempted, wanting to obtain it. The two sides had immediately entered a standoff, the situation on the verge of erupting at any moment. Afterwards, Shining had appeared and persuaded Nian Wei and the others, saying that there were still people of other sects on the island as well as figures of the evil Tao, and that they should not be laughed at by others. Only then had the people of the Blood Dragon Sect given up, dispersing just like that. Afterwards, a typhoon had happened to surround the region of sea nearby. As it was not good for those on the island to leave directly, they had set up camp on the island. At night, as Jun was meditating alone on a reef on the sea, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Hurrying over, he had found the vicinity of a cave where he saw two Blood Dragon Sect disciples hesitating there, not knowing what to do. Feeling doubtful, Jun had barged past their obstruction and entered the cave, seeing that Nian Wei was up to no good. After injuring Nian Wei, Jun had rushed out of the cave with Shining, Nian Wei and the others chasing after them. At the start, Jun had not dealt a fatal blow. As the two had run and stopped, the other Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners had also hurried over. There were also people of other sects who had come to investigate after hearing the news. Nian Wei and the other two had insisted that Jun had been up to no good and had abducted Shining. Nian Wei had tried to stop him, but had instead been injured. Yet, in the process just now, Shining had been injured in the head, falling unconscious. Under everyone's gazes, the Shining in Jun's arms was in a disheveled state, causing him to be unable to explain himself. Jun had wanted to wait for Shining to wake up and explain the truth of the matter, but Nian Wei and the other Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners had already rushed over. The Blood Dragon Sect and Changli Mountain had not been on good terms in the first place. Nian Wei having been injured and Shining abducted, the Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners had all attacked viciously, wishing that they could tear Jun into 10,000 pieces. Greatly enraged, Jun no longer showed any mercy as he stabbed two people to death. Facing more and more opponents, he had finally leapt into a whirlpool with Shining in his arms. Afterwards, having left the island through the Starlight Spring, Jun had thought of a way to return to Changli Mountain, asking them to uphold justice for him. However, the Blood Dragon Sect had been conducting an extensive search in the star-shifting sea. Jun and Shining had been discovered by Nian Wei and the others once more as they had finally hidden within that foreign dimension. Jun had discovered that there was a mechanism within the deep valley that could trigger a great starlight tide. Afterwards, Nian Wei and the others had chased after him. A great battle had occurred at the bottom of the valley. Nian Wei had been slain on the spot by Jun before the mechanism had been triggered, a great starlight tide having engulfed the other Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners. Yan Zhaoge already knew what had happened afterwards. After hearing everything, he looked at Jun. Jun smiled bitterly. Previously, when we were surrounded and attacked on the island, I did not dare to leave Miss Shen behind and escape alone. She was unconscious. If Nian Wei wanted to do something, she would not be able to resist it. While Shening was the daughter of Chief Shen Shicheng, Nian Wei's grandfather was Shen Shicheng's master, the #1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nian Chen. Back then, the group of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners on the island had been led by Nian Wei and Shening. With Shening unconscious, the others had naturally followed Nian Wei's lead. While Nian Wei could not do anything openly, it could not be any simpler for him to do something in secret while Shening was unconscious. Yan Zhaoge understood Shi Jun's meaning. It was not that he was worried that Nian Wei would develop lustful thoughts again. Instead, he wanted to silence her. The matter had already been blown out of proportion at the time, with the dirty water already splashed all over Shi Jun. The only one who could prove his innocence was Shening. Shi Jun said irritatedly, "In that foreign dimension, Nian Wei aside, those people of the Blood Dragon sect did not even listen to Miss Shen's explanation, wanting to kill me as soon as I arrived. Because at that time, before you had killed Nian Wei, the nature of the matter had already begun to change." Yan Zhaoge patted Shi Jun's shoulder. "It's fine. Your master has also come to the star-shifting sea. Let's first meet up with him." Chapter 536. "Give me that jade sword of yours as well." Yan Zhaoge extended his hand, Shi Jun handing over the jade sword that he had kept with him. Yan Zhaoge received it, the blades of the two jade swords clashing lightly as a bright luster expanded. "Senior brother Su also has a jade sword. He should have received the signal by now. Let's meet up with him outside the star-shifting sea." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clones swept along Shi Jun and Shening, flying into the distance. Brought along by Yan Zhaoge, Shen Ying's expression was gloomy as well as uneasy. Shi Jun looked at her with concern. Shening gave him a smile, indicating that she was fine, but it looked a little forced. Thinking of Yan Zhaoge's earlier words, Shi Jun gradually came to some realization. If Shening could return alive and tell the whole story of what happened that day, Shi Jun would be able to wash away the injustice he had suffered. Shi Jun had killed Nian Wei, so Nian Chen must have hated him to the core and wanted to kill Shi Jun for revenge. However, Changli Shan was able to stand on the side of reason, straightening his back to protect Shi Jun. As one of the 7 pillars of good, while Changli Mountain's strength was inferior to that of the Blood Dragon sect, it was also impossible for the Blood Dragon sect to do as they pleased. If Nian Chen continued to keep an eye on him, it would be extremely dangerous for Shi Jun to travel outside. However, as long as he remained within Directionless Island's Changli Mountain, Nian Chen would not be able to do anything to him. Nian Chen did not possess a clear advantage in attacking Changli Mountain. If he wanted a life and death struggle, Water Crystal Palace and the other sects would naturally not sit by and watch. But if this injustice could not be cleared, Shi Jun would have to bear the reputation of kidnapping other people's female disciples. In the righteous martial world, everyone would really want to beat him up. If Nian Chen killed him, others would even applaud. It was just that if it were the other way around and the truth of the matter was revealed, it would be the Blood Dragon sect's turn to become the laughingstock of the world. Even if Nian Wei died, there would still be people saying that he deserved it. It was just that as a disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, Shening could not help but care about the reputation of her sect even if she disregarded Nian Wei who had intended to violate her. Her father being the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, the sect having raised her, all of this was affecting her judgment. From a certain perspective, to Shening, now that Nian Wei was dead, all her anger and hatred had been vented. Even the few Blood Dragon sect disciples who had been closest to Nian Wei had mostly died under his sword. The entire sect and the other disciples in the sect did not have any enmity with her at all. However, how could Shening remain indifferent as she watched Shi Jun, who had stood up for her and ended up being condemned by thousands of people? That was why he had a worried look on his face. As for the Blood Dragon sect, killing Shi Jun as well as rendering Shening unable to speak, the truth would be up to them. Back on that deserted island, Shi Jun had brought Shening away with him. Other than those of the Blood Dragon sect, there had been many other people who had witnessed it. Now, this matter had even spread throughout the vast ocean world. At this point, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Not to mention Yan Chen, even if Shen Shiqing knew the truth of the matter, he would only protect his daughter's life. He might not show mercy to Shi Jun, and it was even more likely that he would continue to make mistakes. After that, if Nian Wei really died in Shi Jun's hands, the matter would no longer be left at that. While Shi Jun still did not fully understand all this, he had already gradually come to some understanding. His expression was unsettled. Glancing at Shi Jun, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Others don't believe you, but I do. Let's see if Nian Chen has the ability to make a move on you." The Northern Ocean clone beside him also revealed a smile, his clenched fist relaxing slightly as streams of blood-red light and golden light instantly flickered interchangeably. Shi Jun and Shining were both taken aback, Shining blurting out, "9 dragon fingers? Just 1 in 9. Facing the shocked gazes of the two, Yan Zhaoge said casually, "Not long after you left that foreign dimension, I arrived, as did Nian Chen." Seeing Nian Wei's corpse, the old man was a little enraged. "Thus, we exchanged blows, and I broke one of his fingers. Afterwards, I was busy looking for you, not continuing." Shi Jun and Shining were both rendered rather speechless for a time. While they had already known that Yan Zhaoge had slain Spirit Rhino Island Chief Fong Can, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster and a transcending mortality martial grandmaster wielding a sacred artifact were two completely different concepts. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yan Gang who wielded the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword, and the chief of the sacred evil sect Lin Qiancheng who was a martial saint had similarly been unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge. However, being able to contend against and emerge victorious against a martial saint, even wresting away a 9-dragon finger, the difficulty of this was naturally incomparable. This meant that Yan Zhaoge who was accompanied by the Northern Ocean clone was even more powerful than they had expected, even more powerful than the number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nian Chen who wielded the 9-dragon fingers. Shining looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoge, wanting to say something, yet daring not to. Shi Jun exhaled slowly, sighing in admiration as he looked at Yan Zhaoge, "Indeed, senior apprentice Uncle Yan. Other than you, who else has the ability to stand at such heights at this age?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, appraising Shi Jun all over, "Let's not talk about me first. You, on the other hand, have truly surpassed your master." "Good, very good." Shi Jun was currently only 20 years of age, already having reached the early outer aura martial scholar realm, having completed the second cleansing of the marrows within his bones, only a step away from the mid-outer aura stage. Having experienced slaughter and fleeing these past days, while his mind had been highly strained, it had also been tempered. As long as he settled down a little, he would immediately be able to step into the mid-outer aura stage. Not only was such a cultivation speed unparalleled in the current vast ocean world, it was also at the peak of the 8 extremities world. At the same age, his cultivation speed was already faster than that of his master Su Fei, faster than that of most of Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciples like Lu Wen. Of the young martial practitioners that Yan Zhaoge was familiar with, there were only Ying Longtu, Xikong Qing and Feng Yunsheng who were faster than Shi Jun. And those people were all somewhat special to some extent. It was worth mentioning that Shi Jun was not a disciple of Changli Mountain at the end of the day, being a guest like Su Fei. The resources that he had obtained in the process of his cultivation would definitely be inferior to that of the core disciples of Changli Mountain and the other major sections. Even Yan Zhaoge felt that it was rare for him to still be able to look down on those of the same generation under such circumstances. It did not have to be asked how much sweat and effort Shi Jun had put in these past few years had flowed behind his back. His desire to possess the strength to protect his mother and his intense desire to prove himself were all immense motivations that spurred Shi Jun on, not daring to halt his footsteps praised by Yan Zhaoge. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Shi Jun's tough, arrogant face. "Don't laugh at me, senior apprentice uncle. If others praise me, I can just thicken my face and accept it. You praising me, however, makes my face burn up." He knew what kind of figure this young senior apprentice uncle before him was. While their ages were not too far apart, Yan Zhaoge's accomplishments really left him in awe of a high mountain. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he could only feel that he was still that little child from back then. Still, having obtained Yan Zhaoge's acknowledgement, Shi Jun was exceptionally happy. It was just that after his happiness, Shi Jun's smile gradually vanished. Yan Zhaoge knew that while he had his support and his life was not in danger, if his name was not cleared, Shi Jun would still be condemned by all in the vast ocean world in the future, his name full of curses. We have reached the borders of the star-shifting sea. Out of here, unaffected by the starlight spring, we will be able to find senior apprentice brother Su and the others very quickly. Yan Zhaoge did not say anything further, just looking at Shi Jun and then at the similarly silent Shining before bringing them along and flying towards the heavens and earth that were enveloped by the blurry starlight. Chapter 537. Yan Zhaoge brought Shi Jun and Shining along, gradually flying out of the star-shifting sea. As they flew, Yan Zhaoge pondered on some matters whilst finally being able to divert some of his attention to the beam of the divine palace that he had just obtained. With the powerful Northern Ocean clone and the pillar of the divine palace assisting him, it had become much easier for Yan Zhaoge to refine the beam of the divine palace. Comprehending the numerous profound runes on the beam, Yan Zhaoge gained much more as many memories that had been buried deep within his heart were brought to the fore. Some memories of before the great calamity. After leaving the star-shifting sea, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits. At the same time, the Northern Ocean clone raised his sensory abilities to the maximum, beginning to search the surrounding heavens and earth. Very quickly, a few powerful auras surfaced in the distance, resembling lighthouses specialized in signaling as they were extremely eye-catching. Yan Zhaoge immediately adjusted his direction, moving in that direction. In the distance, a small island appeared where the sea and the sky met. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone instantly arrived above the small island. They saw that there were many different factions on the island as well as many people waiting there. While Yan Zhaoge still could not recognize all the people of the vast ocean world, he at least recognized the unique characteristics of their attire. Other than Su Fei and those of Changli Mountain and those of the Blood Dragon sect, Yan Zhaoge could already see that Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning sect and the Blazing Winds sect were all present. Not a single one of the 7 pillars of good was missing. A disciple of a Changli Mountain guest elder abducting an ordinary female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect would not have caused such a great disturbance. However, if the one abducted was the daughter of the chief of the Blood Dragon sect who had also killed the grandson of Nian Chen, number 3 of the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, this would be no small matter. It would depend on whether Changli Mountain would support Shi Jun. If they did, a great battle between the two peak sects of good would erupt at any time. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, most of the people on the island were stunned. The faces of those of the Blood Dragon sect were all sunken to the point that water might drip out. They had already heard of Yan Zhaoge's battle with Nian Chen. Still, they had not known that Yan Zhaoge had already found Shi Jun and Shining before them. Shui Fei said that he had found Shi Jun's whereabouts and gathered everyone here to wait, saying that Shi Jun would soon appear. Seeing Shui Fei so confident, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all thought that Yan Zhaoge was most likely in the vicinity as well. This was the worst possible outcome. Communication in the shifting star sea was inconvenient. Nian Chen and Shen Shicheng had only just received the news, and they were still on their way here. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone descending from the sky, those of the Blood Dragon sect all felt rather stifled. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Shi Jun together, those of the other sects all came to a realization as they had the same thought as Nian Chen and Shen Shicheng, this person actually personally came over Shi Jun. It can be seen that their relationship is not ordinary. This matter will probably be hard to resolve. If this Yan Zhaoge steals his heart to protect Shi Jun, even if Changli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace do not act, it will not be easy for Nian Chen to exact revenge. As Yan Zhaoge landed on the ground, his gaze swept through the entire area. Without needing to speak, everyone's hearts had already grown solemn. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge had returned with Shi Jun and Shining, Su Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Senior apprentice brother Su, I have succeeded in bringing Jun back safe and sound." Shi Jun first bowed to Su Fei, "Master, I have caused you to worry." Su Fei shook his head, "It is nothing for Master." Instead, It is the seniors here who have made things difficult for you. After greeting Su Fei, Shi Jun apologized to those of Changli Mountain. They all first shook their heads slightly before their gazes shifted between Shi Jun and Shining. The Blood Dragon Sect Martial Grandmaster expert now said coldly, "Your disciple has returned safely, yet many of our sect's disciples have died at his hands." He stared at Shi Jun, raping and pillaging, extremely vicious and evil. When did Changli Mountain become such a place that harbors such filth? Or is it that relying on external reinforcements, you want to rampage unhindered beneath the heavens, doing whatever you please? The Changli Mountain martial practitioners all frowned. What did you say? Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly, not speaking. Su Fei's expression did not change as he said loudly, "Whether it is right or wrong, there should be a public verdict. It is not that your words can convict you." That Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioner was about to speak when that middle-aged woman who had once visited Changli Mountain raised a hand to stop her companion, her gaze sweeping past Shining, Shi Jun and Su Fei before finally landing on Yan Zhaoge. "Two of the people involved are here now. We can all face each other," this female elder of the Blood Dragon Sect said slowly. "Still, can you first return our disciple to us? Could it be that you want to detain her?" Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "I am worried that someone might kill her in order to cover up their embarrassment." While the people of the Blood Dragon Sect feared Yan Zhaoge's might, they all glared furiously at him now. Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, "If I let her go, if something happens to her very soon, you can conveniently pin the blame on me. Your sect is very proficient in such matters. Therefore, I feel that this girl would instead be a little safer with me here." That female elder sucked in a deep breath. "Under your threat, how would Ing-er confess the truth?" Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shining, whose face was pale as she said softly, "This is my master." While she was Shen Shiqing's daughter, as Shen Shiqing held the position of chief, he was burdened with many matters. Therefore, Shining had entered the tutelage of that female elder to cultivate in. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, waving his hands. Shining nodded in thanks, walking towards her master. Seeing this, the Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners all heaved a sigh of relief. The experts of the surrounding sects all focused earnestly on Shining. Whether it was because the Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners truly did not have such intentions or because of Shen Shiqing's prestige or because it was inconvenient to make a move in front of so many people, Shining was safe and sound. Seeing this, Shi Jun also heaved a sigh of relief. There were also people who had been observing Shi Jun all this time. Seeing his expression, they all began to wonder inwardly. The leading elder of Changli Mountain this time asked loudly, "Everyone has already heard much of what the Blood Dragon Sect has said. Shi Jun, we would like to hear your explanation now. What exactly happened?" Shi Jun nodded, saying in a clear voice, "That day, this junior came to this island to try his luck, inadvertently finding a spirit medicine." He narrated everything that had happened. Along the way, the Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners were unable to hold themselves back a few times as they glared angrily at him, wanting to open their mouths to curse him. Each time this happened, Yan Zhaoge's icy cold gaze would sweep over, causing a chill to run down their spines as they forcibly swallowed the curses that were at the tip of their tongues. Shi Jun's narration was naturally different from the Blood Dragon Sect's version as the two sides were basically poles apart. When Shi Jun had finally finished with great difficulty and Yan Zhaoge no longer obstructed him, a Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioner roared furiously, "Nonsense! Nian Wei and Shining are childhood sweethearts, loving each other very much. Nian Wei has always been extremely caring towards Shining. How could he have used force?" Yan Zhaoge asked mildly, "Oh? Is that so? I heard that while the parents of both sides had such intentions, there was no marriage agreement between the two youths. Who knows if it wasn't one of them who was unable to obtain it, finally flying into a rage out of embarrassment." That Blood Dragon Sect elder choked slightly before continuing, "The old chief and the current chief have already arranged a marriage agreement for the two of them. This is something that everyone in the sect knows. As an outsider, what would you know?" The other Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners began to agree as well, but their gazes all involuntarily drifted towards Shining. The gazes of everyone present were now focused on Shining as well. Chapter 538. It was not just Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect. The higher echelon experts of the other sects all gazed at Shining now as well. While she did not intentionally reveal her aura, the pressure created by the gazes of so many martial grandmaster experts was sufficient to cause any martial scholar to suffocate. Shining currently resembled a lone boat amidst a tempestuous storm, her figure appearing exceptionally frail. Her lips twitched as she raised her head and surveyed the surroundings, seeing the earnest yet rather worried gazes of the seniors of her clan. Before she could answer, Xue Fei suddenly asked, "May I ask if Miss Shen is still a virgin now?" Shen Ying's master was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Xue Fei said calmly, "I have no intention of offending your master and disciple. It is just that we martial practitioners balance the two qis of yin and yang. Whether or not a woman is a virgin, whether or not she has experienced the things between a man and a woman, has a great influence on the flow of yin and yang within her body, and this influence is irreversible." The people of the Blood Dragon sect all felt solemn as they knew what Xue Fei wanted to say. Xue Fei looked first at Shi Jun and then at Shining. "If my disciple really is a criminal, abducting and killing for his own selfish reasons, the two of them having disappeared for so many days, it would be sufficient for him to do many things. However, from my external observation, Miss Shen should still be a virgin. Of course, my observation might not be accurate, but it would be sufficient to check the flow of qi within her body." The difference in cultivation bases between Xue Fei and Shining was too great. If he wanted to, he would be able to see through the flow of yin and yang within Shen Ying's body with a single glance. However, Xue Fei did not do so, as he instead scanned the surroundings. "There are many experts of the various sects here who are female. We can ask them to help us check. That would also be more fair and just." Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm as he did not say anything more now, just looking at those of the Blood Dragon sect. "Don't play any tricks in front of everyone. Everyone is watching." Those whose cultivation bases far surpassed Shen Ying's would be able to temporarily change the balance of the flow of yin and yang within her body for a short period of time if they infused their true essence into her body. Still, with Nian Chen not present, none of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners present had the ability to hide this from so many people. Shen Ying's master frowned. In truth, just having returned to her side, she had already roughly checked on Shining and confirmed that she was fine. He heaved a sigh of relief, but because of Xue Fei's words, his heart began to race once more. Su Fei said, "Let's not talk about being surrounded and chased by all of you. If my disciple is truly a vicious and evil person, then the more dangerous the environment, the easier it is for his vicious nature to be aroused." He looked at Shi Jun. "Did they chase you until you couldn't catch your breath?" Shi Jun answered, "Before arriving at that foreign dimension, I was not very nervous. I only wanted to find a route to leave the star-shifting sea as soon as possible. It was only in the vicinity of that foreign dimension that I was accidentally discovered by those of the Blood Dragon sect." Xue Fei looked around. "So, if you really want to do something, there will be plenty of opportunities and time." The people of the other sects glanced at Shining. Those of the Blood Dragon sect wanted to stop this, yet were unable to do so. Some wanted to make a move, yet being stared at by everyone, they were unable to do so. After everyone had taken a look, the person from Water Crystal Palace was the first to say, "She is indeed still a virgin." The people from the Spirit Returning sect nodded in agreement. Those of Myriad Sword Pool, the Blazing Wind sect and Spirit Rhino Island exchanged looks, not speaking. Now, a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect said sinisterly, "Perhaps this little thief has the will, but lacks the strength?" Everyone was taken aback. That Blood Dragon sect elder said, "There are all sorts of strange things in the Great Thousand Worlds. This old man has heard before that there are people who are unable to do it but are exceptionally brutal, loving to viciously destroy flowers." The scene quietened slightly. Looking at Shi Jun and Shining, everyone did not know what to say for a time. Doubts arose within everyone's hearts as they were no longer as certain that it was Shi Jun who had done it. Still, while the words of this Blood Dragon sect elder sounded absurd, they were not without basis. The situation could not help but become rather awkward. Whether or not Shening was a virgin was not hard to determine due to the changes in her chi meridians. However, it was hard to say for sure June. Even if he were to say it himself, he would not be able to prove it. After all, he couldn't just go and have sex with a woman on the spot, right? Fury appeared on Shi Jun's face. Xue Fei pressed down on his shoulder, swiveling his head to look at the people of the Blood Dragon sect. An elder of Changli Mountain snorted, "Old man Wang Qin, this old man also suspects that you are unable to do it now. What do you have to say for yourself?" That Blood Dragon sect elder Wang Qin was not angered. This old man is already at this old man's age, fully focused on cultivation. I am already indifferent to the matters between men and women. He did not pursue the matter further, instead changing the topic as he continued, I am naturally happy that Ing's chastity has been preserved, not having been tainted by that little thief. However, this does not mean that the little thief did not have other intentions in abducting Ing. Wang Qin pointed at Shi Jun, it is him who accused our clan's disciple Nian Wei of wanting to defile Shening. This is pure nonsense. Nian Wei and Shening already had an engagement. It is just that the two of them were still observing etiquette. At the same time, we as their seniors were afraid that their cultivation bases were still not stable and that their self-control was insufficient. Overindulging in the matters between men and women would damage their foundations. Therefore, we did not take that step forward. Yan Zhaoge looked at Wang Qin. This person had shifted the focus of the conflict back. He wanted to prove that Nian Wei was not in the wrong. With that, the problem naturally fell on Shi Jun. At the end of the day, Shi Jun had taken the lives of quite a few Blood Dragon sect disciples. This enmity could not be resolved as a battle between the two sides was unavoidable. As for what exactly was wrong with Shi Jun, they could slowly wrangle it out later. Still, with Shi Jun at the end of the day, the Blood Dragon sect would be on the side of reason. That way, they would be able to pursue the matter of Shi Jun killing Nian Wei and the others with great fanfare. What the Blood Dragon sect needed to fight for now was to protect their reputation and the support of the other 5 of the 7 pillars of good. Looking at Shening now, an elder of Myriad Sword Pool said harmoniously, why don't you tell us what exactly happened that day, niece of the Shin family? This old man knows that it might be a little hard for a girl to speak of, but this old man believes that Chief Shin's daughter is a responsible person. This matter involves an official case, one of the parties even dying as a result. There has to be a conclusion to this matter, a conclusion to be drawn. Looking at that elder of Myriad Sword Pool, the people of Changli Mountain all snorted coldly within their hearts, this level of bias. Everyone's gazes were focused on Shening once more. Shen Ying's face was extremely pale as she looked at Shi Jun. When Shi Jun met her gaze, his heart sank. Shening then whispered, senior brother Nian didn't bully me. Shi Jun's anger surged. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Shen Ying's pale face, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Now, he felt a hand pressing down on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Yan Zhaoge. Calm down. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm as water, seemingly not at all surprised by the situation before him. At the same time, the distant horizon shook. From the direction of the star-shifting sea, powerful auras appeared one after another. The one in the lead was like an evil dragon emerging from the sea. The other party quickly arrived in the vicinity of the small island, revealing themselves to be precisely Nian Chen, Shen Shicheng and the other Blood Dragon sect experts. Chapter 539. Looking down from above at Yan Zhaoge and Shi Jun, Nian Chen's eyes virtually seemed about to spew fire. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely waved towards Nian Chen, greeting him, "Oh, 8-fingered Dragon King, how have you been?" Everyone on the island was stunned again, and they looked at Nian Chen in astonishment. Nian Chen's face was livid as he glared at Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, the others looked at Nian Chen's somewhat stiff hands and were shocked to discover that apart from his left thumb that had been cut off many years ago, Nian Chen was also missing his right index finger. Now, He was indeed the eight-fingered Dragon King. However, no one could laugh. Everyone's gazes shifted back and forth between Yan Zhaoge and Yan Chen as a shocking guess arose within their minds. The Northern Ocean clone beside Yan Zhaoge relaxed his clenched fist slightly, blood-red light and golden light surging from within. It was like an extremely powerful existence was grasped firmly in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone, unable to move at all. Everyone was dumbfounded when their guesses were confirmed. Yan Chen's finger was broken by him. One of the divine weapons, the 9 dragon fingers, was also taken by him. Although they knew that the young man before them was powerful, no one had expected him to be this powerful. Shen Shicheng's gaze landed on Shening. Are you alright? Shening shook her head, while Yan Zhaoge said mildly, your daughter was not harmed at all. Instead, it was my junior apprentice nephew who was injured rather badly. A Blood Dragon sect elder snorted, he has killed so many of our Blood Dragon sect's disciples, and he still has the face to say this? Yan Zhaoge was shocked, that's right, so many people besieging a single junior apprentice nephew of mine, but in the end, a whole bunch of them were killed instead. That Blood Dragon sect elder's eyes bulged, me what? Yan Zhaoge ignored him as his gaze fell on Shening, this Miss Shen, while Nian Wei did not bully you, did my junior apprentice nephew Shi Jun bully you? Shening hesitated as she lowered her head, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners beside her all looking nervously at her. Not waiting for her to speak, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, if my junior apprentice nephew bullied you, where did he bully you? Although you're the victim, you can't speak without evidence, right? There are so many people here. You can tell us what kind of damage you've suffered. There are many people who can verify it for you. The Blood Dragon sect's elder Wang Qin said coldly, the facts have already proven that it was your junior apprentice nephew who abducted our sect's disciple Shening. The other disciples of our sect attempted to stop him, yet were killed and injured by your junior apprentice nephew. Why did your martial nephew kidnap Shening? You'll have to ask him. Shening is fine now. I can only say that it's because she was discovered in time. Who knows what your martial niece is thinking? It's just that I haven't had the time to do it yet. But that doesn't change the fact that he kidnapped and killed people. Yan Zhaoge looked rather amusedly at Wang Qin, what is the truth? Is it just based on your mouth alone? Wang Qin raised his voice, saying, I know that you have great strength and outstanding talent, having reached the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level at such a young age. You even refined the remains of the Northern Underworld martial saint, Zhuang Kun, into a clone. But just because you're strong, do you think you can cover up for your martial nephew's murder? You must know that there is justice in this world. If you kill me today and seal my mouth, can you kill everyone under the heavens and seal the mouths of the myriad life forms under the heavens? Wang Qin looked solemnly at Yan Zhaoge, while you are strong, you probably don't have that ability, right? Your sudden appearance shocked the entire vast ocean world. If you say that rampaging beneath the heavens and causing all heroes to bow down to you, suppressing everyone to the point of not daring to make a sound is your goal, you are really underestimating the people of this world. Yan Zhaoge's expression was tranquil as he was not vexed, instead looking rather interestedly at Wang Qin. The other party's words were clearly trying to pit this outsider who had suddenly appeared against the entire vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, this Yan is not underestimating the people of this world. Still, some people are indeed hard for me to think highly of, such as your sect. The people of the Blood Dragon sect all looked at Yan Zhaoge with hostility. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, don't look at me like that. Face is given by others, but you have to fight for it yourself. He waved his hand, gesturing for Shi Jun to come to his side before patting his shoulder. The truth of the matter is actually only known by these two people involved. And now, they are also each sticking to their own version of the matter. I naturally believe my junior apprentice nephew's words. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Wang Qin and the others, Nian Wei is already dead. At the end of the day, he was the grandson of your sect's longtime disciple, Elder Chen. Whether it is for his reputation or for the reputation of your sect as a whole, Shening no longer pursued the matter, instead distorting the truth and pointing the spearhead at my junior apprentice nephew. Shening pursed her lips tightly as the other blood dragon sect martial practitioners all roared furiously. Yan Zhaoge ignored them as he continued, still, she could only clean up Nian Wei at most. Wanting to slander my junior apprentice nephew, what did she slander? At most, she only took her away. Other than that, my junior apprentice nephew did not touch a single hair on her. If we really have to follow your logic, perhaps it can be explained this way. My junior apprentice nephew brought your disciple Shen Ying along with him as a witness without harming a single hair on her. Witness what? Witness how useless the other disciples of your sect are. Yan Zhaoge said casually, not being able to beat my junior apprentice nephew in a one-on-one fight, not even being able to beat her in a group fight, losing her life one after another. Your sect really should properly reflect on how it teaches its disciples. Otherwise, it is too easy for them to die outside. What do you think of this? The people of the Blood Dragon sect were all greatly enraged, even Wang Qin's entire body trembling with rage. The spectating sects all exchanged glances, their expressions all rather complex. Those of Water Crystal Palace did not speak, while the leading elder of the Spirit Returning sect chuckled. This can also be explained. At this point, the truth was becoming more and more unclear. However, the spectators were not fools as many guesses gradually arose within their hearts. The entire matter gradually became a mess. They might not believe Shi Jun's words, but even with Shen Ying's testimony, they were still filled with doubt towards the Blood Dragon sect's words. Shi Jun's breathing eased slightly. While he was unable to truly regain his innocence and expose the lies of Nian Wei and the Blood Dragon sect, he finally felt like he had seen the light of day after the clouds had been dispelled at this moment. While he felt rather unresigned, he knew that with Shening not personally telling the truth, this was probably already the best possible outcome. At the very least, if he still roamed the vast ocean world in the future, he would not have to bear the stigma of being a rapist. Shi Jun had just wanted to speak when Yan Zhaoge's sound transmission suddenly resounded by his ear, "Don't speak. This is only the beginning." Nian Chen, who had been silent ever since he had appeared, just staring fixatedly at Yan Zhaoge and Shi Jun, now said coldly, "Youngsters who do not know the height of the heavens and the boundlessness of the earth will indeed die very easily." His voice resembled the roar of a vicious dragon as it shook the ears of everyone present to the point of ringing. Nian Chen directly clawed toward Shi Jun. "This old man's grandson has died, this enmity is irreconcilable. This old man will use your heart as a sacrifice to Wei, Er's spirit in heaven." Nian Chen's gaze was cruel to the extreme. "No one can stop me." A figure flickered, appearing between Nian Chen, Yan Zhaoge and Shi Jun. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. "As opposed to fighting, it is actually more beneficial for you to wrangle verbally," Yan Zhaoge said in an indifferent tone. "I have come to retrieve those remaining fingers that I left on your hand. You dare to touch my martial nephew? You think you can do it?" Chapter 540. In order to avoid being affected by the battle between the Saint Realm warriors, everyone else retreated to the side. Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, secretly sending him some words via sound transmission. Xue Fei's eyes flickered as he nodded. The Northern Ocean clone soared into the air, his arms shaking like a rock leaving the water as he integrated the Northern Ocean divine spear into his fist arts. He punched out, and it was as if a huge spear had pierced through heaven and earth, attacking Nian Chen. Nian Chen's spiritual martial avatar reappeared above his head, forming a dragon-headed, human-bodied image. A 9-fingered claw swiped down. The saint weapon, 9 dragon fingers, flashed brilliantly on his blood dragon avatar's claws, but with only 8 dragon fingers left, its power was inevitably weakened. The situation of the 9 dragon fingers was special. The 9 fingers were one. Even if they were separated, they could still sense each other. If one finger was missing, the power of the holy weapon would be weaker than when it was at its peak. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "You can't even do 9 fingers, much less 8. Nian Chen chuckled and exhaled loudly. All the acupoints in his body vibrated together. Blood dragons rose from his acupoints and let out deafening roars. Nian Chen's Adam's apple moved. The blood dragons on his body did the same, their Adam's apples moving. Every blood dragon's throat swelled up like a lump, like a tumor. In the next moment, thousands of blood dragons opened their mouths and roared. Beads of blood shot out from their mouths and exploded in the air. Secret martial art of the blood dragon sect, blood dragon spitting pearl. In the past, Yan Zhaoge had once seen the essence spirit martial grandmaster of the blood dragon sect, Haijingjia, execute this technique, his strength instantly rising greatly. Now that the transcendent martial grandmaster Nian Chen had activated this technique, a dense blood mist instantly enveloped the world. All the blood mist was absorbed by the blood dragon avatar above Nian Chen's head. Gradually, the blood dragon avatar's throat bulged. As the blood dragon avatar opened its mouth, a large blood bead emerged. Rays of blood-red light flashed, dyeing the surrounding void red. The blood bead was huge and dazzling. It hung in the air like a blood-colored sun. The blood droplets exploded and countless rays of blood-red light fell onto the 8 dragon fingers. The power of the saint weapon was immediately stimulated to an even greater degree. As the claw descended, 8 blood-red cracks seemed to appear within the sky before converging and pressuring towards a certain point, their target being precisely Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone's figure shook amidst space, his iron fist that resembled the tip of a spear drawing a semicircle in the air. As soon as this semicircle appeared, the entire world seemed to be enveloped within it, and the 8 blood-colored claw marks were no exception. The blood-red claw scars shot madly outwards, while the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean divine spear moved in an arc, blocking all 8 of the blood-red claw scars as the two clashed intensely amidst space. The Northern Ocean clone stood proudly where he was, while Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar shook as it was shaken to the point of being unable to stand stably. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not look pleased with himself as his heart instead jolted slightly. In the distance, a black gas suddenly split the sea and slashed towards the small island. In the sky, Nian Chen said coldly, "Young man, you have offended too many people. I am not the only one who wants to deal with you." Yan Zhaoge did not look surprised. Someone of the evil shifting sect? The black saber chi before him was not foreign to Yan Zhaoge. It was the supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the profound dark saber chi. The terrifying black saber chi chopped towards the small island, the surrounding region of sea split apart as the small island was instantly cleaved into 2, the rocks split apart as the saber chi broke through all obstructions like tofu, wanting to hack Yan Zhaoge and the small island into 2. The Northern Ocean clone did not move as green light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's sleeve, the green abyss sword emitting a dragon's roar as it transformed into a majestic green dragon, blocking the terrifying black saber chi. The black saber chi shattered, a blood-red light flickering amidst the dense darkness. The newcomer's saber arts contained saber arts, the saber chi of a blood sea concealed within the depths of the profound dark saber chi. A streak of blood-red light domineeringly hacked towards the throat of the green dragon formed of Yan Zhaoge's sword light, leaving behind a line of blood on its neck. The line of blood rapidly extended, wanting to decapitate the green dragon. Yan Zhaoge's gaze emitted a cold light as the scales on the green dragon's entire body pulsed together, a green glow enveloping the heavens and covering the earth being released. A shocking cold light also erupted from the dragon's eyes, a long roar that pierced through the 9 heavens resounding as the green dragon roiled, its sword light expanding madly. Yan Zhaoge's 9 heavens change, the coiling dragon's sleeve being pushed to the maximum, withstanding the attack of the opponent's blood sea saber chi. The next moment, the green dragon's entire body suddenly curled up, instantly seeming to vanish as it was concealed amidst the clouds, its head nowhere to be seen. After that streak of blood-red light had halted, wanting to exert force again, it had lost its target. Beneath the cloud dragon concealed sword, the green dragon formed of the sword light was large at times whilst small at others, changing and soaring as it erupted once more in the next instant, coiling around that streak of blood-red light before forcefully twisting it. The terrifying, mournful blood-red light from earlier instantly shattered. However, amidst the shattered blood-red light, a saber in the form of white bone suddenly appeared. This white bone saber mightily hacked down on the body of the green dragon. Next, a person whose entire body was enveloped by bone armor appeared. The bone armor was completely filled with savage bone spikes, causing him to look incomparably terrifying. His ferocious baleful chi caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Chief of the evil shifting sect, heavenly evil, Feng Jingsheng. The newcomer was precisely the number 4 of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality experts, the chief of the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects, Feng Jingsheng. The evil shifting sect's supreme martial art, the dim shifting white bone saber, was executed by him, his true martial avatar virtually becoming one with him. With a single saber, he wanted to slay the green dragon formed of Yan Zhaoga's sword along with Yan Zhaoga himself. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as the cold light within his eyes was instead retracted, turning chaotic and empty. Numerous essence talismans condensed between the heavens and the earth before transforming into a profound spirit formation, hovering at the tip of Yan Zhaoga's sword. The green dragon was nowhere to be seen, all things seemingly returning to chaos. Chaos was extinguished, an incomparably terrifying power being birthed, merging within this sword of Yan Zhaoga's. As the sabers and swords clashed, a fierce force dispersed to the sides, directly splitting the small island down below into two with the two as the boundary, even extending towards the Great Sea to the left and right, splitting the Jade Sea apart. Seeing Yan Zhaoga's spirit formation, after their initial shock, everyone was stunned. Mid-Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Didn't he just become an early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster in the Deep Sea Corridor? Evil shifting sect Master Feng Jingsheng's face was covered by his bone armor, and his expression could not be seen clearly, but his eyes that were exposed were also filled with astonishment. Everyone felt a chill within their hearts as they looked at Yan Zhaoga, not having thought at all that the Northern Ocean clone being held back by Nian Chen and the 9 dragon fingers, with the other transcending mortality martial grandmaster actually unable to succeed in his attack on Yan Zhaoga. Now, however, the sound of thunder resounded in the distance once more, a heavy sound approaching from the depths of the sea before erupting beneath Yan Zhaoga's feet. The small island below was completely destroyed, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts soared into the sky. Yan Zhaoga's eyes narrowed into slits. Such a martial art, in the vast ocean world, belongs to the brilliant thunder sect of the 6 evil sects? I've never dealt with this sect before. His thoughts flashing at lightning speed, Yan Zhaoga's movements were not slow in the slightest as he executed finger-flicking shocking thunder, instantly exerting force once more. As the sword descended, the lightning was completely shattered. Chapter 541. As the light of thunder shattered and exploded unceasingly, a figure whose entire body was entangled with thunderbolts shot out from below, also lunging towards Yan Zhaoga. That momentum was even fiercer than the evil shifting sect leader Feng Jingsheng. One of the 6 evil paths, the sect master of the brilliant thunder sect, Crimson Thunder King, Gung Hui. First amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world. Without a martial saint or a sacred artifact, who could stand against the head of the forces of evil, Gung Hui? In terms of cultivation base and strength, he was only inferior to the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, the chief of the Water Crystal Palace Lin Shi and the chief of the Sacred Evil sect Lin Qiansheng. Even Nian Chen and Feng Jingsheng were slightly surprised by Gung Hui's appearance. Nian Chen was first shocked before rejoicing as he stared at Yan Zhaoga, saying coldly, "Let alone that little beast surnamed Shi, you should first worry about whether or not you can leave this place alive." The other righteous path martial practitioners frowned as they looked at the brilliant thunder sect master Gung Hui and the evil shifting sect master Feng Jingsheng. The Water Crystal Palace elder who had been silent all this while suddenly became displeased. "Elder Chong, you've joined hands with the 6 evil paths?" Nian Chen said coldly, "This Yen brat killed Feng Can, but how many of our righteous paths people did he kill? How can he not be considered a demon? I don't care what other people's reasons are, but he protected the murderer who killed my grandson, so he is my mortal enemy. After exterminating this brat, what happens to the brilliant thunder sect and the evil shifting sect is another matter. Right now, no one can stop me from taking revenge." With that, the blood dragon avatar above his head descended with a ferocious momentum, wanting to restrict Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone. The power of his sacred artifact was unleashed to the maximum as he once again executed the supreme martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, the 9-dragon slaughtering divine claw. While there were only 8 dragons left, aided by the Blood Dragon spitting pearl's secret art, its ferocity still surged to the heavens. At the same time, a jade-green light appeared in the distance. A ray of light appeared in front of him in an instant. My spirit Rhino Island is willing to lend a helping hand if the Dragon King wishes to get rid of the little devil. Amidst his words, a white-haired old man appeared before surging jade light descended towards Yan Zhaoga. It was a longtime expert of Spirit Rhino Island, the other transcending mortality martial grandmaster of Spirit Rhino Island aside from Fong Can, Guanli. Guanli stared at Yan Zhaoga. You killed our chief and snatched our clan's supreme treasure, the Spirit Rhino Orb. Now that the heavens are clear, it is time for you to receive your retribution. Although this old man was not ranked among the top 10 transcendental martial artists, as a transcendental martial grandmaster, his cultivation base was also powerful and could not be underestimated. Surrounded by enemies, Yan Zhaoga instead laughed loudly. Other than the appearance of the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, Gung Hui, being somewhat unexpected, Yan Zhaoga's expression had not changed at all. Seeing Guanli appear, he laughed loudly, "Good that you've come." Facing this claw of Nian Chen's, the Northern Ocean clone did not forcibly clash head-on for the first time, instead retreating. Nian Chen was shocked as he saw the Northern Ocean clone unleash his strength and speed, breaking free of the concept of space and time that was grasped by the 9-dragon slaughtering divine claw as he directly transformed into an illusory shadow and retreated. Yan Zhaoga smiled, "Without anything to worry about, let's fight to our heart's content." The Northern Ocean clone evaded Nian Chen, retreating to Yan Zhaoga's side. He opened his palm, resembling stealing the heavens and changing the sun as a universe was concealed within it, seemingly infinite in size. Yan Zhaoga, Su Fei, Shi Jun and the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners all entered within, being kept within the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Then, the Northern Ocean clone did not linger in the slightest as he flickered, evading Nian Chen once more before abruptly shooting towards the 3 martial grandmasters, Feng Jingsheng, Gung Hui and Guanli. His first target was the weakest of the 3, Guanli. At this moment, the Northern Ocean clone seemed to have transformed into the ferocious beast of legend, instantly ripping through the heavens and the earth as he arrived before Guanli. Guanli was greatly shocked. The projections of the Spirit Rhino Palm and the speed of the spiritual light manifestation technique that he was proficient in did not hold any advantage before the Northern Ocean Divine Spear. As he retreated in panic, one of the arms of Guanli's true martial avatar was directly smashed apart by the Northern Ocean clone with a single punch. The earlier all-encompassing attacks that covered the heavens and covered the earth came to an abrupt halt at this moment, resembling a joke. Seeing this scene, the ferocity of Nian Chen and the others that surged to the heavens dimmed as well. The Northern Ocean clone opened his mouth, Yan Zhaoga's voice resounding, "Nian Chen, you really don't learn from your mistakes, ah. You seem to have forgotten why you lost to me last time. Wanting to surround and attack my Northern Ocean clone, one of you needs to be able to keep up with me at the very least. Otherwise, to me, there isn't much of a difference between a one-on-one fight and a group brawl. If that old man of Spirit Rhino Island was a martial saint or possessed a sacred artifact, you might have some chance." The Northern Ocean clone laughed loudly as he shot into the skies, evading Nian Chen's attack once more. Currently, he was no longer battling Nian Chen at all as he instead targeted the 3 martial grandmasters, Feng Jingsheng, Gung Hui and Guanli, and Nian Chen's face was livid with rage. It was not that he was unaware of the advantage that the Northern Ocean clone possessed in terms of speed. Therefore, he had executed the 9-dragon slaughtering divine claw as soon as he had arrived, hoping to restrict the Northern Ocean clone's range of movement. However, what shocked Nian Chen was the fact that the Northern Ocean clone's speed actually seemed to have increased as compared to the last time they had clashed. If it was still his previous speed, he might still have a chance of trapping the Northern Ocean clone. Now, however, even going all out, he would only be able to catch up to him and eat his dust. How could he know that other than his original Northern Ocean Divine Spear, Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone had also been cultivating in the Fuyao art of pre-Great Calamity times recently, his speed having risen to a whole new level. Usually, even Guanli, who was not ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters, would still be domineering in the vast ocean world. Without the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, Geng Hui's strength was above Nian Chen's, and Feng Jingsheng's strength was comparable to Nian Chen's as well. However, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was currently as fast as lightning, beating the 3 transcending mortality martial grandmasters to the point that they were unable to even raise their heads. Nian Chen hated Shi Jun and Yan Zhaoge to the extreme as he chased after Yan Zhaoge relentlessly. However, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly gave up on Geng Hui and the other 2, shooting towards Nian Chen. Blocking the 9-fingered claw of Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar with one fist, his other hand grabbed onto one of its claws. Nian Chen let out a tragic cry as yet another finger was broken. 7 more. The Northern Ocean clone laughed loudly. I said that those fingers of yours were merely something that I placed on your palm. Geng Hui and the other 2 made use of this chance to attack. The Northern Ocean clone, however, did not linger in battle as he gave up on Nian Chen once more, adopting a dodging stance once more. Amidst his whistling, the Northern Ocean clone found a chance to shake off the enraged Nian Chen, shooting towards the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, Geng Hui. His entire body enveloped in thunderbolts, Geng Hui punched out simultaneously with his fists, resisting Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. 2 fists meeting the Northern Ocean clone's one, the joints of Geng Hui's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He clenched his teeth, numerous streaks of violent thunder suffusing the air as the massive 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar resembled a god of thunder descending from the heavens, forcibly resisting the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean divine spear. As the number 1 expert of the vast ocean world beneath the martial saint realm, Geng Hui displayed his shocking strength. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, exerting force with his fists once more. The mighty, boundlessly massive fish bobbed within the roiling Black Sea, its majestic, immense force instantly causing cracks to appear on the body of Geng Hui's 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar. The Kunpeng, other than its godly speed of 10,000 kilometers, also possessed immense strength that presided arrogantly over the 8 Desolaces. Chapter 542. Please subscribe. The Northern Ocean clone mightily exerted force, blood leaking from the corner of Geng Hui's mouth as he toppled backwards. Strange fiery red thunderbolts suddenly appeared on his body, the flames and the thunderbolts seeming to merge as one as they were blazing with extreme yang as they blocked the terrifying Northern Ocean divine spear before him. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze flickered slightly. Making use of Geng Hui blocking the Northern Ocean clone's attack and his movements temporarily slowing, Nian Chen, Feng Jingsheng and Guanli hurriedly unleashed their full strength, attacking towards the Northern Ocean clone. As the thunder and fire on Geng Hui's entire body dissipated and he vomited blood in retreat, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly turned, already slamming into the area enveloped by Feng Jingsheng's saber chi at lightning speed. Feng Jingsheng's expression changed slightly as he saw the sharp claws of Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar already reaching the back of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's head. The ferocity of this chief of the evil shifting sect was stimulated. He no longer retreated and evaded as he unleashed the dim shifting white bone saber to the maximum, chopping towards the Northern Ocean clone. Die! The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, punching the saber, shaking it off course before attacking with his other hand. His arms seemed to have transformed into an indestructible spear at this moment as the fearsome, terrifying bone armor on Feng Jingsheng's body was densely covered with bone spikes, breaking apart one by one. The Northern Ocean clone merged his spear arts into his fist arts, raising his arm as he broke through Feng Jingsheng's bone armor. Amidst Feng Jingsheng's shock, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, barely avoiding Nian Chen's dragon claws behind him. However, not waiting for Feng Jingsheng to heave a sigh of relief, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly raised his hand, a purple bow appearing within it as thunder rumbled unceasingly. High-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. The Northern Ocean clone drew the bow before releasing it, 2 streaks of blood-red lightning that flickered with golden light breaking through the air. While the accuracy of a martial saint's bow was ordinary, that violent amount of power was sufficient. One streak of blood-red light first shattered Feng Jingsheng's true martial avatar completely before the other landed on his shoulder, virtually shattering it along with his entire arm. Lowering his head with great effort, he shockingly discovered that it was actually the two dragon fingers that had heavily injured him. The two 9 dragon fingers that he had wrested from Nian Chen had been used by Yan Zhaoge as arrows, instantly beating the chief of the evil shifting sect, Feng Jingsheng, to the point where he was barely alive. Nian Chen was stunned for a moment. He suddenly reached out to pluck the dragon finger glove off Feng Jingsheng's body, and then hurriedly went to look for another one. Feng Jingsheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he let out a miserable groan. However, his voice was drowned out by another tragic, heart-rending cry. In the distance, the Northern Ocean clone kept Heaven Shocker, making use of the time when Nian Chen was no longer pursuing him to instantly lunge before Spirit Rhino Island's Guanli. Then, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster of Spirit Rhino Island had the Northern Ocean clone forcibly rip apart his true martial avatar. Nian Chen wanted to retrieve the two dragon finger gloves, but the Northern Ocean clone had already arrived beside him, the terrifying Northern Ocean divine spear shooting towards the back of Nian Chen's head. "You're going too far." Nian Chen roared helplessly, turning to meet the Northern Ocean clone head-on. He had used the Blood Dragon Spitting Orbs technique to forcibly raise his strength. However, while this secret technique could allow a martial practitioner's strength to skyrocket for a short period of time, it would cause him to fall into a state of weakness afterwards, being equivalent to overdrafting his own strength. Now that the effects of the Blood Dragon Spitting Orbs had gradually faded, Nian Chen was even less of a match for the Northern Ocean clone as he was jolted backwards in retreat. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion within the air, one of the dragon finger gloves that he had shot out earlier returning to his hand. Seeing Nian Chen sitting like he was sitting on pins and needles as he grasped the other dragon finger gloves that he had found with great difficulty, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. "Is there any use in taking it back? Do you still have enough fingers to wear it?" Nian Chen was angered to the point that his entire body trembled. Swiveling his head, he saw the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, Gung Hui, clearly having already given up on clashing with Yan Zhaoge as he hurriedly fled. Of the remaining Feng Jingsheng and Guanli, they were either dead or injured. While his rage and hatred still blazed intensely, despair and fear also arose within Nian Chen's heart at this moment. He helplessly let out a long howl. A sword light lit up in the distance, a vast, vigorous aura emanating over. That was the aura of the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. Nian Chen finally could not help but show weakness to myriad sword pools Yan Gang for help. This indicated that his life was in danger. Yan Gang had always been on guard against the appearance of the #1 expert of good, the chief of the Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. However, he could only helplessly hurry over now. If something happened to Nian Chen and the 9 dragon fingers, he would inevitably be alone. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone seemed not to care about the sword light of the floating sinking sword in the distance as he instead arrived beside the heavily injured Feng Jingsheng, punching downwards, penetrating his chest amidst Feng Jingsheng's despairing howl. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, exerting force with his palm as he seemed to be slowly extracting something from Feng Jingsheng's chest. Nian Chen and the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were spectating this battle from afar all felt a chill run down their spines at this moment. The Northern Ocean clone had actually completely extracted out Feng Jingsheng's spine. The shattered white bones of Feng Jingsheng's scattered dim net white bone avatar as well as the fragments of his high-grade spirit artifact, the dim net bone armor, were now all attracted to this spine by a formless force. The Northern Ocean clone waved his hand, the white bone in his hand straightening as it lengthening unceasingly. Finally, condensed by the concept of his Northern Ocean divine spear, it actually transformed into a thick white bone spear. The spear rotated, mightily piercing straight towards Nian Chen. Nian Chen was greatly shocked as his blood dragon avatar hurriedly executed the 9 dragon fingers to meet the attack. However, this spear was clearly faster and stronger than before. Originally already in a weakened state, Nian Chen who could only wield 7 of his fingers was instantly unable to withstand it as the 9-fingered claw of the blood dragon avatar was smashed apart by this spear. The martial art that I cultivate in is known as the Northern Ocean Divine Spear. The Northern Ocean clone smiled with a baleful aura, while spear arts can be integrated into fist arts, you don't really think that it is the same for me with a spear in hand as when I am bare-handed, right? Nian Chen stumbled backwards, the sword light of the floating sinking sword already right before his eyes. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not care about this. The Northern Ocean clone's spear was faster than the previous as it directly shattered Nian Chen's blood dragon avatar completely. Nian Chen spurted blood. Staring at Yan Zhaoge, he hissed, "Don't get too full of yourself. Your enemies also include evil Saint Lin Qiancheng." Yan Gang wielded the floating sinking sword, his expression solemn as his sword light expanded magnificently, attempting to prevent Yan Zhaoge from killing Nian Chen. However, the Northern Ocean clone seemed completely unconcerned about the terrifying sword light of the floating sinking sword as he pierced straight through Nian Chen's chest with his spear. As the torrential sword light descended above his head, the Northern Ocean clone wielded his spear with one hand, flicking his wrist with the other, the earth-devouring burner flashing as he forcibly received Yan Gang's sword. The sword light was swallowed by the earth-devouring burner. The earth-devouring burner let out a "whang" sound, and then there was no longer any change. Yan Gang's heart trembled. It can even swallow the power of a holy weapon. On the other side, Nian Chen's chest was pierced by the white bone spear, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. However, amidst this mouthful of blood, a golden beetle flew out. The golden beetle transformed into a streak of golden light, enveloping Nian Chen and the 9 dragon fingers before quickly breaking through space and disappearing. Seeing this, everyone discussed spiritedly, that should be the final life-saving talisman of the 9-fingered dragon king in Nian Chen, the light stream golden bug. Yan Gang expanded his sword light, resembling numerous silk ribbons as they coiled amidst space. He did not seek to gain any merit as he only sought to obstruct Yan Zhaoge's path, preventing him from pursuing Nian Chen. Seeing the golden light vanish, the Northern Ocean clone smiled, not feeling vexed at all. Seeing this, Yan Gang's heart suddenly leapt up. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.